Chapter 201. Lei Yan watched Siwu tuck the storage bracelet away. The kindly expression on his face faded, replaced by an unnervingly solemn look. He stepped half a pace closer. His voice dropped, carrying a heavy weight of pressure. The Emperor's rewards are extraordinary, of course, but one must bear the weight to wear the crown. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He pointed at the bracelet. The Empire has exhausted its treasury to gather these treasures for the 10 final candidates. It is not so you can throw your weight around in the capital. It is to carve out a path of survival for the Empire, for the living beings across 1 million star systems, in this great reckoning. Siwu narrowed his eyes at the ultimatum. He showed no sign of fear, remaining calm instead. I understand the rules of equivalent exchange. He looked Lei Yan in the eye. When does the primitive land open? Lei Yan held up 3 fingers. His tone grew heavy. 3 years. You have only 3 years. 3 years. Siwu's heart stirred. For the old monsters of the starry sky, who spent 10,000 years in seclusion, 3 years was not even a nap. But for Siwu and his son, 3 years might be enough. I have some time. Siwu calculated quickly. With this massive amount of resources from the Empire's secret vault, he could drive Siwu to train like a maniac. Perhaps he could force his cultivation up to the Domain Lord realm within 3 years. Once Siwu reached that level, Siwu would trigger the Chaos Transformation ability. He would leap across the tiers and skyrocket to the God Realm. A God Realm expert under 100 years old. His heartbeat quickened with every thought. If the arrogant geniuses of the outside world, or the ancient races deep in the starry sky, knew of his wild plan, they would think the world had gone mad. In this vast universe, who could possess combat power comparable to a demigod before turning 100? Only the ancient star races born at the dawn of the universe, or special races blessed by heaven, started as star lords or star kings. Yet even those with ancient bloodlines required eons of refinement to step into the God Realm. For a young man from the borderlands to hope for God Realm power before his first century, it was a fantasy. But with the system in his hands and a son willing to grind, anything was possible. With God Realm combat power as a safety net, I can rest easy in the primitive land. Confidence flashed in his eyes. Lei Yan patiently explained more information about the primitive land. The primitive land holds countless opportunities, but it is also extremely dangerous. Lei Yan warned him with a heavy expression. Once you enter, you have only 5 years. When the 5 years expire, you must return through the retrieval formation, whether you have found enough sacred artifacts or not. Otherwise, the rules of that broken universe will assimilate you. Furthermore, records from previous generations of the Empire indicate that the place is not a dead zone. A group of uncivilized, powerful, and bloodthirsty ancient natives live there. They are naturally immune to many law attacks, and possess incredibly strong physical bodies. Do not take them lightly if you encounter them. Because the information was too vast to cover at once, Lei Yan pulled a specially encrypted electronic jade slip from his robes and handed it to Siwu. This contains all the detailed data on the Empire's exploration of the primitive land over billions of years, as well as markings for various dangerous areas. Thank you, Chief Lei. Siwu accepted the slip and tucked it away. After the handover, Lei Yan led Siwu back the way they came, exiting the Tianshu secret vault. They left the Imperial Palace, where Lei Yan returned Siwu to the special envoy Xiao Yi, who had been waiting for a long time, and then departed. How did it go? What did the Emperor say? The moment Lei Yan left, Xiao Yi scurried over like a monkey, looking at Siwu with eyes full of anticipation and nervousness. He had been on pins and needles, terrified that Siwu might lose his composure before the throne and ruin this massive opportunity. Siwu found Xiao Yi's impatience amusing. He did not hide anything and gave a simple account of his experience in the main hall. He described everything from being exempted from kneeling by the Emperor himself, to being crowned Lord of the Galaxy, and governing 12 star systems, to being named a candidate, and receiving massive resources from the secret vault. Siwu spoke lightly, as if he had just bought a bunch of vegetables at the market. However, Xiao Yi stood frozen on the spot, as if struck by a divine thunderbolt. The 5th sequence. His voice cracked with excitement. He disregarded all decorum, and grabbed Siwu by the arm. He shook uncontrollably. Good heavens. Brother So, no. Lord So, are you telling the truth? The Emperor used his own golden mouth to name you the 5th candidate. Seeing Xiao Yi's lack of composure, Siwu frowned slightly and pulled his arm away. Is this ranking high? High. It is beyond high. It is essentially a lock. Xiao Yi paced in circles in the plaza, explaining incoherently. For billions of years, the competition for spots in the primitive land has been incredibly brutal. The top 5 seats have always been reserved for the core bloodline of the Imperial family. They command over 80% of the Empire's resource allocation. Their cultivation is at the 2nd or 3rd tier of the immortal realm and above. You are an outsider who just arrived. Yet, you bumped aside the royalty and landed directly in the 5th sequence. The more Xiao Yi spoke, the more excited he became. His cheeks flushed red. Siwu's spot in the 5th sequence meant that Xiao Yi, as the talent scout who discovered this peerless genius, could bask in the glory and receive a heaven-defying reward. Such immense wealth would launch him onto the path of the Imperial power core, far exceeding a simple promotion. I have struck gold, he muttered to himself, looking at Siwu as if he were a priceless treasure. Chapter 202. Xiao Yi took a long moment to steady his racing heart. He smoothed his disheveled clothes and leaned in, his face wearing an eager, ingratiating smile. He asked if Suwu had any interest in touring the capital to experience the customs and traditions of the Qiushan Empire. Suwu shook his head without a moment of hesitation. He had no interest in sightseeing. His mind held only one goal: return home, hand the resources to his son, and start the grueling training regimen. Xiao Yi was not offended by the rejection. He nodded along, agreeing that cultivation was the priority. They walked toward the building housing the Stargate. Xiao Yi glanced at the young, stern profile beside him. Suwu possessed heaven-defying talent at such a young age, yet he hailed from the Milky Way, a place often viewed as a land of crime. It did not add up. Xiao Yi hesitated, then voiced the question that had been eating at him. Did the emperor not inquire about his background in the hall? After all, coming from such a special star region, did he not have any concerns? The word background struck Suwu's heart like a pebble in a still pond. He stopped walking for a brief moment. He looked at the neon lights of the capital, and saw a different image in his mind. He was not a time traveler, or an inhabitant of another body. He was a local, born and raised on Earth. He had grown up in a dilapidated orphanage run by the Earth Federation. He remembered wearing hand-me-down clothes, eating bland nutrient paste, and fighting his way through the slums. He possessed no memory of his birth parents. They had abandoned him like grass by the roadside. He was a rootless drifter. He had no illustrious family history to make the emperor wary. Everything he achieved came from his nonsensical system, and his protagonist-like son. He answered Xiao Yi in a flat, emotionless tone. He was just an orphan from an orphanage. He had simply been lucky. Xiao Yi watched Suwu's cold expression and wisely kept his mouth shut. He assumed Suwu was simply keeping his secrets. In the starry sky, keeping a sense of mystery was a form of self-protection for any strong cultivator. Back inside the miniature quantum stargate, the familiar, terrifying sensation of his soul being torn apart rushed over him. This time, he prepared himself and remained calm. The azure light swallowed him. Xiao Yi stayed behind in the capital to handle the bureaucratic details of his reward. A few minutes passed. The stargate in the 7th star district of the Milky Way, located at the Su ancestral grounds, twisted violently. Suwu stood firm on the platform. He stepped off the stargate, and several figures rushed toward him. Suyu led the charge, followed by Suyumzi and Lin Weiner, with Little White perched on Suyumzi's shoulder. Suyu stopped inches away. He scanned Suwu for injuries. Satisfied that his father remained whole, he made a cheeky remark about being glad he had not been dissected by the old monsters of the Qiushan Empire. Suyumzi smacked him on the back of his head. She scolded him for his lack of respect. Suyu rubbed his head and apologized, claiming he only worried about his father. Suwu felt the warmth of his family. This was what mattered. He told them the situation was not as bad as they had imagined. The Qiushan Empire had not moved against them. The relief on their faces was palpable. Suwu turned serious. He asked Suyu to stay and told Lin Weiner to take the others to rest. He needed to discuss cultivation matters with his son. Lin Weiner understood, and led the others away, leaving the two men alone in the side hall. Chapter 203. The hall held only Suwu and his son. Suwu flipped his wrist, and the silver storage bracelet, shimmering with starlight, appeared in his palm. He had retrieved it from the Tianshu secret vault. Without hesitation, he tossed the bracelet to Suyu. Suyu caught it by instinct. He cast his spiritual sense inside. The vast interior space revealed mountains of resources, each pulsing with intense energy. "Dad, this is," he stammered, his voice trembling as he swallowed hard. "There are so many treasures here. Did you raid the national treasury of the Qiushan Empire?" "Save your breath," Suwu said, his gaze sharp. 3 years from now, I must leave to visit a place called the Primitive Land. I will be gone for at least 5 years. You must push your strength to the limit before I leave." Suwu gestured to the bracelet in his son's hand. "These items are meant to cultivate peerless geniuses. They are potent, and the effects are extremely violent. You must proceed step by step and strictly limit your dosage." In truth, these resources were meant for Suwu, as the 5th candidate, to prepare for war. Now he intended for Suyu, who had only reached the Star Saint realm, to use them. He had to be careful to avoid adverse effects. Suyu gripped the bracelet tight. Joy did not overcome him. Instead, he furrowed his brow, his eyes clouding with worry. "Dad, where are you going? Is that primitive land dangerous?" His intuition remained sharp. His father handed over these peerless resources and set a deadline for his departure. It felt like a farewell. Suwu pondered for a moment. He decided not to hide the truth. He outlined the facts about the annihilation period, the necessity of sacred objects for protection, and the crises awaiting in the primitive land. Suyu fell silent after hearing these secrets. He understood why his father had accepted this mission. If he did not seize the sacred objects, the entire Milky Way, including their family, would be erased by the rules of the universe when the annihilation period arrived. "I understand," Suyu said. He took a deep breath and fastened the storage bracelet to his wrist. He looked up, his young face shedding its usual slackness, leaving only determination. "Dad, I will train like a madman for these 3 years. Before you leave, I will reach the Domain Lord realm. I will guard our home." Suwu sat on the steps, his heart swelling with pride at his son's declaration. "That is the spirit. That is the drive I need." He cheered Suyu on in his mind. He already planned to leave a separate avatar behind to maintain safety when he departed for the primitive land. He could never tell Suyu that though. He needed to create immense pressure to force the boy to reach his potential and absorb the resources. "Good son, do your best," Suwu said. He patted Suyu on the shoulder with a serious expression, though his inner joy bubbled over. If you can push yourself to the Domain Lord realm in 3 years, I can use the system to launch my combat power into the God realm. I will be unstoppable when I reach that primitive land. The Su ancestral grounds entered a rare period of peace in the days that followed. So Wu settled into his reputation as a slacker. He spent his days soaking up the sun on the balcony, sipping tea, or strolling through the newly built palace complex with his hands behind his back. He did not choose this life out of laziness. The system mechanism made it impossible to do otherwise. Since his cultivation depended on his sun, he did not need to meditate or absorb energy from the heavens and earth. He only needed Su Yu to grind, and his own cultivation would rise along with him. Su Wu did not remain entirely idle. Whenever he had the chance, he sought out Su Yu in seclusion. He pulled the boy out to teach him combat techniques in person. He taught everything from the force behind his blade strikes to the practical application of space laws. He poured his own hard-won killing techniques into Su Yu. The fewer mistakes the son made, the faster the son grew, and the more the father gained. One afternoon, Su Wu sat in a pavilion, his brow furrowed as he reviewed the Imperial manuals. The techniques are decent, starting from pathways that lead to the immortal realm, or even the demigod realm, but they are not enough. He tossed the jade slips, which glowed with faint light, back onto the table. Since Su Yu had stepped into the Star Saint realm, his previous cultivation method, the UN technique, had reached its limit. It was time for a more advanced primary method. While the Imperial techniques possessed great power, most did not fit Su Yu. Only the feet know if the shoes fit, Su Wu said to himself. No matter how strong another person's technique is, it cannot compare to one tailored for you. He lifted his teacup. A flash of inspiration crossed his dark eyes. I created the nameless blade technique. Why can I not combine my insights into the 4 major laws to create an exclusive technique for him? The crazy thought took root. With his current foundation as a first-stage immortal, combined with the 6 major laws, he possessed the capital to deduce a new technique. Half a month later, early in the morning, Su Wu sat cross-legged in his quiet room. He opened his eyes, and a sharp, chilling light flashed in his pupils. How bold, he whispered. His spiritual sense network caught dozens of powerful energy fluctuations appearing without warning above the atmosphere surrounding the Su ancestral grounds. The intruders made no effort to hide their presence as they breached the airspace. They were all pulse-conserving level experts. Su Wu felt a surge of surprise as he detected the thick scent of blood and malice in their auras. These were not humans. Aside from the Rakshasa race he had dealt with before, several other alien races radiated decayed and violent auras. He did not need to name them to know these were the alien races lurking around the Milky Way. I have been too relaxed, Su Wu said with a cold laugh. Now even stray cats and dogs think my home is a public restroom. His figure blurred and vanished. High above, dozens of alien experts with different shapes and sizes broke through the clouds. They rode on swirling, eerie-colored energy as they prepared to descend. Suddenly, a hum resonated through the air. The space within 10,000 miles instantly solidified. A golden character meaning suppress fell from the sky like an ancient mountain, hovering directly above the heads of the alien experts. What is happening? My body will not move. Space is locked. The alien experts felt their internal energy stall. They resembled insects trapped in amber. They hung in midair, unable to move even a finger as they maintained their diving posture. Ripples appeared in the void. Su Wu appeared before them in black robes, his hands clasped behind his back. He scanned the trapped alien experts with indifference. His voice sounded flat, yet it carried a chill that pierced their marrow. You come to my ancestral grounds without an invitation. What brings you here? Chapter 204. 30 minutes later, inside the main hall of the Su ancestral grounds. The atmosphere felt strange, beyond description. Su Wu sat on the main throne, his eyes scanning the sea of kneeling alien experts. A smile touched his lips, a mix of amusement and absurdity. He expected a coordinated attack from these groups. Instead, he witnessed a bizarre version of a grand tribute. After their nervous and hesitant explanations, the reason for their arrival became clear. The Qiushan Empire operated with extreme efficiency. The decree naming him Lord of the Galaxy, with authority over the Milky Way, and the 12 surrounding star systems, had spread across this region of space a few days ago. These alien races often threw their weight around on the borders of the Milky Way. Yet, they technically fell under the jurisdiction of these 12 star systems. In other words, these warlords, who had carved out their own territories, woke up one morning to find a superior. One who held the power of life and death from the Empire, sitting right above them. They feared being burned by the fires of a new official taking office. The high-ranking members of these alien races held emergency meetings throughout the night. They rushed over in a state of terror, forming a group to pledge their submission. The political cunning of these aliens stunned him. In the center of the hall, nearly 10 alien experts at the pulse-conserving stage lay scattered. Specialized chains bound them tightly. Blood drenched their bodies, and they barely clung to life. Lord, please witness our sincerity. An alien leader with 2 horns on his head pressed his forehead against the floor. He spoke loudly with fawning sycophancy. The previous encroachment of our races upon human territory in the Milky Way, and the repeated border violations, were all the work of radical warmongers within our ranks. They kept it hidden from us. We have always loved peace, and we hold the human race in high regard. Now that you have taken office, we captured these traitors, who ignited the flames of war. We broke their bones and limbs. We hand them over to you for punishment, as a sign of our sincere submission. So Wu sneered inwardly as he listened to their high-sounding lies. These old foxes mastered the art of survival. Radical warmongers. They were just political scapegoats brought out to appease his anger. The souls of these unfortunate captives had withered from the beating. They lacked the strength to plead their innocence, let alone argue. They could only stare at So Wu on the main throne with eyes full of despair. So Wu tapped his fingers against the armrest. He weighed his options quickly. His main focus had to remain on So Yu's training, and on preparing for the perilous primitive land 3 years from now. Keeping these terrified aliens as free labor seemed like a decent choice. You are sensible, So Wu said. His tone remained flat, devoid of joy or anger. The kneeling alien leaders rejoiced. They believed they had fooled him, and their hearts began to settle. Yet, So Wu shifted the tone of his voice. He stopped tapping the armrest, and a chilling intent to kill surged within his dark eyes. He locked his gaze onto the pulse-conserving experts of the Raxhasa race kneeling on the far right. I will overlook the grudges of other star systems for now, So Wu said. His tone hardened instantly. But I am no stranger to your Raxhasa race. The temperature in the hall dropped sharply. The Raxhasa race had colluded with the Star Demon cult to launch a surprise attack on the AO land star domain. That was So Wu's home. It was the starting point of his journey. If he had not arrived in time, So Yu, and the entire AO land academy, would have turned into a sea of blood. Did they think a few scapegoats could settle this account? The Raxhasa leaders felt the scales on their bodies stand on end. A shadow of death gripped their throats. Lord, please spare us. The matter of the AO land star domain, the Raxhasa leader cried out in terror, attempting to beg for mercy. It was too late. A humming sound filled the air. The space within the hall remained still, without a single ripple. Above the heads of the Raxhasa experts, and the scapegoats beside them, several ice swords appeared without warning. They shimmered with a ghostly blue light, and radiated terrifying energy. The swords plunged downward. A series of dull sounds echoed as blades sliced through flesh. Before the absolute power of an immortal, these experts, who could dominate entire regions, were impaled from their crowns to their bases by the ice swords. They were dead instantly. Silence. A deathly silence filled the room. The remaining dozens of alien experts watched their colleagues, who had been kneeling beside them just moments ago, turn into corpses in the blink of an eye. Every one of them pressed their heads hard against the floor. They did not dare to breathe, fearing So Wu's gaze would fall upon them next. This young lord of the galaxy held a heavy heart for killing and utilized cruel methods. So Wu leaned back in his chair. He watched the trembling aliens below, but he did not raise his sword again. He had established his authority. He had slaughtered the chickens to frighten the monkeys, and now, he had to use the remaining monkeys. That is enough, you may leave, So Wu said. He waved his hand casually, as if he had just crushed a few insects. The remaining alien experts scrambled to thank him for the amnesty. They slammed their foreheads against the white jade floor with a loud thud. Thank you, Lord, for your mercy. We pledge our lives to your service. They climbed to their feet, supporting one another. They hunched their backs and stumbled toward the exit. They did not want to spend another second in front of this living demon. Yet, just as they reached the threshold of the door, "Wait," So Wu said. The simple word struck the ears of the alien leaders like a death sentence. Had this god of slaughter changed his mind? Did he intend to kill them all? The aliens turned around in despair. They fell to their knees once more with a thud. You said you wanted to share my burdens, did you not? The Star Demon cult has jumped around for too long. When you return, mobilize all the power of your tribes. Pull out every stronghold of the Star Demon cult. Eliminate all those in the Star Demon cult who colluded with the Raxhasa race while you are at it. Remember, I want you to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. If you cannot handle this dirty work, and I have to intervene personally. So Wu did not finish his sentence. However, an intangible killing intent filled the hall. The alien leaders felt the heavy stone lift from their chests. They nodded like chickens pecking at grain, offering one guarantee after another. Rest assured, Lord. We will give our all and leave no survivors. We will crush the scum of the Star Demon cult into dust. They understood perfectly. The Lord was giving them a chance to pledge their loyalty. If they did not dispose of those rats in the Star Demon cult, this moody god of slaughter might vent his anger on them one day. To preserve their own races, they would have to sacrifice their peers. Chapter 205. The days slipped by peacefully, like a flowing river. Under So Wu's resource management and personal guidance, Lin Weiner's cultivation climbed steadily. She finally broke through the barrier and stepped into the Star King realm. As for his daughter, So Yungzi, her talent was not to be underestimated. A short time ago, she naturally broke through to the Star Emperor realm. This feedback reached So Wu, pushing his wood law and ice law into the 4th stage. So Wu had his own strict calculations regarding the distribution of cultivation resources for his family. So Yungzi and Lin Weiner used the treasures plundered from the Lin God clan's vault for their daily practice. This was not favoritism. So Wu knew well that the core resources bestowed by the Kyushan Empire held energy far too violent and domineering. His son, So Yu, possessed a chaos body. He was a human black hole that never seemed full. So Wu could stuff those violent Imperial resources into him, and So Yu would chew them up and digest them without issue. However, So Wu dared not guarantee that So Yungzi would be safe using the same resources. The potency might be too much for her. For safety, a gentle and gradual cultivation method suited the mother and daughter best. Spring turned to autumn. A full year flashed by in an instant. So Wu's year had been exceptionally fulfilling. The progress of the original cultivation technique, tailored specifically for So Yu, neared its end. So Wu abandoned all flashy, useless moves for this technique. He used So Yu's current understanding of the four elements of water, fire, thunder, and space as the foundation. Then, he seamlessly integrated the chaos body's ability to tolerate all things and assimilate everything. Once fully deduced and formed, this technique would be perfectly suited for So Yu. During this year of intensive seclusion, So Yu did not let his father's expectations down. Piled high with massive amounts of top-tier resources, So Yu's cultivation launched like a rocket. He surged forward and soared directly to the 5th stage of the Star Saint realm. The rule of paternal status acting upon the sun synchronized, and So Wu's realm rose without suspense, stepping into the 5th stage of the immortal realm. 1 year. He crossed from the 1st stage to the 5th stage of the Star Saint realm. If this cultivation speed spread, countless geniuses of the starry sky would gape in astonishment. In the Qiushan Empire, even those top geniuses nurtured by major powers with all their heart and soul needed anywhere from 1 year to over a decade to rise just 1 stage in the Star Saint realm. Rising from the 1st stage to the 5th stage required at least 10 to 20 years of hard practice. Yet, So Yu accomplished it in a mere year. This monstrous talent, shocking as heaven, made even his father, So Wu, click his tongue in secret wonder. Yet, this rapid rise in realm came with the terrifying consumption of resources flowing away like water. In that single year, So Yu, that bottomless pit, devoured the entire year's worth of resources originally allocated to So Wu by the Empire. So Wu had no supplies left. Seeing So Yu's cultivation progress about to stagnate due to a lack of resources, So Wu decided to make another trip to the Qiushan Imperial capital to collect more resources. The Qiushan Imperial capital remained as prosperous as ever. So Wu and Xiao Yi had just walked out of the skyscraper, stepping through the miniature quantum star gate. Yo, I wondered who that was. It is the crime blood person who stole a nest not his own. You finally dare to show your face. You have kept me waiting. A sharp, mean-spirited voice, dripping with hostility, came without warning from the street ahead. So Wu stopped walking and looked toward the sound. In the center of the wide metal street stood a young man wearing expensive scarlet armor, his red hair spread out like flames. The young man blocked their path directly. Bystanders saw this and retreated sensibly, clearing a large open space. The red-haired young man stared fixedly at So Wu. His blood surged throughout his body, radiating a powerful pressure that he had just broken through and had not yet fully reined in. This aura belonged to the 1st stage of the immortal realm. Qi Yan, Xiao Yi, standing beside So Wu, frowned. He clearly recognized the man and immediately lowered his voice to explain quickly into So Wu's ear. The red-haired young man was named Qi Yan. He came from an ancient family with deep foundations within the capital's core circle. 1 year ago, relying on family resources and his own talent, Qi Yan had firmly held the 10th seat of the candidates for the primitive land. He was glorious and had 1 foot across the threshold of the Empire's core cultivation. But man proposes, heaven disposes. So Wu appeared out of nowhere. With a golden decree from the Qiushan Emperor, he dropped directly into the 5th sequence. The quota for the primitive land was a hard rule. There were only 10 spots. With So Wu cutting in line so abruptly, everyone behind him naturally slid down 1 rank. Consequently, Qi Yan, who had been 10th, was squeezed out of the list. He lost his qualification to enter the primitive land, and with it, the massive amount of resources went up in smoke. Cutting off a man's road to wealth is like killing his parents. Even more so when it cut off a heaven-defying opportunity that could lift his family to a higher level. For the past year, Qi Yan had hated So Wu, this stranger from the borderlands, to the marrow of his bones. He dreamed day and night of tearing So Wu to shreds. According to the iron law of the Qiushan Empire, to ensure that the candidates who finally entered the primitive land maintained peak combat power, the top 10 spots remained fixed, but the individuals could be replaced at any time. As long as one met the bone age requirement, any citizen of the empire could issue a public challenge to existing candidates. The victor would be king. They could not only replace the opponent's ranking but also take over all the opponent's benefits. During this year, Qi Yan turned shame into courage. With the crazy cultivation from the ancient family behind him, who exhausted all their secret foundations. Finally, half a month ago, he successfully broke through the shackles between the pulse-conserving and immortal realms. He stepped into the immortal realm that countless people dreamed of. According to the intelligence Qi Yan gathered, 1 year ago, So Wu had just entered the immortal realm. Now that he had stepped into this realm, relying on the deep foundations of the capital family and his 7th rank ancient martial arts, he had absolute confidence. He could trample this borderlands savage, who crawled out of some trash heap, under his feet, and reclaim the glory that originally belonged to him. So Wu. Qi Yan took a fierce step forward. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a red spear, burning with flames throughout, materialized out of thin air. He held the spear in one hand, its tip pointing directly at So Wu's face, carrying biting killing intent. The violent flame law burned fiercely on the spear. The surrounding space twisted slightly under the scorching of this terrifying high temperature. 1 year ago, you lowly crime blood stepped on me to rise. Today, I want you to spit it all back out, with interest. Qi Yan's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Come with me to the challenge hall immediately, and accept the challenge. Otherwise, admit defeat in front of the entire capital, and roll back to your border star system. So Wu looked at this novice immortal, who was brimming with excessive confidence, and had not even fully stabilized his own realm aura. A cold expression remained on his face, without stirring even a ripple of emotion. He could not even be bothered to lift his eyelids. It was like looking at a street performer clown. His eyes were filled with unmasked disdain, treating the other man like an idiot. The 5th stage of the immortal realm versus an immortal of the 1st stage who had just stabilized his realm. A chasm of 4 small realms separated them. It was like a muscular adult man looking at a 3-year-old who had just learned to walk, waving a plastic toy gun and clamoring for a fight to the death. Was there any comparison? It was simply ridiculous. Fine, Suwu spoke in a flat tone. After all, this was the capital, and it was the territory of the Qiushan Empire. Since the other party brought out the Empire's rules and insisted on offering his face to be slapped, Suwu would fulfill his wish. Hearing Suwu agree, a fierce light flared in Qi Yan's eyes. He immediately retracted his spear and stood straight. You still have some guts. Let us go to the challenge hall now. Challenge hall. Suwu paused for a moment. Then, a mocking sneer curved the corner of his lips. Dealing with someone of your caliber requires a special trip. No need. The words were barely out of his mouth. Suwu just took a casual half-step forward. The origin energy between heaven and earth accepted Suwu's command in that instant. A golden, heavy ancient seal character meaning suppress appeared without warning above Qi Yan's head, radiating brilliant golden light. There was no earth-shattering momentum. This suppress character carried immensely powerful pressure and crashed down instantly toward Qi Yan below. Chapter 206. Arrogant. Qi Yan had just stepped into the immortal realm, after all. Facing the sudden suppression, he roared. His internal flame energy erupted. Red flame manifestation, emerge. He attempted to summon his manifestation, the one he had spent years cultivating, to resist the attack. The reality proved far crueler and more ridiculous than he imagined. A ripple of red fire flickered in the void behind him. The flame manifestation, which should have been majestic and heaven-piercing, managed to poke out its head. Bang! Under the absolute crushing weight of the golden character meaning suppress, the manifestation resembled a clay figure held down by an invisible giant hand. It did not even reach the height of Qi Yan's body, let alone touch the heavens. It condensed to a height of just over 1 meter, like a comical flame figurine, and remained locked in place, unable to expand a single millimeter further. How is this possible? Qi Yan's heart churned. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Thud! Without leaving him any room to react or struggle, the irresistible and terrifying gravity pressed down on his physical body. The noble family genius, a 1st-stage immortal, felt his knees buckle. He slammed hard against the hard metal street, creating 2 deep dents in the ground. One move. Suwu had not even raised a hand. He had pressed a peerless genius of the same realm to his knees. Xiao Yi, standing behind Suwu, watched this scene. His mouth twitched violently. He slapped his own forehead and shook his head repeatedly. Oh, my ancestor, fighting in non-designated areas of the capital is strictly forbidden. Xiao Yi groaned inwardly. This meant trouble. Qi Yan knelt with his knees slammed against the ground. His handsome face turned deep red, filled with shock, humiliation, and disbelief. His hands gripped the red spear so tightly the shaft bent and deformed. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his blood and energy into an attempt to rise. However, the golden character hovering above his head felt like a real patch of sky pressing down. Every struggle felt pale and futile. His bones creaked. Even if he crushed his teeth, he could not shake that power. The crowd, who had stopped to watch the commotion, gasped. Whispers surged like a tide. Isn't that young Master Qi Yan of the Qi family, the one who just reached the immortal realm? He was pressed to his knees by a single character. Who is this youth? What terrifying methods? Qi Yan's bloodshot eyes burned with wild jealousy and confusion. They were both at the 1st stage of the immortal realm. Why? Why could Suwu crush him so easily without even moving a hand? Suddenly, clouds churned in the high sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 streams of light shimmering with cold, icy brilliance plummeted from the Imperial palace, suspended above the clouds. Boom. The 6 figures landed steadily in the center of the street, surrounding Suwu and the kneeling Qi Yan. They were uniformed dark gold armor and held long halberds. The surface of the armor flowed with the light of high-level arrays. Most terrifying of all, the auras radiating from these 6 patrol soldiers were all at the 6th or 7th stage of the immortal realm. The commander of the Imperial Guards, bulky as an iron tower, had eyes like lightning. His strength reached the shocking peak of the immortal realm. Such was the caliber of the Imperial Guard. Who dares to cause trouble here? The commander's voice sounded like a booming bell, making surrounding buildings vibrate. His eyes scanned the scene like torches and locked onto Suwu, who stood with his hands behind his back, and Qi Yan, who knelt on the ground. He frowned, his eyes revealing a hint of imperial majesty that brooked no challenge. He shouted in a deep voice, "How dare you? Private fighting is strictly prohibited in non-competitive areas of the capital. This is an iron law. You two have seriously violated imperial law. Guards, seize them and take them away." Several soldiers stepped forward, brandishing special chains that glimmered with the power of law restrictions. Qi Yan, though pressed down, felt a flicker of hope in his eyes. As long as the guards took them away, Suwu would be in deep trouble. Suwu looked at these high-stage immortals and narrowed his eyes, ready to speak. Wait. At this tense moment, a gentle voice echoed in the street. The void rippled slightly. An old man with white hair and beard, wearing a dark silver robe, appeared before the Imperial Guard commander with his hands behind his back, as if by teleportation. This was Lei Yan, the manager of the Tianshu secret vault. Manager Lei. The Imperial Guard commander recognized the man. His expression changed slightly, and he restrained his coldness, bowing respectfully with cupped hands. Beneath the Imperial Palace, the status of the Tianshu secret vault manager exceeded that of a mere patrol commander. Stand down. This has nothing to do with you. Lei Yan waved his hand casually at the commander. His tone sounded flat, yet it carried an unquestionable weight. This is Lord Su, the fifth candidate for the primitive land designated by the Emperor. This was just a friendly exchange of pointers between juniors. It does not count as fighting in the street. The commander felt doubt, especially glancing at the miserable Qi Yan kneeling on the ground. However, since Lei Yan had brought out the gold-plated signboard of the Emperor's designation, he would not be foolish enough to touch a hot stove. Since Manager Lei vouches for them, this subordinate takes his leave. The commander waved his hand decisively. He and his subordinates transformed into streams of light and vanished instantly. A crisis that could have sparked a conflict of imperial law vanished with Lei Yan's casual words. Lei Yan turned around. He ignored the red-haired turkey on the ground who was questioning his own existence and fixed his gaze on Su. A familiar smile appeared on his face. He knew why Su had come to the capital. Lord Su, it has been a year. You look even more impressive than before. Lei Yan turned slightly and gestured to follow. Let us go. Follow me. I prepared your resource quota for this year long ago. Chapter 207. Under Lei Yan's escort, Su successfully obtained the second batch of allocated resources. After returning to the Milky Way galaxy, he threw the space bracelet filled with heavenly treasures directly to Su. He then dived into the quiet room, continuing to seclude himself and deduce the unformed self-created technique. 1 month later, a low rumble echoed from within the quiet room. The vital energy in the surrounding void drained away, as if a giant whale were swallowing water. A supreme technique tailored specifically for Su, the chaos technique, emerged into the world. During the final stage of deduction, Su boldly discarded the mainstream traditional cultivation system of the universe, which relied on breathing and major circulation cycles. He magnified the domineering characteristics of the chaos body, which absorbed everything and assimilated all things, to the limit. He forcibly opened a new path of cultivation with swallowing as the core. By practicing the chaos technique, a warrior's dantian became a small black hole. There was no need to step-by-step purify the spirit energy, whether one through inviolate star marrow, modeled beast crystals, or divine medicines with conflicting attributes. The chaos vortex crushed and assimilated them by force. They finally transformed into the purest origin power. The inclusiveness of this technique proved even more mysterious. It used the 4 symbols of water, fire, thunder, and space laws that Su personally understood as the foundation. At the same time, because of the feedback from the bond between Su and his 2 children, Su practiced this technique personally. It could then perfectly accommodate Su Yongzi's wood law and ice law. The 6 major laws grew endlessly and complemented each other under the dominance of the chaos technique. Although limited by Suwu's current vision, this chaos technique already reached its limit at the demigod realm. The framework of the technique remained open. As the creator of this technique, whenever Su stepped into higher strength in the future, he could patch and upgrade it at any time. Su received the chaos technique like a tiger gaining wings. With the top resources of the Qiushan Empire, Su increased his cultivation speed to full capacity. Time flew by and the stars shifted. In the blink of an eye, only 1 short month remained before the mysterious and unpredictable primitive land opened. During this period, because the speed at which Su, that bottomless pit, consumed resources was simply terrifying, Su had to grit his teeth. He ran to the Qiushan Imperial capital again, and withdrew the 3rd batch of candidate quotas from the Tianshu secret vault. In the Su ancestral grounds, on the spacious balcony of the villa, Su did not lie on the rocking chair to close his eyes and rest. He held the white jade railing with both hands. His figure stood straight, his deep gaze pierced through heavy layers of space, and looked towards Su's place of seclusion. Under the dual power of the chaos technique and massive resources, Su's realm advanced like a hot knife through butter during this period. 1 month ago, he had already surged to the peak of the 9th stage of the Star Saint realm. At this very moment, Su could clearly sense that Su had reached the most critical and final stage of impacting the domain Lord Realm barrier. Time seemed exceptionally long in the silent waiting. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 1 hour. The sun gradually sank in the west. The evening glow dyed the sky of the Su ancestral grounds blood red. At the very moment when the last trace of sunset on the horizon was about to disappear, a beautiful system prompt sounded deep within Su's soul. Ding. The system detected that the descendant Su broke through the Star Saint barrier and successfully stepped into the 1st stage of the domain Lord Realm. The rule of paternal status acting upon the sun synchronized and took effect. Congratulations to the host. The real realm synchronized and jumped to the 1st stage of the demigod realm. Congratulations to the host. The depth of understanding of the 4 symbols laws of water, fire, thunder, and space synchronized and broke through to the 6th stage. A rumbling sound filled the air. Along with the system notification, a vast and majestic power surged wildly from deep within Su's body. This was the true power of a demigod. There was no need for external help. There was no need to open any divine powers. Su's flesh, bones, and meridians welcomed a complete reshaping at this moment. Visible to the naked eye, divine law patterns emitting 6 colored lights wandered and intertwined under So Wu's skin like living spiritual snakes. The divine body reached perfection. He entered the demigod realm. So Wu stood on the balcony and clenched his fists slightly. With the blessing of the divine body, he felt he could tear open a space crack with a casual movement without needing to use the space law. So Wu exhaled a breath of turbid air. That airflow turned into a long white streak that did not dissipate for a long time. In the next second, his figure faded instantly on the balcony. He dissipated like a light breeze. High above, So Wu's figure emerged from thin air. Under his feet lay the thick sea of clouds. He activated the chaos transformation. Boom. So Wu's aura, just stabilized at the first stage of the demigod realm, climbed wildly in an unreasonable manner. Second stage demigod. Fifth stage demigod. Ninth stage demigod great perfection. Bang. Along with a loud noise from deep within his soul, he crashed through an indescribable supreme dimension. First stage of the god realm. It was true. Superimposing the chaos transformation on the foundation of a demigod really could allow him to step into the god realm. So Wu felt the power in his body that could make the galaxy tremble. Great shock filled his heart. After stepping into the god realm, the increase in physical strength was terrifying, but this was not the most core change. The biggest qualitative change occurred within the soul sea. So Wu closed his eyes and looked inside himself. He saw that the origin of the soul, originally vast as the sea, was now collapsing and compressing toward the center crazily. At the very center of the soul sea, a translucent little person, emitting endless divine radiance, and looking exactly like So Wu, slowly took shape. This was the sign of a powerhouse in the god realm, the divine soul. The divine soul was the form in which the warrior's soul condensed and sublimated to the extreme. It had broken away from the vague realm of consciousness, and became an existence between energy and solid matter. Because of this, a desperate chasm existed between god realm powerhouses and demigod powerhouses. This chasm did not lie in the killing of the flesh, but in the exponential crushing of divine thoughts. With the blessing of the divine soul, So Wu's divine thoughts had now turned into solid blades. He possessed an absolute confidence. Facing ordinary demigod powerhouses, he did not even need to take action personally. He only needed to sweep over with the pressure of divine thoughts. He could directly crush the soul of the opponent and turn them into a vegetable with a soulless divine body on the spot. A god's single thought determined life and death. Chapter 208. After quietly experiencing the supreme power brought by the god realm, So Wu gradually calmed his racing mind. The opening of the primitive land was imminent. This trip would take 5 full years. He could face deadly battles, but the only things he could not let go of were his wife Wainer, his daughter Yunzi, and his son and little White, whom he would leave behind. Although the alien races around the Milky Way were now obedient under his rule, who could guarantee that nothing would go wrong during these 5 years? So Wu narrowed his eyes. His hands instantly formed a complex and obscure seal in front of his chest. Avatar transformation. Thunder god body, detach. Following So Wu's soft shout, the origin of thunder within him, representing ultimate destruction, suddenly erupted. Countless purple-black bolts of destructive thunder shot out from his pores, frantically weaving and condensing in the void beside him. In just a few breaths, a thunder god version of So Wu, with short, sharp hair, and eyes flickering with lightning, fully materialized in the thundercloud. As soon as this avatar formed, a pressure at the god realm level, no weaker than his own and strong enough to make the surrounding space collapse layer by layer, swept uncontrollably outward. This was the heaven-defying aspect of So Wu exploiting the system bug. Because he performed the detachment, while in the god realm state brought on by the chaos transformation, this thunder god avatar came equipped with the terrifying combat power of the first stage of the god realm. Master, the thunder god avatar said. He twisted his neck, emitting the sound of a thunderclap from grinding bones, and grinned at So Wu. So Wu looked at the invincible avatar before him and nodded with satisfaction. With this god realm level thunder god clone guarding the Su ancestral grounds, let alone rebellions by nearby alien races, even if the Qiushan Empire wanted to pull some tricks behind his back, they would have to weigh their own strength. So Wu had considered whether he should let an avatar enter the primitive land in his place. The thought flashed for only an instant before he rejected it. The primitive land held too much significance, and the Qiushan Emperor attached great importance to it. The Emperor's strength was unfathomable, and he was highly likely to be a legendary powerhouse of the authority realm. Although avatar transformation was mysterious, no one dared to guarantee that this secret technique could fool a monster of the authority realm. If the Emperor discovered it, the situation would backfire. After I leave this place to you, So Wu said, looking at the Thunder God avatar. Rest assured, anyone who dares to invade will taste the flavor of the Thunder God's world destruction, the avatar said, crossing his arms over his chest. Although two So Wus conversed, it was effectively So Wu asking and answering himself with a single consciousness. In a blink, the night before So Wu's departure arrived. Night fell, and starlight pierced through the villa's massive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a veil of silvery white light onto the carpet. The bedroom lights were off. A few scattered night pearls emitted an ambiguous and soft glow. I am leaving tomorrow, So Wu said. He leaned against the headboard, his deep gaze fixed quietly on Lin Wainer. She was breathtakingly beautiful tonight. She had just bathed and wore only a moon-white silk nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing. The fabric clung to her, perfectly outlining her curves, which had remained proud through the years, and became even more alluring after her cultivation improved. The neckline hung low, revealing snowy, delicate skin that glowed with a dazzling, lustrous sheen in the dim light. Her thick, dark hair still held a touch of moisture, falling casually onto her rounded, slender shoulders, with a hint of charm at the tips. Lynn Wainer paused while pouring water. She set down the glass and turned around. Her beautiful eyes, usually gentle and dignified, now resembled a pool of autumn water rippled by a spring breeze, swirling with lingering affection and reluctance. "I understand, but you must prioritize your own safety," she whispered. Her voice was as soft as dripping water. Barefoot, she walked slowly across the soft carpet to stand before Sewoo. She climbed onto the bed, naturally, and with an unprecedented charm, straddling Sewoo's sturdy, powerful thighs. "This trip is 5 years," Lynn Wainer said, lowering her head. A lock of hair with a faint fragrance fell against Sewoo's cheek, causing an uncontrollable itch in his heart. She reached out with slender, jade-white arms and wrapped them gently around Sewoo's neck. Her burning cheek pressed against his broad chest, listening to the strong, powerful heartbeat. "Woo," Lynn Wainer breathed, her breath becoming rapid. She lifted her head, red lips parted, exhaling like an orchid. Sewoo reached out a large hand and gripped her slender, fragile waist. "Ah," she cried out. She gasped as Sewoo domineeringly pressed her down onto the wide, soft bed. The silk nightgown slid upward during their movement, revealing 2 long, straight, dazzlingly white legs. "Wainer," he whispered. Sewoo lowered his head, greedily claiming those 2 moist, sweet red lips. He pried open her teeth, savagely sweeping through her essence. "Woo," she groaned. The kiss left her breathless, escaping only with unconscious whimpers. Her hands gripped the fabric of Sewoo's clothes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Sewoo's large hand traced the stunning curve of her waist, his fingertips radiating a shivering heat. Through the thin silk, he wantonly explored his territory. The calluses on his palms grazed her delicate skin, sending strange, electric tingles through her. A moving crimson flushed the corners of Lynn Wainer's eyes, spreading quickly to her slender, snowy neck, and staining her delicate collarbones a charming pink. Rip. A soft tearing sound echoed in the quiet bedroom. Under the dim light of the night pearls, a perfect body, sculpted like suet jade, blossomed without reservation before Sewoo's eyes. The undulating curves and the breathtaking pride of her form radiated an extreme temptation that could drive a man mad amidst the interlacing light and shadow. "Wainer, you are so beautiful," Sewoo said. He buried his face in that fragrant, snowy valley. "Ah," she let out. Lynn Wainer arched her slender, snowy neck like a white swan singing in a storm. She bit her red lower lip, trying to suppress the shameful sounds, but her heaving chest and curled toes betrayed the turmoil within. Chapter 209. The next morning, dawnlight barely revealed itself. The main hall of the Su family ancestral grounds held a faint layer of parting sorrow. Sewoo and his wife Su Lele, Lynn Wainer, Su Youngzi, and the parents of Su Lele gathered in the main hall to see Sewoo off. After a night of intimate entanglement, Lynn Wainer's eyes held a touch of moving, young womanly charm. Deep within those beautiful eyes, however, hid an inseparable worry and reluctance. She watched the neatly dressed man before her. He was about to go on a long journey. 1,000 words ultimately melted into one gentle, firm gaze. "Dad, take care of yourself." Sewoo stepped forward. He patted Sewoo's shoulder forcefully. Today's Sewoo was no longer the boy who needed to hide behind his father's wings. His cultivation realm at the domain lord level gave him the bearing of an overlord in every gesture. He watched Sewoo with burning eyes. He promised in a low voice, "Leave this to me. Dad can rest assured." "Right." Sewoo looked at his son who could stand on his own. He nodded with relief. He knew that with the thunder god avatar he left deep within the ancestral grounds, no accidents would happen here. He surveyed the crowd. A relaxed smile hooked at the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand. "All right, go back. It is not a final parting. Why make it so serious?" After finishing this final sentence, Sewoo did not linger. He turned sharply. He strode out of the palace gate. His black windbreaker snapped in the morning breeze. The next second, his figure turned into a fierce stream of light. He shot straight into the sky. He vanished in an instant. The crowd followed out of the hall involuntarily. They looked up at the residual shadow that had already disappeared. They stood there for a long time. Kyushin Imperial Capital. Sewoo just crossed the miniature quantum star gate. A specialized Imperial commissioner waiting for a long time led him. They wound left and right. They arrived in front of a high-tech secret room. The alloy door slid open silently. Sewoo stepped inside. As soon as he entered, 10 different gazes projected onto him at once. The interior space was open. In the very center sat a huge ring-shaped conference table. At this moment, 10 people sat beside the table. A middle-aged man wearing a mysterious black battle robe sat in the main seat. The man kept his eyes closed to rest. No vital energy leaked from his body. Sewoo only needed one look to pierce through this. This person was a super powerhouse at the demigod realm. Obviously, he was not a candidate participating in the primitive land selection. On both sides of the circular table sat 5 men and 4 women in an orderly fashion. They were the other 9 peerless geniuses selected by the Empire out of 10,000. Among these 9 people, 5 were at the first stage of the immortal realm. 2 were at the third stage of the immortal realm. 1 was at the fourth stage of the immortal realm. The most eye-catching was a young man sitting on the far left. The young man kept his short, capable hair. He wore a set of dark red streamlined battle armor. His hands were crossed over his chest. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. The aura on his body was restrained to the extreme. That vaguely emitted oppressive feeling, however, signaled his shocking realm. He was at the 6th stage of the immortal realm. The moment Sowu stepped into the room, the gazes of these 9 geniuses swept over him unreservedly. They carried the meaning of scrutiny and evaluation. However, only a few seconds later, the brows of these geniuses frowned in unison. They reached the same conclusion. They could not sense the specific realm of this black-clothed youth at all. In their view, Sowu seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. Not a single trace of vital energy leaked out. These arrogant Imperial geniuses did not panic too much, however. They naturally assumed in their hearts that Sowu practiced some high-level secret technique of breath concealment. After all, who could think that an aboriginal promoted from the border star system, with a bone age of less than 100 years, would be a great power with the strength of the god realm, who could crush them with one hand? Sit down. The man at the demigod realm in the main seat slowly opened his eyes. His voice carried no emotional color. He raised his chin slightly toward Sowu. Sowu's expression remained as usual. He nodded. He found an empty seat near the edge and sat down. Since everyone has arrived, I will not talk nonsense. Let us get straight to the point. The man at the demigod realm placed his hands together on the table. His gaze swept across the whole room like electricity. Tomorrow morning, the entrance to the primitive land will open completely. To ensure the maximization of the interests of Archaean Empire, the Empire will use a great secret method. It will forcibly bind the landing point of you 10 people in the same area. That is to say, after entering that strange world, you are grasshoppers on the same rope. You must conduct teamwork. Now, while there is still some time, reveal your backgrounds and get to know each other. Luo Feng, start with you first. The man at the demigod realm fell directly on the youth at the 6th stage of the immortal realm, wearing dark red battle armor. Luo Feng, who was called by name, stood up. His expression was cold. He seemed to have little interest in this self-introduction link. He simply said, Luo Feng, 6th stage of the immortal realm, primarily study space, metal, and dark laws. Weapon, long knife. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the other few geniuses at the early stage of the immortal realm in the room flashed with a trace of awe. In the immortal realm, wanting to comprehend one law requires long years and massive resources. With the improvement of the realm, the energy of the martial artist will be dragged significantly. Most people, to ensure the breakthrough of the realm, can only specialize in 1 or 2 laws after reaching the immortal realm. Being able to reach the 6th stage of the immortal realm within 100 years and simultaneously practicing 3 types of laws, this talent and perseverance are simply terrifying. Not to mention that there was one of the most difficult to understand and most unpredictable space laws. With this trump card, Luo Feng was definitely the ceiling of combat power in this team without doubt. Luo Feng finished his introduction. He sat back in his original position. Immediately after, a woman with a cold temperament and wearing white battle clothes sitting beside him stood up slowly. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, but carried a chill that kept people thousands of miles away. Mu Qingxiu, 4th stage of the immortal realm. Ice, wind, water, 3 laws. Weapon, sword. The combination of ice and water, added to the agility and speed of the wind attribute, made the control and killing ability of this woman definitely excellent. Bang! Mu Qingxiu just sat down. A brawny man with a build like an iron tower and short, fiery red hair stood up suddenly. The thick voice buzzed the conference table. My name is Yan Lai, 3rd stage of the immortal realm. Primarily study fire and earth dual laws. I do not like to use any flashy weapons. Rather than use a heavy hammer, it is better to fight hand to hand. The feeling of fist to meat. This Yan Lai, although he only had 2 laws, possessed the explosive nature of fire and the thickness of earth. 1 attack and 1 defense, he took the path of extreme ferocity and violence. Combined with his explosive muscles, he was clearly a hard character who would start fighting if he did not agree. Chapter 210. Next to Yan Lai, a woman wearing a tight battle suit and an alluring figure rose gracefully. She covered her mouth, giggling, her eyes dancing with an alluring charm that could make one's bones go soft. She said, I am Yeling, 3rd stage immortal realm. I cultivate wood, poison, and illusion laws. If you need someone dealt with quietly, I am your best bet. The 5 geniuses of the 1st stage of the immortal realm rose one by one to introduce themselves. Jian Chen, carrying a massive greatsword, his eyes as sharp as a hawk, spoke coldly. Jian Chen, 1st stage immortal realm. I cultivate wind and light laws. I focus on killing. A sturdy man spoke in a muffled voice. Tai Zhan, 1st stage immortal realm. I cultivate metal and earth laws. I specialize in using great shields and battle axes. In the corner, a thin youth, who seemed capable of melting into the shadows at any moment, and had a very low presence, spoke with a hoarse voice. Gu Ying, 1st stage immortal realm. I cultivate dark and wind laws. I specialize in stealth and assassination. There were 2 other women. One with a gentle appearance, named Bai Yao, cultivated light and water laws. The final woman, Yun Meng, cultivated wood and water laws. The 9 introductions concluded. The atmosphere in the room shifted subtly. Everyone's gaze fell on Sowu, who had yet to speak. This mysterious youth, who had been handpicked by the emperor to parachute into the 5th sequence, was an enigma. What hidden talents did he possess? Sowu stood up unhurriedly. He smoothed the wrinkles on his jacket, his tone flat and even. Sowu, 1st stage immortal realm. Thunder and fire laws. Nothing else. Just a bit of brute strength. Silence. The room fell into a deathly stillness for 1 second. Then, except for Luo Feng, Mu Qingxiu, and a few others who remained expressionless, the other geniuses of the first stage of the immortal realm exchanged looks of realization. A first-stage immortal realm with dual laws. It was a configuration that counted as top-tier talent, but they had expected something earth-shattering from the guy who cut the line. It seemed this wild martial artist, who lacked the systematic combat training of the Empire, was not as excellent as they had imagined. While they understood that Suwu might be hiding his strength, they all had their own trump cards. They were the most gifted batch in the Empire, and they received the best resources. If some random person surpassed them easily, it would be a blow to their pride. This internal comfort allowed these Imperial geniuses to feel better. The demigod realm man stood up and walked out of the room after he spoke. Since you understand each other and know the backgrounds, you can discuss tactics or go back to prepare. Once the demigod realm man left, the tension in the room dissipated. Birds of a feather flocked together. These Imperial geniuses quickly gathered in small groups according to their strength and the circles of their respective noble families. They discussed their clustering strategies for when they entered the primitive land. The geniuses of the early immortal realm gathered around Yanlai and Mu Qingxiu, hoping to attach themselves to someone powerful. Only Suwu sat alone in the corner, ignored by everyone. Clearly, in the eyes of these pampered elites, taking along an unproven native was a burden. Suwu did not care. He had no intention of playing team games with this bunch of greenhouse flowers. With his current strength, the divine body only required one punch to smash these 9 Imperial geniuses into dust. He stood up, ready to walk out the door. Just then, steady footsteps approached from the side. You do not seem as simple as they think. A cold voice sounded. Suwu stopped and turned to look. Luo Feng, the youth at the 6th stage of the immortal realm, who had been closing his eyes to rest and possessed the strongest strength in the room, had walked through the crowd. He approached Suwu directly. Luo Feng stopped 3 steps in front of Suwu. On his expressionless face, a rare look of sincerity appeared. He extended his right hand. I am Luo Feng. Once we go inside, let us work together. The surrounding geniuses were stunned by this scene. Luo Feng was a famously cold-faced killer, who always traveled alone among the young generation in the Imperial capital. He had taken the initiative to lower himself and try to get close to that first-stage native. Suwu looked at the extended hand, surprised. He could feel that while the youth looked indifferent on the outside, his eyes remained clear. There was no arrogance of a noble family child. Furthermore, the other party communicated with a stance of equality, or even awe. Interesting. Suwu's mouth curled slightly. He extended his hand and shook Luo Feng's hand lightly. Nice to meet you, Suwu. The simple 4 words were neither humble nor overbearing. Luo Feng nodded slightly. He did not say anything more, withdrew his hand, and turned to leave. Suwu watched Luo Feng's back, shrugged, and walked out of the room, leaving the group of bewildered Imperial geniuses behind. Luo Feng, walking down the hallway, felt far less calm inside than he appeared on the surface. This person is definitely a master. If I treat him like an ordinary first-stage immortal, I will not even know how I died. People like him must be befriended, never made an enemy. Luo Feng pondered as he walked. Others did not know that his ability to reach the 6th stage of the immortal realm within 100 years came from his possession of a 1 in a million peerless physique. The spirit rhinoceros body. This constitution not only gave him an absurd affinity for the vital energy of heaven and earth, but it also granted him a terrifying intuition that bordered on precognition. His perception of danger in the surrounding environment was several times sharper than that of a demigod powerhouse. The moment Suwu pushed open that alloy door and stepped into the room, Luo Feng, who sat in the chair, felt his heart pierced by a cold, sharp blade. His spirit rhinoceros body issued an unprecedented warning at that moment. It was as if a god, capable of crushing the galaxy with one hand, had descended before him without warning. That suffocating terror lasted only for an instant, before the opponent perfectly restrained it, but it broke Luo Feng out in a cold sweat. At that moment, he understood. Where was the youth called Suwu, an immortal first-stage native with 2 laws? That was clearly a forbidden great power. Was his real realm the peak of the immortal realm? A demigod? Who knew? Thinking of this, Luo Feng decided not to ponder further. As long as he maintained good relations with Suwu, it would be enough. Chapter 211. The Imperial Commissioner led Suwu from the conference room back to the private residence the Empire had assigned to the 5th sequence candidate. It stood at the edge of the Imperial capital's cybercore district, a detached villa. Glowing neon light rails and cold metal armor wrapped the building, radiating the harsh, unfeeling aesthetic of future technology. As he reached the threshold, a pale blue holographic beam swept over his body from top to bottom. A beep sounded. Identity verification passed. Welcome home, Lord Suwu, 5th sequence. The synthesized mechanical voice of a woman lacked any hint of emotion. The heavy alloy door slid silently open to the sides. Suwu stepped into the villa. The scene inside stood in stark contrast to the exterior. The extreme cyberpunk style vanished. No metal or machinery marred the interior. Wooden furniture exuded a faint, fragrant scent. Ink-wash landscape scrolls hung on the walls, full of ancient charm. This return to simplicity and natural decor provided a serene respite within the cold, bustling technological city. Suwu lacked the leisure to admire the Empire's taste in interior design. A thought circled in his mind, sparked during the conference room meeting, when he watched Luo Feng and the others display their diverse laws. Could he crush all 6 laws and force them to fuse together? He had once made a rough attempt to combine water, fire, thunder, and space laws when creating the nameless blade technique. That, however, had been a simple exercise of unleashing them simultaneously to attack an enemy, not a true integration. Now, the chaos technique provided the theoretical guidance, with its ability to contain rivers and assimilate all things. This wild idea seemed feasible. He breathed in deeply and strode to the center of the spacious training room. To prevent an uncontrollable energy surge from blowing up the villa, he willed his intent and slashed his hands through the air. A transparent spatial fault, invisible to the naked eye, acted like an airtight glass dome. It completely sliced through and enveloped a 10-foot area around his body. He closed his eyes, regulated his breath, and submerged his mind into his soul sea. The chaos technique spun wildly. His dantian became a greedy black hole. The supreme chaos body grew restless. He carefully began to mobilize the laws. The first, the azure blue water law, flowed out like a trickling stream. The second, the crimson fire law, rose with heat that burned everything. The third, the purple black thunder law, roared like a violent dragon. The fourth, the emerald green wood law, radiated endless vitality. The fifth, the deep blue ice law, carried the absolute zero of a soul-freezing chill. Water, fire, thunder, wood, ice. 5 different, opposing law energies gathered above Sowu's palm. Using his terrifying god realm divine sense, he forced these 5 rebellious forces to press toward a single point. Water and fire repelled each other. Thunder tore through the air. Ice and wood clashed. Upon contact, they unleashed a backlash strong enough to instantly annihilate an ordinary demigod. The colorful energy ball trembled and distorted, threatening to explode. Sowu gritted his teeth. He pushed the devouring and assimilating properties of the chaos technique to their limit. The technique acted like an invisible furnace, pulling the 5 rampaging energies together. Under the compression of his divine sense, the head-sized ball of energy shrank. It became the size of a fist, then a walnut, and finally, it transformed into a bean-sized, unstable point of light that flickered with destructive power. Now, veins bulged on Sowu's forehead. He knew the chaos technique could not hold this energy point forever. Lock. Sowu shouted and slammed his hands together. The space law transformed into thousands of indestructible, invisible chains. They wrapped around the core light point, which the 5 compressed laws had created, sealing it tight. Space collapsed. Laws solidified. A hum filled the room. The moment the spatial cage closed, a strange, eerie silence descended. Under the extreme pressure of the space law, the colorful, violent energy point lost its hue. It transformed into a deep, pure black, a void that seemed capable of sucking in a soul. This was not ordinary black. It was the absolute nothingness, a symbol of the universe before its beginning, the return of all things to the source. Sowu had succeeded. He used the space law as a shell, and the chaos technique as a furnace. He had forced the 5 attribute laws together, creating a tiny energy black hole. The second the chaos singularity formed, the situation changed. The small black dot, which had hovered quietly in midair, erupted with a terrifying, bone-chilling suction. The suction defied all laws of physics. It was not wind. It was pure gravitational collapse and law consumption. Cracking sounds echoed. Objects within the 10-foot space around Sowu had no time to react. They shattered instantly. They crumbled like fragile cookies, crushed by an invisible hand into their finest molecules, and spiraled wildly toward the black singularity. Upon touching the edge of the singularity, they vanished silently, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. That was only the beginning. The air inside the training room vanished instantly, creating an absolute vacuum. What chilled Sowu to the bone was that even light could not escape. The singularity acted as a center, twisting and pulling the light, swallowing it whole. Sowu's vision darkened. The entire space within the barrier plunged into absolute, pitch-black darkness. At the same time, a destructive aura, terrifying enough to reverse the galaxy, burst forth from the singularity. If Sowu had not set up a 6-tier spatial barrier in advance to hold it back, the suction and aura radiating from this singularity would have leveled this Imperial capital villa, and even half of the surrounding block, in an instant. Chapter 212. Damn it. This is big. Sowu's face changed as he felt his vital energy draining at the speed of a floodgate release into the singularity. He forced himself to cut the energy supply, dissolving the spatial law chains wrapped on the outside. Without a fulcrum to balance the energy, the pure black singularity trembled slightly in midair before vanishing silently into nothingness like a phantom. Gasping for air, the room refilled with light as the darkness retreated. Sowu slumped onto the empty floor, breathing heavily. He stared at his empty hands, eyes flickering with unprecedented fanaticism and excitement. Too strong. This pure power of annihilation defies all reason. He assessed the power of the move in his mind. A sudden spark of inspiration in his brain had produced such power. While he did not know how to utilize this move right now, he could perhaps overlay it onto other attacks in the same fashion. A blade edge condensed with spatial isolation would be terrifying to imagine. Of course, he could throw it directly, turning the target into nothingness. That was also a good option. It needed a name. Chaos. Sowu whispered the name in his heart. The next morning, Sowu pushed open the villa gate, his brows knitting together. Today, even the air in the Imperial capital felt inexplicably eerie. The surrounding space presented an extremely distorted and viscous sensation, making it difficult even to breathe. This was, without a doubt, the spatial tremor triggered by the primitive land, that place independent of the universe, forcibly docking with the present world. Guided by the Imperial commissioner, Sowu traveled all the way to a side hall located behind the Imperial palace. The side hall was enormous, yet so empty that it made one's scalp tingle. In the center of the hall, no divine statues stood, nor were there complex decorations. A huge pool stood built abruptly in the middle. The liquid in the pool appeared gray and white, rising without the slightest ripple, carrying a bone-chilling cold that struck directly at the soul. 3 decrepit elders sat cross-legged on the edge of the pool. Suwu narrowed his eyes, sweeping his divine sense over them. His heart suddenly jolted. Bottomless. With his true cultivation at the demigod realm, plus the blessing of his divine soul, he could not see through the depths of these 3 people at all. These 3 were definitely true god realm powerhouses who had transcended the demigod realm. The Imperial Foundation was truly terrifying. Suwu arrived first. Within a few minutes, Luo Feng, Mu Qingxiu, and the other 8 sequence geniuses stepped into the hall one by one. The group is all here, so let us not delay. The god realm elder in the center opened his murky eyes slowly. With a flick of his withered fingers, 10 ancient tokens fell accurately into everyone's hands. 3 elders attacked simultaneously. After spending a full 30 minutes, they injected an extremely complex and obscure law mark into each of the 10 people. This mark served as the positioning coordinate to ensure they would not be scattered in the spatial turbulence and would land in the same spot. Upon finishing this, the 3 elders stopped in unison, their gazes cast with immense respect toward the void above the side hall. Suwu's heart stirred, and he followed their line of sight to look up. Luo Feng and the other 9 geniuses looked up with bewildered expressions. In their field of vision, the hall dome stood completely empty, without even a spider web. However, in Suwu's eyes, which had condensed his divine soul, he saw clearly that deep within the overlapping void, a majestic figure stood quietly, wrapped tightly in boundless chaotic light. The Qiushan Emperor. Suwu felt inwardly shocked. At that very instant, the Emperor in the chaotic light seemed to notice Suwu's gaze. The ruler, who sat high above, paused clearly, surprised that a junior not yet 100 years old could see through his concealment at such a realm. After a brief moment of astonishment, the Emperor nodded slightly in response. The time has come. Start. The elder on the right spoke in a low voice, pointing to the strange pool. Enter, all of you. The 10 people did not dare to delay, stepping into the pool one by one. Upon entering, they noticed an incredible sight. The water in the pool was not solid at all. No matter how they moved, they could not touch any liquid texture, and not a single drop of water touched their clothes or socks, as if they walked through a phantom of light and shadow. Immediately following, the elder in charge of casting the spell waved his long sleeve. Several brilliant beams of light flew like meteors into the formation nodes on the surrounding walls, his hands forming seals at high speed. Boom! The previously dead silent pool boiled violently instantly, as if a giant beast that had slept for 10,000 years had awakened with a roar at the bottom of the pool. The ground vanished beneath his feet, and a terrifying suction force, impossible to resist, surged from the bottom of the pool, dragging his entire body straight down. The surrounding scene blurred and twisted instantly, leaving only the sound of water in his ears. As the teleportation formation operated fully, the 10 people prepared to enter the spatial passage completely. At that very instant, the elder who was madly forming seals had a strange purple light flash in his murky eyes without any warning. A cruel, savage grin curled the corners of his mouth. In the last half-second, he changed a tiny trajectory of the seals on his hands. Impudent! A terrifying roar exploded in the side hall like thunder from the 9 heavens. Hum! The void shattered. The Qiushan Emperor, radiating chaotic light from his whole body, tore through space instantly, appearing behind the purple-eyed elder like a teleportation. The Emperor's rage caused the entire Imperial palace to groan and tremble at this moment. His Dharma eyes pierced through the falsehood, seeing clearly that this Imperial veteran had tampered with the pool formation at the last moment. The violent Emperor's pressure locked onto the elder tightly, but the light in the pool had already climbed to the limit. What the hell is going on? Suwu noticed the situation, looking toward the top of the pool in surprise. However, swish! The water surface returned to calm. The figures of Suwu and the other 9 geniuses had already been swallowed completely by the tampered formation, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 213. The primitive land, within the sheepfold of the western region, lay a forest of withered wood. A massive, gray and white lake, originally calm as dead water, boiled violently without warning. Huge bubbles burst on the surface, rising into scorching white mist that twisted the line of sight. Gurgling sounds filled the air, followed by a roar. A deafening, muffled explosion erupted from the water. A figure shot into the air, spat out by the strange lake. The entrance lacked elegance. The figure hung upside down, feet pointing toward the sky. This comical scene matched the position Suwu had assumed back in the side hall of the Imperial Palace when the teleportation pool forced him down. Damn this broken teleportation array. Suwu hung in midair. Gravity vanished, and the space felt inverted. He cursed inwardly. His reaction remained swift. He twisted his waist violently in the void. With a loud bang, he kicked the air as if exploding it. The recoil propelled him into a sharp flip. He landed steadily on the hard, dry soil of the lakeshore. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Suwu released his massive, dense divine sense. It swept outward in all directions from him like a storm. Understanding the surrounding environment remained the first priority upon arrival. When the feedback returned, Suwu revealed an undisguised shock on his face. Huge. It was too huge. The divine sense revealed an ancient forest composed of countless towering trees. The trunk of every tree stood thick, like a skyscraper rising from the ground, piercing the clouds. Strangely, the branches of these giant trees stood bare, lacking even a single leaf. The entire forest displayed a gray-brown desolation and decay. An oppressive, desolate aura permeated the place. This did not surprise Suwu the most. His current divine sense at the first stage of the demigod realm, when released with full force, covered an entire stellar system with ease. A galaxy on the scale of the solar system required only a single thought to scan clearly. Yet now, his divine sense net, capable of shrouding a galaxy, extended to its limit here. It failed to find the boundary of this withered wood forest. This gray-brown forest of silence seemed endless. Is this the primitive land? A single forest of withered wood exceeds the vastness of a stellar system. Suwu drew a cold breath, feeling a shiver run through him. Lei Yin had claimed this place was a complete, nascent universe. Such terrifying spatial scale completely overturned his understanding of geography. After the shock, a cold wind blew through the forest of withered wood. It emitted a wail like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Suwu stood by the lake, suddenly realizing an extremely serious problem. He looked around. Beside those silent giant trees towering into the clouds, and the gray-white lake behind him gradually calming, no one stood nearby. Did they not say the landing points for the 10 candidates were forcibly bound together? Suwu knitted his brows tightly. His eyes flashed with uncertain suspicion. Where is Luo Feng? Where is Mu Qingxiu? What about those Imperial geniuses? Why am I alone here? Thoughts raced through his mind. Suwu instantly recalled the final moment, when the teleportation array operated at full capacity, and the pool sucked them in. The old man in the gray robe who managed the formation, the strange purple light that flashed in his eyes. Suwu's gaze turned cold. He only glimpsed that strange scene before the teleportation forced its start. Combined with his current situation, alone and randomly dropped into this sea of withered wood, the truth became obvious. Some uncontrollable accident must have occurred, or perhaps a premeditated plot. The old man tampered with the teleportation coordinates at the last moment. Suwu pondered. It appeared the interior of the Kyushan Empire did not stand as united as it looked on the surface. These troubled waters ran deeper than he imagined. However, he had arrived, so he would settle in. Suwu felt no panic over being trapped alone in this dangerous primitive land. Instead, he closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the depths of his soul to sense the connection spanning the dimensional boundary. A hum echoed. Seconds later, Suwu opened his eyes abruptly. A light of relief flashed in his deep, black eyes. He felt it. Even in this primitive universe with entirely different rules, he still perceived the Thunder God clone left behind at the Su ancestral ground space in the Milky Way. The soul bond between them acted like quantum entanglement. It did not break despite crossing universes. It remained stable. Suwu let out a long breath of relief. As for getting separated from those so-called Imperial geniuses, forget it. Separation might be for the best. Suwu shook his head and brushed off his clothes. He had no desire to play house with that group of so-called geniuses. He feared exposing his trump cards if he brought them along. Alone, he could travel freely, and killing for loot would prove much easier. The most urgent task involves searching for the local creatures in this vast primitive world. According to the intelligence gathered by the Empire over 10 million years of exploration, some uncivilized, powerful indigenous people live in this primitive land, gathering in tribes. The life-saving straw the Kyushan Empire wants at any cost, the sacred object, actually serves as nothing more than a personal accessory used by those tribal leaders and warriors to decorate their status. Finding the tribe equals finding the clues to the sacred object. Having made up his mind, Suwu identified a direction and prepared to take flight. Yet, at the very moment his feet left the ground, a boom echoed. A terrifying, wild, and savage wave of blood energy, as scorching as a volcanic eruption, exploded from the depths of the withered forest dozens of miles to his left. It crushed toward his position with terrifying speed. Along the way, the giant withered trees, as thick as skyscrapers, snapped like fragile toothpicks under the force of that terrifying physical impact. It sent out a continuous roar of explosions. Chapter 214. The beast let out a terrifying roar, full of primitive and bloodthirsty desire. A hideous skull, as large as a small hill, crashed through the final rows of giant trees. It entered the field of vision accompanied by flying wood chips and dust, charging forward with immense ferocity. The creature resembled an ancient western dragon. The beast possessed no wings upon its back. The body exceeded 100 meters in length, much like a derailed high-speed train. Dark red, iron-hard scales covered its body. Each scale measured the size of a millstone. They flashed with a cold metallic luster under the dim light. For thick limbs, sturdy as pillars, held it up while its sharp claws sank deep into the soil. The beastly eyes, like two giant red lanterns, radiated a chilling and vicious glare. Suwu showed no signs of surprise when faced with such a visually striking behemoth. There are no vital energy fluctuations here. The physical blood and energy are focused to the extreme. It is just as I thought. Suwu narrowed his eyes slightly. Lei Yin had informed him that this primitive land, serving as a nascent universe, operated under laws of heaven and earth entirely different from the outside world. The vital energy here remained thin, nearly impossible to absorb. Therefore, the creatures and indigenous people born here did not follow the path of law and vital energy. They practiced the way of pure blood and energy, developing the physical body to its absolute limit. The blood energy beast clearly viewed Suwu, a strange outsider radiating alien energy, as a tasty snack. It opened its bloody maw, wide enough to swallow a villa in one bite. It exposed pale fangs that resembled interlocked blades and lunged straight toward Suwu. The air compressed under the force of this pounce, creating a sharp sonic boom. Suwu did not dodge this violent impact. It is large. Unfortunately, the cultivation level is lacking. Suwu perceived the strength of the blood energy radiating from the giant beast instantly. At most, it equated to the peak of the pulse-conserving realm in the outside world. Pulse-conserving realm meant nothing to Suwu now. It posed no threat. Today, I will play by your rules and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Suwu utilized no laws of heaven and earth, nor did he summon any manifestations. He stepped forward abruptly and clenched his right fist. The physical body of Suwu, having transformed into a demigod physique, roared to life. 6 colored law patterns, representing water, fire, thunder, space, ice, and wood, emerged beneath his fair skin like living meridians. They moved and pulsed, radiating a frightening light of annihilation. The power of a divine body, even without using vital energy, could crush stars with physical strength alone. Suwu hardened his gaze. He threw a simple, crude straight punch, meeting the blood-filled maw, which resembled a black hole, head-on without any flourishes. A tiny figure collided with a massive one in midair. A terrifying muffled sound echoed through the forest. A ring of visible white air waves expanded like the shockwave of a nuclear explosion, centered on the point where the man and the beast collided. The hard ground within a radius of several miles was scraped down by 3 feet in an instant. The moment the fist made contact with the fangs, the giant western dragon beast met its end. Its indestructible teeth, its dark red scales comparable to star meteor alloys, and its proud blood energy defense at the peak of the pulse-conserving realm acted like fragile tofu construction in the face of Suwu's divine fist, marked with law patterns. It crumbled. There was no suspense. The beast did not even manage to emit a single whimper. The massive body, 100 meters in length, began to crack from the head down. The terrifying power of Suwu's punch blasted it directly into a blinding blood mist, spanning several hundred meters in midair. Blood rain poured down, staining the lakeside soil red. He killed it with a single punch. Suwu slowly retracted his fist. Not a single drop of beast blood touched his body. The law patterns on the surface of his divine body gradually faded beneath his skin. He prepared to turn and leave. He paused. Suwu narrowed his eyes. He perceived, with great keenness, that one object did not disintegrate, along with the body of the beast within the stinking blood mist falling from the sky. He moved his intent, and an invisible suction force passed through his body. The object pierced through the blood mist and flew into his palm. Suwu opened his hand to examine it carefully. Resting in his palm was a strange crystal, roughly the size of a chicken egg, appearing deep blood red in its entirety. This crystal was not cold stone. A faint blood light emanated from its surface, brightening and dimming like a heartbeat. Holding it in his hand, Suwu could clearly feel the inside of this small crystal, surging with an extremely powerful and pure blood energy, just like a living heart. Such dense blood energy origin. A trace of surprise flashed in Suwu's eyes. The quality of blood energy contained within this crystal far exceeded the strength of the giant beast he had just destroyed. It resembled a high-energy battery, highly compressed and pure, without any impurities. What is this thing? Suwu quickly flipped through the information in the electronic jade slip provided by Lei Yan within his mind. He could not find a single word of description regarding this kind of blood-colored crystal. Lei Yan's intelligence only mentioned indigenous people, sacred objects, and the distribution of some dangerous areas. It never mentioned that the local fierce beasts here would drop such strange crystal cores. Furthermore, another doubt lingered in Suwu's mind. Why had this western dragon giant beast accurately locked onto him from dozens of miles away? It had entered a state of frantic, irrational slaughter the moment it appeared, just like it had seen an irreconcilable enemy. Was it because the law energy of the outside world on his body was too intense, triggering a rejection reaction from this world? The intelligence of the Empire appears incomplete. Suwu played with the blood-colored crystal in his hand, his eyes becoming increasingly deep and cold. Blind guessing held no meaning in this strange universe, where he was effectively blind. Forget it. Regardless of what it is, since it contains such massive energy, it will have value for research if I keep it. Suwu flipped his wrist and stored the blood-colored crystal in an independent corner of his spatial ring for safekeeping. He did not linger. His figure rose from the ground, transformed into a stream of light, and fled in a random direction. Chapter 215. Half a day passed. Suwu broke through the oppressive gray forest and landed on the ground outside the trees. Looking back, he felt a sting of surprise in his heart. This half-day of full-speed flight would have easily crossed a vast star field in the Milky Way, given his current terrifying speed as a demigod. This did not mean the forest was actually as large as a star field. The fundamental reason lay in the extreme exclusionary rules of the primitive land. Upon arriving, Suwu noticed his vast ocean of law energy felt as if a heavy, invisible shackle bound it. In this world, the movement of an outsider's energy felt sluggish. The law of space suffered repression. Spatial jumps that easily tore through the void and covered millions of miles could barely achieve 1/10 of their effect here. Flight speed suffered as well. It felt like an astronaut accustomed to light-speed flight suddenly dropped into a deep ocean filled with viscous mercury. Everywhere felt restricted. This half-day trip had some benefits. Along the way, Suwu casually crushed more than 10 primitive beasts that tried to ambush him. Like the western dragon beast he encountered earlier, these beasts possessed no intelligence. They killed by instinct and were monsters cultivating pure blood and energy. Strangely, After blasting these low-level beasts, below the Star King level into blood mist, he found no sign of the strange blood-colored crystals. Perhaps the crystal cores containing high concentrations of blood energy only formed in beasts that reached the pulse-conserving realm, or higher levels. Suwu had a rough theory. The blood and energy of weak creatures remained mixed and impure, unable to condense high-purity energy crystals within their bodies. While he did not know the use of the blood crystals, the pure blood energy inside might help Suwu improve significantly if he brought them back. Walking out of the withered forest, the view ahead made Suwu pause. Before him lay a vast, vibrant green grassland. A gentle breeze brushed by. Waist-high green grass rolled like ocean waves, emitting the fragrance of soil and grass mixed together. Suwu stood on the boundary line and looked down. Beneath his feet, a strange and shocking visual impact appeared. On the left lay dirt from the withered forest where no grass grew, a place of deathly silence. On the right lay a lush, fertile grassland full of vitality. The boundary line between the two looked straight, as if a divine sword had cleaved it. No transition or gradient existed. Some indescribable rule of strange power forcibly separated the withered forest of death from the grassland of life. They stood distinct, neither encroaching on the other. This primitive land had creation rules quite different from the outside world. Two extreme environments of life and death held such clear boundaries. Suwu narrowed his eyes and pondered. He prepared to step into the grassland to continue his exploration. Something shifted. His massive divine sense net captured a violent burst of blood energy deep in the grassland ahead. A living creature, a native creature with high intelligence and group consciousness. A sharp light flashed in Suwu's eyes. Finding them meant finding clues to the sacred object. His figure blurred. He moved rapidly toward the direction captured by his divine sense. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, a terrifying beast as large as a mountain roared in the air. This giant beast had a mighty, hideous lion head. Its body resembled a lion and tiger, robust and strong. On its back grew a pair of wide eagle wings made of pure gold, with a wingspan of hundreds of meters. Sharp eagle claws flashed with a cold light that could tear everything apart in the sun. It resembled a griffin from mythology. The aura radiating from this griffin felt incredibly powerful. That violent, sea-like blood energy formed a visible bloodstorm in the air. Every time it flapped its wings, it kicked up a hurricane of level 12 strength capable of uprooting thousand-year-old trees. Blood energy fluctuations at the immortal level. The strength of this griffin had reached the first level of the immortal realm, or perhaps approached the second. Yet, such an overlord-level immortal giant beast found itself in a miserable battle. A strange army of about 300 soldiers surrounded and besieged it. It was not some larger ancient monster. These creatures had the muscular, bronze-skinned human torso of a man for their upper half. The lower half consisted of a strong, spirited horse body covered in tight muscle lines. These centaur natives stood quite tall, generally over 3 meters high. On their bare upper bodies, mysterious and rough totem patterns were drawn in a dark red beast blood. These patterns contained some kind of strange additive power. As blood energy circulated within their bodies, the totems emitted flickering blood light. This greatly increased their physical strength. They held no flying swords, knives, or guns like the warriors of the outside world. Some centaurs held rough spears 5 to 6 meters long, made of unknown black heavy metal. Others pulled back terrifyingly strong bows taller than a man, the strings made of twisted tendons from adult giant beasts. Although the individual blood energy cultivation of these 300 centaur warriors mostly remained at the domain master and pulse-conserving level, far different from the immortal level griffin, they displayed terrifying military discipline and formation coordination. Chapter 216. A roar shattered the silence. The griffin, thoroughly enraged, unleashed a piercing shriek that cut through the air. The massive beast dove, spreading its colossal talons, which were large enough to crush small hills. A destructive wind of blood and malice buffeted the centaur formation below. Had that strike landed, it would have turned the dozens of centaurs in the center into a mass of pulp. A guttural war cry rose from the ranks. Faced with the death dive of an immortal realm beast, the centaur warriors did not retreat. At the front of the formation, a leader stood. He towered nearly 5 meters tall, his bronze skin rippling with muscles, his blood energy pulsing at the peak of the pulse-conserving realm. He unleashed a roar that shook the earth. The ground bucked. Soil flew as 300 centaur warriors slammed their hooves into the earth in perfect unison. The earth trembled. The dark red totems on the warrior's skin erupted with blinding crimson light. This was no chaotic explosion of energy. It was a resonance. Pillars of blood energy shot from their heads, weaving and twisting in the air like solidified smoke. This was the killing technique of the primitive land, the war formation. Formations in the outside world required complex flags, plates, and the absorption of heaven and earth energy to function. In the primitive land, where energy remained scarce, these natives had carved out a path for the physical body. The war formation needed no material medium. It used each warrior as a node, and their blood energy as the thread, fusing every individual into an inseparable whole in an instant. The centaur leader hurled his rough, black metal spear into the air. 300 pillars of blood energy converged upon that single weapon. Endless crimson light churned overhead, condensing into a phantasm of a centaur war god, standing 1,000 feet tall, and looking terrifyingly lifelike. The war god held a colossal spear forged from condensed blood energy. The pressure radiated from it rivaled the immortal realm griffin. The 300 centaur warriors roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The war god phantasm moved in perfect synchronization with them. The colossal spear, wrapped in a terrifying blood-red storm that threatened to tear the void apart, struck directly at the diving talons of the griffin. The collision of the spear and the talons produced a thunderous impact. A ring of visible, terrifying blood-red shockwaves swept outward like a violent tsunami. The vibrant green grass within 10 miles was uprooted and ground into powder. The talons of the immortal realm griffin, which could crush mountain peaks, cracked under the pressure of the formation phantasm. The massive body of the beast halted in midair. Its proud immortal blood energy could not shake this formation, which 300 low-level warriors had condensed. The 100 archers at the rear of the formation drew their bows. The bowstrings, made from the tendons of giant beasts, hummed with tension. 100 thick bone arrows shot into the sky. As these arrows pierced the red light of the formation, they seemed to gain an armor-piercing quality, with strange dark light flickering on their tips. The arrows rained down like a dense storm, accurately striking the belly and wings of the griffin where its defenses were weakest. The hard feather armor tore apart. Boiling beast blood poured from the sky like a waterfall. The griffin let out a miserable, pained cry. A hint of fear flickered in its burning eyes. It flapped its wings frantically, desperate to gain altitude and flee this battlefield of death. The centaur leader stood with eyes burning red, his muscles bulging like knotted dragons. He leaped high, merging his body into the massive war god phantasm. His roar and the shouts of 300 warriors merged perfectly. The blood-red spear in the hands of the war god phantasm glowed with brilliant intensity. All the blood energy compressed to the limit, transforming into a crimson rainbow that struck with speed 100 times faster than lightning. It pierced through the heavens and the earth in an instant. There was no suspense. The crimson rainbow moved with unstoppable force, stabbing through the belly of the griffin and exiting through its broad spine. The strike shredded the beating heart on the spot. Violent blood energy exploded within the body of the griffin. The mountain-like overlord stiffened, its life force fading from its eyes. It crashed onto the grassland with a heavy thud, creating a massive crater, and fell silent. Dust filled the air. The light from the totems on the bodies of the 300 centaur warriors dimmed. They gasped for breath, as using such a heaven-defying war formation placed a massive burden on their bodies. Yet, on the face of every centaur, a fanatical joy for victory and bloodlust shone. They had used domain master and pulse-conserving bodies to kill an immortal realm beast. Suwu watched from a fold in the void. He witnessed this shocking scene, his deep black eyes filled with amazement. What a brutal method. Formations in the outside world required strict conditions, and the slightest interference would cause them to fail. This strange formation of the primitive land used living creatures as nodes, connecting their blood energy and binding their lives together. This technique, which completely abandoned complex energy management to pursue the ultimate physical explosion, was a killing art tailored for physical cultivators. On the grassland, wild cheers rang out. The 300 centaur warriors raised their black spears, celebrating their glorious victory over the immortal realm beast. Before the joy could fully blossom, the situation changed. A figure appeared directly above the centaur warriors. The youth spoke, his lips parting slightly, giving the tough natives no chance to react or reform their formation. Suppress. As the cold command fell, the rules of heaven and earth solidified in an instant. A massive, ancient character meaning suppress, radiating dazzling golden light, crashed down from the void. The golden light transformed into a heavy prison, instantly shrouding the 300 centaur warriors, the massive griffin carcass, and the space for several thousand miles around. The centaur warriors, cheering only a second before, froze with fanatical smiles on their faces. The irresistible, terrifying pressure descended. Their raised arms, their forward hooves, and even the pillars of blood energy above their heads remained fixed in the air. Even the wind stopped. Every centaur pupil contracted, and unprecedented terror surged in their eyes. These 300 primitive warriors, who had just slain an immortal beast, were pinned in place under the blinding golden character, unable to move a single inch. Chapter 217. Suwu hovered in the air. The massive golden character for suppress hung above the earth like a divine mandate, pinning the 300 centaur warriors to the ground. He waved his sleeve. The giant blood-red crystal core inside the griffin's body shot out. It landed firmly in his palm. The terror inside the crystal surged. He nodded to himself. This type of blood crystal only formed within the bodies of creatures that reached the immortal realm, or at the very least, the pulse-conserving realm. After storing the crystal, Suwu scanned the immobilized centaur warriors below. He noticed that every native, regardless of their strength, wore 1 or 2 crude trinkets. Some wore necklaces made of unidentified beast bones, and others were arm rings made of dull, beaten metal. Suwu exerted his will. The pressure weighing down on the centaurs eased slightly. They could move just enough to obey, but they lacked the strength to resist. He spoke in a cold, clear voice. Hand over every trinket you are wearing, or you will die. The centaur warriors stared back in confusion. They did not understand the interstellar common tongue. Suwu frowned. He channeled his divine sense. He pushed the intent, surrender your trinkets or die, directly into the minds of every centaur present. This time, they understood. Brave ones reached out with trembling hands to unlatch necklaces and metal rings. They held them high. Suwu snatched the items through the air. He studied a bone necklace. It felt rough, carved with crooked totem markings. A faint, mysterious aura pulsed from it. This was it. This was the so-called sacred light carrier the Qiushan Empire sought, the artifact to withstand the great reckoning of the Annihilation era. The signal felt weak, but it was better than nothing. Small gains would eventually build to a tower. The centaurs scrambled to hand over their items, terrified he would strike. The centaur leader, the massive bull among them, watched Suwu with awe. He thought fast. This was the time of the cycle when the circle masters arrived to harvest the meat crystals. But this one looked different. He possessed soft, delicate skin. Why did he want these scraps? He usually only cared for high-grade crystals. Maybe he had a strange hobby, collecting trash from the lower beings. The leader did not dare to ask. If the master wanted them, he would have them. He gathered his courage and projected his thoughts back through the same mental connection. Noble Circle Master, we have finished collecting this cycle's quota of meat crystals. They sit in the treasury. If you do not mind, please follow us back to the tribe to count them yourself. Suwu hesitated. Meat crystals? That must refer to the blood-red cores. But what kind of name was Circle Master? It did not matter. If they believed he was a master, he would play the part. It saved him the trouble of wandering this vast grassland like a lost fly. He kept his expression cold and unreadable. He gave a slight nod and dispersed the suppression aura. The leader whistled, and the warriors went to work. They butchered the griffin with practiced ease, wrapping the meat in tough beast skin and loading it onto their backs. They bowed low and led the way. Suwu flew alongside the column, casually plucking memories from a captive along the way. He learned their language and the truth of this world. The truth shocked him. They were not warriors. They were sheep. The endless grassland was just a massive sheepfold. The terrifying beings who descended to harvest them were the Circle Masters, the true owners of the pen. Chapter 218. Suwu gazed down from his seat at the Centaur Chief, who possessed the combat power of an immortal realm stage 2 entity. His expression perfectly captured the arrogance of a superior being. Skip the formal pleasantries, Suwu said in the native language he had just mastered, his voice cold. He strode toward the giant bone hall at the city center, without sparing the chief a single glance. The chief dared not harbor the slightest suspicion. Relieved to be dismissed, he scrambled to his feet. He bowed his waist and led the way with cautious, several steps. Soon, a crowd escorted Suwu into the magnificent bone hall at the center of the city. He took his seat on the broad throne without hesitation. His calm, deep gaze swept over the trembling centaur executives below, who were too afraid to even breathe loudly. The chief possessed sharp instincts. He knew the Circle Masters held little patience for wasted time. He turned, waved a hand, and roared. Why are you standing there? Move. Go to the vault. Bring every meat crystal collected during this cycle to the master. A few dozen of the strongest centaur warriors obeyed. Before long, they hauled in over 10 massive boxes crafted from dark, unknown timber. The lids opened with heavy thuds. A thick scent of blood and raw life force flooded the hall, almost manifesting as crimson mist. The crates were packed full with blood-colored energy cores, tossed inside like common cabbage. Each crystal represented the fall of a beast that had reached at least the peak of the pulse-conserving realm, if not the immortal realm. Suwu pupils contracted slightly. This was a fortune. If he took all these blood energy crystals back for the young men Suyu to use, his physical strength would likely skyrocket and improve by several grades. Despite the excitement rising within him, his face remained as still as a frozen lake. He simply raised his right hand and waved it lightly through the air. A flash of space ring law energy cut through the hall. The heavy wooden boxes in the center of the room, along with the mountain of crystals inside, vanished into thin air, utterly secured within his possession. The quantity and quality of this tribute are acceptable. I suppose they will suffice. Suwu tapped his index finger against the armrest made from a beast's skull. The rhythmic tapping filled the room. The sound struck the hearts of the centaur leaders below. Silence hung in the hall. All the centaurs held their breath, their nerves taut, waiting for the next order from their circle master. However, he stopped tapping. His gaze sharpened, locking directly onto the chief. My early arrival today serves a purpose beyond collecting the standard quota from your tribe. I have a special, urgent task. The chief trembled at these words. He pressed his massive head lower and bellowed his loyalty. Whatever commands the master has, this servant will go through fire and water without hesitation. Pass on my order. Go to all the other centaur tribes around the grassland and seize their meat crystals ahead of schedule. The atmosphere in the hall tightened, but then relaxed. Rent collection from other tribes was a familiar job, and it provided a perfect excuse to suppress old rivals. But Suwu's next sentence stunned them all. Furthermore, Suwu raised his voice, and the sound echoed through the hollow hall. Beyond the meat crystals, tell those tribes to strip off every bone ornament and metal accessory they wear. Leave nothing behind. Bring it all to me. Silence fell over the hall. Every high-ranking centaur, including the worldly chief, froze. They understood collecting meat crystals. But why collect those worthless scraps of jewelry? The chief looked up, his eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. He assumed the master had given the wrong order. Master, I will arrange the collection of the meat crystals from the surrounding tribes, but the ornaments. The chief's voice grew quieter. Why would you want such junk? Boom. Before the chief could finish, Suwu's gaze turned ice cold. The pressure of the demigod realm followed his divine sense and slammed directly into the depths of the chief's soul. Are you teaching me how to do my job? These 6 words carried the majesty of a god that allowed no blasphemy, and they exploded in the mind of the centaur chief. Darkness swallowed the chief's vision. It felt as if 10,000 blood energy beasts trampled through his mind at once. The surging immortal realm blood energy within him reversed instantly. His body shook uncontrollably as if struck by lightning, and sweat the size of beans instantly soaked through his fur. This servant dares not. I deserve to die 10,000 times over. The chief was frightened out of his wits. The tearing sensation from the depths of his soul shattered his dignity. He slammed his forehead against the hard black stone floor. The dull thuds echoed without ceasing. After only a few strikes, the stone slab cracked, and stone fragments mixed with the centaur's blood sprayed across the room. Facing this terrifying pressure that could easily crush his soul into nothingness, every doubt, misunderstanding, and curiosity vanished. In this jungle where only fists mattered, the law of the jungle was the only truth. The command of a superior was the law of heaven itself. Inferiors lacked even the qualification to look up, much less question him. I was dull. I deserve to die. I should not have tried to guess your profound intentions. The chief roared hysterically while knocking his head. I will personally lead the army. I guarantee that I will bring back every single meat crystal and ornament from all the surrounding tribes, even if they hid them beneath their own hooves, to offer to you. The other centaur generals in the hall were terrified. They knelt on the ground, shivering, not daring to breathe, fearing they would draw the attention of this fickle master. They still did not understand why the superior circle master had such a perverse hobby of collecting trash, but they knew one thing. If they angered the master, the giant hoof tribe would be wiped from the grassland today, leaving not even a blade of grass behind. It was just collecting junk. If the master wanted it, they would steal it. Go. Suwu saw the pressure had achieved its intended effect. He withdrew his aura and leaned back lazily on the broad throne, his tone returning to its previous indifference. By your command. The chief was granted an amnesty. He scrambled up and rushed out. Watching the empty doorway, Suwu nodded in satisfaction. With these local thugs to handle the work, he did not need to buzz around the grassland like a headless fly to find the holy artifact. Sitting back and reaping the rewards was the most comfortable start he could ask for. Chapter 219. The giant hoof tribe operated with high efficiency, or perhaps they functioned out of sheer terror of Suwu. Only one day later, the looting army, led personally by the chief and consisting of nearly 10,000 elite centaurs, had robbed a dozen tribes both large and small. They even stripped the bone rings from the noses of the opposing leaders. The collection progress neared 80%. However, just as the giant hoof tribe frantically scavenged to please Suwu, a disturbance occurred in the high wilderness, dozens of miles from the city gates. The calm void rippled violently. A dozen robust figures, accompanied by blinding light, burst through the spatial cracks and landed on the grassland. These creatures resembled canine beings. Their bodies were massive, standing 10 meters tall when upright. Most conspicuously, 3 tails, thick as steel whips, grew from their backs. They swayed with every breath, and the motion cracked the air with deafening sonic booms. The blood energy intensity radiating from these 3-tailed creatures felt terrifying. The leaders among them possessed strength at the 5th or 6th stage of the immortal realm. This group functioned as the true, authentic circle masters, who had received orders from above to harvest the meat crystals in this sector. The purple-furred leader of the 3-tailed dogs barked in anger. Its inverted triangular eyes sprayed bloodthirsty rage. We visited 3 tribes just now. Not only did we fail to see a single shadow of a meat crystal, but those damn sheep actually told us their meat crystals had already been taken by the circle master of the giant hoof tribe. That is a lie. Complete nonsense. A smaller 3-tailed dog gnashed its teeth in fury. The harvesting task for this cycle in this pasture was clearly assigned to us. Where did some bullshit circle master come from? We move now. I want to see which one has the guts to impersonate us and rob us blind. The purple-furred leader roared. More than 10 3-tailed dogs at the immortal realm transformed into fierce winds, sprinting toward the giant hoof tribe with murderous intent. They ran for less than 10 miles. A long, straight black figure appeared suddenly, like a teleportation, blocking their path. Suwu, having detected the abnormal presence outside, had come out personally to inspect the situation. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and watched the dozen large dogs running toward him, his eyebrows arching slightly. The 3-tailed dogs braked hard the moment they saw Suwu. They saw his human face. Fury vanished from their eyes, replaced by disdain and killing intent. A human? How could an alien be mixed into this sheepfold? Good. Are you the one playing tricks, you alien? You have guts. You are courting death. Every period of time, beings from the outer universe would enter the primitive land to collect sacred objects. All the major forces in the primitive land knew this. They harbored great hostility toward these non-universal beings. The humans were among them. These humans were tiny, but extremely cunning. Plus, the actions of a human from before made them the most hated beings in the primitive land. No excess words were needed. Kill him. The purple-furred leader gave the order. The dozen 3-tailed dogs at the 5th or 6th stage of the immortal realm unleashed a thunderous roar. They transformed into a dozen deadly blood-red after images, swarming Suwu from all sides. Suwu watched the pack of dogs rush at him, claws bared. A chaotic mess of barks and howls filled the air. They indiscriminately sought to rip him apart. What a messed up world. Suwu rolled his eyes. He felt silent speechlessness. A pack of mutts. What kind of bird language are they yapping, biting the moment they approach? Despite the internal mockery, his hands did not hesitate. Communication was impossible. Physical transcendence was the only option. He clenched his right fist. His demigod physique roared back to life. Shining 6-colored law patterns swirled and wove around his knuckles, exploding with dazzling light. Get back. He threw a simple punch into the void to meet the dozen terrifying blood shadows. Rumbling sounds shook the sky. The strike changed the color of the heavens. A terrifying blast of air transformed into a visible storm, shattering the void in front of him. The dozen ferocious three-tailed dogs at the immortal realm hit the airwave. They resembled a flock of sparrows hit head-on by a speeding high-speed train. Bang, 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 bang. They failed to emit even a whimper. Under the absolute crushing force of the divine physical strength, the hard bones and thick fur that the three-tailed dogs took pride in crumbled like paper. Their massive bodies were blown tens of thousands of meters into the high sky. They burst into miserable blood mists in the air like a string of fireworks. A single punch killed a dozen high-level immortal realm beings. This was a dimensionality reduction strike. Yet, in the rain of blood, not all the dog kind turned to dust. So Wu precisely used the law of space to strip away a sliver of power from the strongest purple-furred leader in the final second, forcibly isolating it within an independent spatial bubble. The purple-furred leader smashed into the ground. Its bones shattered. Blood flowed from its 7 orifices. It suffered a mortal wound. It lay in the pool of blood. Its eyes, filled with fear and disbelief, stared at So Wu as he walked slowly toward it. It could not understand how a mere human possessed the heaven-defying power to blast their entire squad apart with one punch. Humans entering the primitive land in the past possessed at most immortal realm strength. The strength of this human before them had to exceed the immortal realm. So Wu flashed and appeared in front of the head of the purple-furred leader. He crouched down. He reached out with his right hand and pressed it onto the massive, blood-stained skull of the purple-furred leader. His divine sense pierced the defense of the mind sea of the purple-furred leader instantly. He drove in domineeringly to conduct a forceful memory search. Chapter 220. So Wu grunted. His palm pressed hard against the skull of the purple three-tailed dog. He hesitated. Surprise flashed in his deep eyes. As the soul search deepened, countless fragmented memories flooded his mind. He quickly discarded the useless memories regarding the dog's eating and sleeping habits. He extracted the core intelligence. The vast grassland and withered forest he stood within belonged to a region in the Western Territory. The locals called it the Great Wilderness. The Centaur natives did not live in a natural ecosystem. The true ruling powers of the Great Wilderness had carved out this land. They intended it as a resource farm to harvest high-purity meat crystals. They called it a sheepfold. The information about extraterrestrial visitors within the dog's mind startled So Wu. Between the last entry into this primitive land and the current opening, frequent incursions from foreign universes and the resulting collisions of laws had caused irreversible distortions in this nascent universe. So Wu calculated these facts as he read the memories. To cope with this threat to the survival of the universe, the top local forces in the Great Wilderness had set aside their ancestral feuds. They formed a massive, xenophobic alliance called the Great Wilderness Alliance. Their sole purpose involved the ruthless extermination of any foreign invaders the moment they arrived. They meant to kill visitors like So Wu. He learned from the memories that invaders far exceeded the Qiushan Empire. Besides humanity, other top cosmic civilizations in the vast sea of stars also coveted the holy artifact. The mechanical race, the insect race, the star beasts, and others had all reached into this primitive universe to survive the annihilation period. The Qiushan Empire acted as merely one player in this grand cosmic game. Woof. Roar. So Wu focused on digesting the information when the situation shifted. The purple three-tailed dog, previously lifeless under his hand, suddenly erupted with violent blood energy. It did not belong to the beast itself. The recoil shook So Wu, forcing his hand back an inch. Trying to run, So Wu's gaze turned cold. He prepared to suppress it again, but he realized the large dog was finished. By forcing its blood energy to explode to break free from his soul search, the dog had torn its own soul origin apart. Its eyes rolled back to show white. Its tongue lolled weakly. Drool poured from its mouth. It had become an idiot. So Wu sensed a change. Another consciousness controlled the broken body now. The sound of creeping flesh filled the air. Behind the bloodied, brain-dead dog, the violent crimson blood energy began to gather and twist in the void. It formed a pair of blood-red eyes. The eerie eyes stared down at So Wu with a sense of high superiority. The air temperature dropped. A terrifying mental pressure, stronger than the immortal realm, descended through that gaze. Playing God. So Wu looked up to meet the massive blood-red eyes. You dare spy on me from hundreds of thousands of miles away. A hum vibrated through the air. So Wu warped the space within 10 meters of the dog and the eyes. He folded it into a cage. Thunder prison. He clenched his hand into the air and pressed down. Purple-black destructive thunder detonated without restraint inside the cage. This thunder contained the power of authority. The eerie blood eyes and the brain-dead dog turned to dust instantly. Nothing remained. So Wu brushed dust from his clothing that was not there. He stared at the empty grassland. He rubbed his chin. The eyes formed from blood energy were clearly spying on him and marking his location from a distance. The dogs had a more dangerous character behind them. The Great Wilderness Alliance. This was interesting. He noted that the memory did not mention any experts of the authority realm. He did not pursue the matter. He walked to the spot where the other dogs had perished. He waved his hand, and the scattered loot flew into his palm. These items came from the dogs. He felt surprised. They deserved to be called the authentic circle masters. Their wealth far exceeded the centaur natives. Each dog carried 7 or 8 fine bone ornaments or metal collars. So Wu sensed the concentration of the mysterious holy light. It was 10 times higher than the crude junk the centaurs wore. High risk, high reward. The tribe these canine creatures came from possessed a civilization and resources far superior to the sheep-like centaurs. So Wu stored the high-quality items in his spatial ring. Deep within the great wilderness, outside the sheepfold, an ancient mountain pierced the clouds. Clouds swirled around the peaks. Cranes danced in the sky. waterfalls cascaded down. It resembled the immortal fairyland of legend. Yet, beneath this peaceful atmosphere, an aura of suffocating killing intent and rising bloodlight filled the air. A magnificent palace made of unknown beast bones and black god metal sat on the summit. The architectural style looked rugged, wild, and full of primitive totems. Inside the meeting hall, a group of terrifying, massive three-tailed dog elites gathered. The atmosphere was heavy. Bang! A white-furred elder, the size of a small mountain, slammed its claw onto the stone table. It shattered. Fire burned in its eyes. It sounded incredulous and angry. The number 3 sheepfold just sent the dying signal of our clansmen. A human intruder appeared there. This human is strange. He killed the dozen elite clansmen I sent in seconds. He even extinguished my blood energy avatar that I projected from afar. The white-haired elder turned to look at another executive in charge of intelligence. Have you cleared away the other intruders in the other sheepfolds and at the border landing points? Chapter 221. The black, three-tailed dog in charge of intelligence sneered. Contempt colored its tone as it addressed the great elder. The group of human invaders who landed in the border mist zone has been dealt with. There were 8 of them in total. 5 were at the first stage of the immortal realm. 2 were at the 3rd stage. 1 was at the 4th stage. In the past, invaders from the outside world usually descended directly into the core area of the Great Wilderness by using arrays. This time, they ran to the remote sheepfold and the border. It is peculiar. If Sowu stood there, he would have recognized this casualty list immediately. The 8 people wiped out were exactly the 8 Imperial geniuses, including Mu Qingxiu, who had teleported with him. Aside from Luo Feng and Sowu, this elite team, on whom the Qiushan Empire had pinned all its hopes, had faced a dire situation. Their teleportation coordinates had been tampered with, and they had been surrounded and besieged by the Great Wilderness Alliance immediately upon landing. They had not even caused a splash. They had been nearly annihilated. The white elder snorted. A murderous intent revealed itself in its eyes. It did not matter if it was strange. It ordered its subordinate to send people to notify the other forces within the alliance immediately. Tell them a new round of extraterrestrial invaders has arrived. Command them to blockade the borders completely and prepare for a joint solution. Humans have always been the weakest of the invaders. Focus on reminding all parties to pay closer attention to those races with monstrous strength. The white elder finished giving instructions regarding the alliance. It turned its gaze toward the direction of the number 3 sheepfold. The single human who appeared in the number 3 sheepfold seems to be an extremely powerful immortal expert. If we do not deal with him, complications might arise. The elder turned its head toward a corner of the room. A dark red, three-tailed dog lay on the ground, dozing off. It addressed the dog. Number 5, this matter is for you. Go to the number 3 sheepfold and twist that human's head off for me. The dark red, three-tailed dog called number 5 yawned with great impatience. It stood up slowly. Intersecting scars across its body displayed its history of combat. Fine, fine. You are all becoming increasingly useless. Number 5 shook the fur on its body. Its tone was full of contempt and arrogance. A mere human immortal who wandered into the sheepfold is not worth making such a fuss about. You even want to bother me personally. Forget it. I will treat it as a walk to loosen up my bones. Number 5 flickered. It transformed into a dark red afterimage and vanished from the hall instantly. It headed straight for the number 3 sheepfold. More than half a day had passed since Sowu issued the order for a total sweep. Inside the main hall of the giant hoof tribe, Sowu sat leisurely on the giant bone throne. He closed his eyes to rest. The sound of dense hoofbeats traveled from outside the hall. The chief of the giant hoof tribe walked into the hall with large, hurried steps. He panted, yet excitement remained evident on his face. He knelt on the ground with a heavy thud. I report to the master. This servant has not failed the mission. 26 large and small tribes in the surrounding area have been wiped out completely. All the meat crystals and those ornaments, even those hanging from the necks of the infants, have been collected without a single one missing. They are all here. I ask the master to inspect them. Following the boastful words of the chief, he signaled to the outside. Bring them in. Outside the hall, hundreds of extremely strong centaur warriors shouted in unison. They moved in pairs, carrying over 100 huge boxes made of black wood. They entered one after another and lined up in the center of the hall with great precision. Open the boxes. The heavy lids were lifted simultaneously. A terrifying aura of blood energy and the faint yet dense fluctuation of the holy light erupted. The 100 huge wooden boxes were filled with mountains of blood crystals. Hundreds of thousands of bone and metal ornaments shimmered with a dazzling light under the reflection of the torches. Sowu sat on the bone throne. He did not say a single word of unnecessary nonsense. He waved his hand. The 100 black wooden boxes in the center of the hall, filled with rare treasures, along with everything inside, vanished instantly. They were swallowed into his space ring. Sowu did not linger in the giant hoof tribe for even half a second after securing the spoils. He had squeezed the sheepfold of this grassland dry. Since he knew about the so-called Great Wilderness Alliance outside, he did not need to waste time in this remote backwater anymore. Based on the grandeur of the dog creatures from the Great Wilderness, the holy artifacts outside would definitely be more plentiful and of better quality. Sowu took a step. The law of space operated. His figure dissipated into the void instantly. He left behind only a group of centaur warriors kneeling on the ground, who regarded him as a god, and the chief of the giant hoof tribe, whose eyes were filled with awe and fanaticism. Meanwhile, high above the vast wilderness, hundreds of millions of miles away from the giant hoof tribe, a dark red cloud of fire, which blocked the sky and the sun, moved with an overbearing posture. It tore through everything while traveling through the clouds. This was not a natural phenomenon. It was the fifth elder of the three-tailed dogs, who had been ordered by the Great Wilderness Alliance to come to the number 3 sheepfold to execute a cleanup mission. It traveled at full speed. It did not hide the fluctuation of blood energy on its body in the slightest. The power was so strong and violent that it had broken the limit of the immortal realm. It had truly crossed into the level of the demigod realm. It was a demigod blood demon. With such terrifying combat power, even in the deep reaches of the Great Wilderness, where resources were abundant and experts were as numerous as clouds, this creature was an supreme overlord capable of founding a sect and suppressing a region. This was the source of its arrogance. It remained disdainful even after hearing that an invader, who could kill more than 10 high-level immortals, had appeared. In front of a demigod, an immortal was just a slightly larger ant. One could crush it with ease. Cruel and bloodthirsty madness flashed in the triangular crimson beast eyes of number 5. It began to fantasize in its mind about how it would tear the human apart, inch by inch, and how it would chew the bones of its opponent, piece by piece, while listening to the melodic wailing of the human in its desperate hour. Chapter 222. Half a stick of incense passed. Sawu, who was rushing toward the Great Wilderness, perceived the terrifying fluctuations ahead. He stopped, hovering steadily in midair. Opposite him, 1,000 feet away, a massive figure braked. The inertia scraped a visible circle of white shockwaves into the air. Man and beast locked eyes. Number 5 fixed its red beast eyes on the young man in black. Hot white mist puffed from its snout. "You are the human outsider," it growled, revealing rows of saw-like fangs. "I was worried that going to the sheepfold would waste my time, but since you delivered yourself, I will save the effort. Die." The sky turned a suffocating blood red. Number 5 transformed into a meteor burning with blood flames, lunging at Sawu. Any immortal realm genius from the outside, including that top-ranked Luo Feng, would have closed their eyes and waited for death. Hardening one's blood energy against a demigod in this energy-restricted realm meant certain suicide. Sawu, however, stood still, his hands remaining in his pockets. He scanned the beast with dark eyes, his mind calculating. A beast that reached the demigod realm, he noted, checking the dozens of artifacts hanging on its neck and claws. To Sawu, this was not a predator seeking his life. It was a dedicated delivery dog, traveling thousands of miles to bring him goods. "Since you are so polite, I will accept," he thought. Seeing the demigod beast within 100 feet, its mouth wide enough to swallow him whole, Sawu moved. He did not activate the chaos transformation, nor did he summon his manifestation. He pulled his right hand from his pocket. He raised a finger. "Thunder," Sawu whispered. Outside, the laws of the primitive land suppressed intruders, allowing only 1/10 of their power. But when Sawu triggered the law of thunder, the suppression failed. Or rather, it was crushed by a higher dimensional power. His fingertip did not produce the usual purple-black chaotic thunder. Instead, it produced a thin, hair-like streak of light that radiated in blinding purple glow. This was the mysterious power that merged with his law of thunder when he slew the six-eyed star beast king. Sawu did not know the name of this authority, but he knew its potency. When authority appeared, all laws bowed. Even the rules of this incomplete, nascent universe had to make way before the highest interpretation of thunder. Number 5's red eyes shrunk. Its intuition screamed. Hair stood on end like steel needles. A terror from the depths of its soul drowned its reason. Run. It had to run or it would die. It was too late. "Go," Sawu commanded. The hair-thin purple light did not make a deafening sound. It was quiet, like the sigh of death. It flashed in the void. A sound like a blade cutting thin paper echoed. The light pierced the center of Number 5's brow, shot out, and dissipated. Number 5's demigod body froze in midair. Its giant mouth remained in a roar, but the ferocity in its eyes faded into hollow despair. Bang! There was no blood, no gore. Under the destructive power of the authority of thunder, the body and soul of the beast began to collapse from within. It disintegrated into black ash, blowing away in the wind. A demon god beast, terrifying enough to humble countless geniuses, was erased. This was a dimensionality reduction strike of the authority. Sawu watched the ash drift away, satisfied. He had used this power in combat for the first time, and the results startled him. "I cannot fully comprehend this power yet," he realized, "but it is more than enough to obliterate people here." He waved his hand. Though Number 5 turned to ash, the giant, heart-beating demigod blood crystal, and the dozen high-quality ornaments remained intact. He pulled them into his space ring. This delivery was well worth it. He gazed into the depths of the great wilderness. "You guard a mountain of treasure," he thought, "and you want to play games with alliances and joint ambushes. I will play along." He had extracted the tribe's secrets during the soul search. He knew their base sat on a towering divine mountain in the depths of the wilderness. The memory confirmed that the strongest member of the three-tailed dog clan was merely a new breakthrough to the first stage of the god realm. A god realm beast. To Sawu, it was not intimidating. He had not used his full power in a long time. He felt as if he were rusting. He was currently at the first stage of the demigod realm, but the chaos transformation could boost him to the first stage of the god realm. With his authority of thunder and his killing move, Annihilation, he could slay an equal within his rank. Why wait? He would stop waiting for small fry. He would storm the divine mountain and end it all at once. Chapter 223. Sawu possessed terrifying speed. He covered the distance in just over 10 minutes. So Wu surged through the thick sea of clouds and descended directly above a vast and majestic divine mountain. Looking down, the mountain stood massive and expansive, piercing the very clouds. At the summit, a magnificent complex of palaces carved from giant beast bones and dark divine gold loomed. So Wu stood with his hands locked behind his back. He gazed down at the mountain. He hid nothing. He had no intention of a sneak attack. To deal with these beasts, absolute violence and arrogance were the most effective weapons. He would crush them into dust. So Wu took a sharp breath. His voice exploded across the sky above the three-tailed mountain. Listen to me, you beasts. You have 10 breaths of time to surrender every single holy ornament and artifact on this entire mountain. Hand them over, and I am in a good enough mood today to show mercy and spare your lives. Otherwise, I will flatten this mountain and leave nothing behind. The arrogant and domineering voice transformed into a visible shockwave. It rolled across the mountain. The mist shattered. Ancient trees swayed violently. Countless fallen leaves swirled in a frenzy. Lower-level three-tailed clan members clutched their ears. Blood poured from their orifices as they collapsed, wailing in pain. Silence fell over the mountain. Every creature of the three-tailed clan, from the elite warriors training to the commanders on patrol, stared with bloodshot eyes. They could not comprehend what they had just heard. A single creature dared to arrive alone at the three-tailed mountain and demand they hand over all their holy treasures to save their own lives. This was not simple provocation. It was stomping the dignity the three-tailed clan had accumulated over 10,000 years into the dirt. A roar erupted. Insolent. What dog dares to come to my three-tailed mountain and spout such nonsense? Kill him. Tear him into pieces. Chaos boiled over. Elite three-tailed dogs swarmed from the palaces like locusts, roaring at So Wu in the sky. Inside the council hall at the summit, a roar echoed. Four terrifying figures shot up from the ruins of the hall. They were as massive as mountains. They surrounded So Wu, occupying the east, west, south, and north. These 4 figures were the first elder, second elder, third elder, and fourth elder. The fifth elder had just perished. Each creature stood over 100 meters tall. Their blood energy pulsated with suffocating force. The first elder, a creature of pure white, glared at So Wu. A lowly human ant dared to invade the great wilderness alone and boast about flattening my three-tailed mountain. I have lived for 10,000 years, but I have never seen such a foolish creature looking for death. If I do not peel your skin and drain your blood today, how will the three-tailed clan stand tall within the Great Wilderness Alliance? The 4 elders locked their gaze on So Wu. Violent killing intent collided in the void, sparking with destructive friction. In their view, humans were the weakest of all alien races in the primitive land. Even if a few geniuses had wandered in, none would dare to cause such a ruckus at their mountain. So Wu remained unmoved. His hands stayed behind his back. His cold face showed no joy or anger. He lifted his eyelids slightly, glancing over the 4 behemoths as if they were mere ants. You have rambled on enough. It seems you have chosen not to hand them over. So Wu spoke with a flat tone, as if stating a fact. He stopped hiding his aura. He released it completely. A terrifying pressure belonging to the demigod realm swept out in all directions. The 4 elders had been arrogant a second ago, ready to tear So Wu apart. Now, their red eyes constricted. Demigod realm. The first elder gasped. This small human youth emitted the aura of a true demigod. The intensity of that power far exceeded anything typical of a new breakthrough. This was impossible. For 10,000 years, ever since the primitive land universe hunting ground had opened, no such thing had occurred. The rules of this world excluded the old monsters, who had truly reached the demigod or god realm. Only the young generation under 100 years of age could enter. To reach the immortal realm within 100 years was already considered a peerless genius among the top cosmic factions. What were they seeing now? A human youth within the age limit had stepped into the demigod realm. Humans were born weak. They were not like other strong races born as Star Lords or Star Kings. How could such a monster be born? It was impossible. The 4th elder roared in hysteria, trying to cover the deep fear rising in his heart. He must be bluffing with some secret technique. Do not let him fool you. Attack together and kill him. Despite the loud shouting, not a single one of the 4 elders dared to rush forward. They faced a presence radiating true demigod power. They waited for the others to make a move to test So Wu's true strength. If they had to admit defeat later, they would, but with their ancestor away from the mountain, they dared not take the risk. We attack together. The first elder sent a secret message, while silently taking a step backward. The other 3 elders followed suit with tacit understanding. So Wu watched the 4 suspicious giants. The coldness in his eyes deepened. Since you will not give it to me, I will take it myself. I will send you to the afterlife first. Chapter 224. So Wu pressed the weight of his demon god divine pressure toward the 4 three-tailed dog elders. The 4 beasts, entities capable of sweeping across star fields in the outside world, froze in midair. They stood caught in a trap of their own making. Yes, they had reached the threshold of the demigod realm. Deep within the great wilderness, relying on the rich heritage of their tribe and piles of meat crystals, they had forced their bodies to the demigod gate. Normally, they considered themselves masters of this wilderness. They acted without restraint. But now, facing the young human, their prideful blood energy trembled uncontrollably. Why did they tremble? The gap was too wide. They were mere pseudo-demigods. They had relied on the unique environment of the primitive land to stack their blood energy. They had not touched the surface of any law, let alone condensed a true god body. So Wu, however, commanded 6 laws. His body had undergone a chaotic reconstruction. His pressure carried a trace of the thunder authority. Under this oppression, the instincts of the four elders screamed a warning. They could not win. They definitely could not win. If the man struck, even their combined strength would not save them from death. Dignity? That meant nothing in the face of death. Give it to him. Give it all to him. The elite three-tailed warriors below waited expectantly, hoping to see their invincible elders tear the arrogant human into scraps. Instead, they watched the sky. The white-furred first elder, who had shouted the loudest just a moment ago, spoke with fawning obsequiousness. We never said we would not give it to you. Haha. Its massive body shrank in midair. The three tails that had been standing erect a moment ago now tucked themselves obediently between its hind legs. Master, please calm your anger. Human master, please calm your anger. The first elder plastered a smile across its face. It forced a look of extreme flattery onto its fang-filled dog muzzle. It is a misunderstanding. This is all a huge misunderstanding. Since you like those shiny little trinkets, we will give them to you. We will give them all to you. The second, third, and fourth elders followed the leader's example, grasping at the chance to survive. They understood clearly. If they resisted further, the three-tailed mountain would likely end without a successor today. Right. If you ask for them, master, that is a compliment to our tribe. We will go collect them for you right now. If it is an ornament on this divine mountain, even if it is embedded in a doghouse, we will dig it out for you. The four demigod beasts acted like bootlicking servants. They nodded and bowed, abandoning the arrogant, or they had displayed moments before when they wanted to peel Sowu's skin and drain his blood. The three-tailed clan members on the mountain below watched this scene, stunned. Their faith crumbled to the ground. Were these the same invincible and majestic elders they had worshipped? Why did their leadership surrender and lick the boots of the intruder without a single blow being struck? Sowu watched the four demigod dogs grovel and wag their tails at light speed. His mouth twitched. These four beasts truly displayed the art of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. However, this pleased Sowu. Why shed blood if he could obtain what he wanted without a fight? His goal today was to plunder holy artifacts, not to conduct a massacre in the great wilderness. Sowu pulled back his killing intent. He returned to his cold, inscrutable pose and spoke a single word. Go. Yes. Wait for us, master. The four elders scrambled away, feeling as if they had received amnesty. They turned to the mountain below and roared in a panicked frenzy. What are you staring at? Did you not hear the master's orders? Quickly, remove every ornament on your necks, your claws, even the ones on your noses. Strip them all off. If anyone dares to hide a single piece, I will swallow them alive. Driven by the threats of the four demigod elders, the entire three-tailed mountain fell into chaos. The elite three-tailed warriors felt a suffocating humiliation, but with even their strongest elder kneeling, they dared not resist. They stripped off the bone rings, gold chains, and jade pendants that symbolized their honor and strength. The heritage of a top power deep within the great wilderness far surpassed that of the natives in the sheepfold. In less than 1 hour, under the supervision of the four elders, hundreds of strong three-tailed dogs hauled a dozen giant treasure chests into the air. They presented them respectfully to Sowu. Master, please inspect these. The first elder rubbed its front paws together, beaming with a wide smile. All the ornaments on the mountain, including the top-tier holy artifacts passed down through generations in our treasury, are here. Every single piece. Sowu scanned the treasure. He flipped the latches. The lids sprang open. Holy light erupted from the dozen large chests. The containers were filled with high-order holy artifacts. Good stuff. Sowu felt a surge of joy. Any single ornament taken from this three-tailed mountain contained a concentration of holy light hundreds, or even thousands, of times higher than the scrap metal of the giant hoof tribe. This trip had yielded a massive fortune. Sowu did not stand on ceremony. He waved his hand. The dozen heavy divine gold chests turned into streams of light and vanished into his space ring. Not bad. You old dogs know your place. Sowu clapped his hands and nodded in satisfaction. Since the items are in my possession, I will show mercy and spare your dog lives. We shall meet again. Sowu turned, ready to rip open space and leave. However, at that exact moment, a thunderous rumble echoed across the sky. Without any warning, the clear sky above the three-tailed mountain darkened. Layers of black clouds, thick as spilled ink, rolled in from nowhere and blocked the sun. A terrifying, destructive pressure, impossible to describe in words and far exceeding that of a demigod, tore through the void barrier above the great wilderness. It descended with a crushing weight. Chapter 225. A thunderclap shattered the air. In the center of the rolling black clouds, a massive claw tore a terrifying space rift, tens of thousands of feet long, through the void. A giant dog stepped slowly from the rift. Its body blocked the sky. Its fur resembled burning black hellfire. 6 giant tails whipped wildly behind it. Its eyes burned like 2 high-hanging, blood-red demon moons. It looked coldly down at the mountain below. What small fry dares to act wildly on my three-tailed mountain? A roar echoed. The sound waves turned into a tangible thunderclap, shaking the space for 100 miles. The God Realm. A true powerhouse of God Realm blood energy. This terrifying 6-tailed dog was the ancestor, just returning from the Great Wilderness Alliance. It sensed the strange, lingering demigod aura on its territory as soon as it approached the mountain. The presence of a God Realm powerhouse injected a shot of adrenaline into the suppressed mountain. The terrifying pressure of the God Realm covered the entire area. Countless three-tailed dogs below fell to their knees. They wept with excitement, as if they had seen a savior. The 4 great elders, who had been wagging their tails like grandchildren before Suwu, reacted fastest. They felt the familiar, invincible aura of the ancestor. Their faces changed instantly. They jumped back hundreds of feet from Suwu to a safe distance. The first elder laughed wildly toward the sky. It turned, pointing a sharp claw at Suwu's nose, barking with newfound arrogance. "Little human, you are dead. You are dead today." The elder glared. "You truly thought you could act wildly on my three-tailed mountain with your meager demigod cultivation. We were just faking surrender to hold you steady until our ancestor returned to catch you like a turtle in a jar." The second elder bared its teeth and chimed in. "That is right. You lowly ant. Now that our ancestor has descended, you cannot escape even if you grew wings. Spit out all the holy artifacts you swallowed. Then kneel and beg for death." The third and fourth elders shrieked with excitement. They imagined Suwu being smashed into pulp by their ancestor. "Ancestor, this is the human heretic. He killed the fifth elder and looted our tribe's treasury. Please take action, strip his skin, and refine his soul to display our tribe's might." The four old dogs turned toward the six-tailed dog in the sky to complain. Suwu stood in the void. He felt no panic. Instead, he laughed aloud. Suwu looked up at the six-tailed ancestor in the sky. Madness burned in the depths of his eyes. An old dog that just stepped into the first stage of the god realm. He had been worried about having no chance to test his strength. Since it delivered itself, he would use it to test his blade. A human demigod dares to speak so wildly. The ancestor's voice sounded like rolling thunder, shattering the clouds. "If I let you walk out of this mountain alive today, the cultivation I practiced for tens of thousands of years would have been in vain." The four demigod elders below barked excitedly. "Ancestor, you are mighty. Smash this arrogant fool to death with one palm. Peel his skin. Take back the holy artifacts he stole." Suwu stood in the void with a cold expression. He originally planned to activate the chaos transformation for a hearty god realm showdown. However, he realized using his trump cards on such a beast was overkill. Suwu pulled his right hand from his pocket. He raised his index finger toward the ancestor in the sky. Silence fell over the world. A purple light, thin and weak as a hair, bloomed at Suwu's fingertip. The light did not shine brightly, nor did it cause any earth-shattering phenomena. But the moment the purple light appeared, the heavenly rules of the great wilderness trembled as if they had met their master. They retreated and wailed. The authority of thunder. The six-tailed ancestor in the sky had been looking down with contempt. It prepared to crush Suwu, but the moment it saw the purple light, it paused. Its god realm intuition sensed the absolute terror. Something is wrong. The thought barely formed before Suwu flicked his finger. Go. The purple light vanished from the spot. It ignored the distance of space. It moved like a divine punishment judging the world. It sliced through half of the six-tailed ancestor's body. A muffled bang echoed. The right half of the six-tailed ancestor's body, and the three thick giant tails behind it disintegrated in midair. They turned into black ashes dancing in the sky. The body of the six-tailed ancestor plummeted like a broken kite, from tens of thousands of feet high. It smashed into the mountain, creating a massive crater. The earth shook and stones flew. One strike. Only one strike. The supreme ancestor, who had stepped into the god realm, was crippled on the spot without even touching Suwu's clothes. Its cultivation level plummeted like a broken dam. It lost all its god realm majesty. Only half a life remained as it twitched in the pit. Chapter 226. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. The countless three-tailed dog clansmen, who had been shouting their lungs out just a moment ago, fell mute. The fanaticism and cruelty on the faces of the four jumping demigod elders froze instantly. Their eyeballs nearly popped from their sockets. Their ancestor, their supreme god realm ancestor, had been taken out by a single finger from that human youth. Cough, cough, cough. "Master, spare my life. Please spare my life," the six-tailed ancestor wheezed. At the bottom of the deep pit, the bloodied six-tailed ancestor, now missing half its tails, climbed up with great difficulty. It did not bother to repair its broken body. It threw itself onto all fours and banged its head against the ground in the direction of Suwu, wailing for mercy. God realm dignity meant nothing. Survival was the only truth. Seeing their ancestor kneel, the four demigod elders in the sky snapped out of their shock. The four old dogs knelt in the void in perfect unison. Snot and tears streamed down their faces as they completed their second about-face of the day. "Master, you are mighty, Master. Your divine power is unmatched." The first elder slapped its own face frantically while wailing. "We were blinded by this old thing just a moment ago. This old dog did not know its place and dared to offend you. It deserves to die. Our admiration for you comes from the bottom of our hearts." Exactly, Master. This old thing has always been arrogant. We have detested it for a long time." The second elder immediately kicked while the opponent was down, piling all the blame onto its ancestor. Suwu looked at these dogs with no bottom line and filled his eyes with mockery. He descended slowly in the air, peering down at the shivering demigod beasts. "You gave me attitude just a moment ago, and now you play the coward," Suwu sneered. "Do you really think I will trust a bunch of beasts who rely on power to bully others?" The five beasts felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. "Master, we truly know we were wrong. Please give us a chance to make amends." The six-tailed ancestor banged its head frantically at the bottom of the pit. Suwu rubbed his chin. His deep gaze swept over the beasts. A mischievous thought surfaced. Killing them would be satisfying, but in this vast primitive land, lacking a means of transportation would be troublesome. These were 5 excellent laborers. "Since you want to make amends, I will grant your wish. Suwu blurred and landed in the ruins of the palace that had been mostly collapsed by the shockwaves. His divine sense swept out and locked onto the clan treasury buried deep underground. Boom. Suwu stomped the ground, cracking it open, and delved straight into the treasury. Moments later, accompanied by a dazzling golden glow and the scent of treasure, Suwu walked out of the ruins with long strides. A divine carriage followed behind him. The carriage was crafted entirely from unknown, pure white bones. The roof was covered with a shimmering cloak of feathers, radiating an ancient and noble aura. This was clearly the supreme divine carriage passed down through the three-tailed clan, used only during the highest spec sacrificial ceremonies. Suwu walked to the carriage and inspected it with satisfaction, before turning his gaze to the 5 beasts kneeling on the ground. Crawl over, Suwu commanded in a cold, sharp voice. The 6-tailed ancestor and the 4 elders did not dare to hesitate. They scrambled to Suwu's side. The ancestor had repaired its body, but it dared not even draw a full breath. The air hummed. Lightning and spatial laws intertwined at Suwu's fingertips. Several thick chains, condensed from these laws, materialized from thin air. Suwu fastened one end of the chains tightly to the carriage drawbar. With a flick of his wrist, the other ends moved like snakes emerging from a cave, winding directly around the necks of the 6-tailed ancestor and the 4 elders. The beasts hissed, feeling the lightning chains around their necks, which could shatter them at any moment. The 5 beasts gasped. Their eyes filled with extreme humiliation, yet they dared not harbor a single thought of resistance. Since you enjoy being dogs so much, today you will act as the dogs pulling the carriage. Suwu lifted his robe and stepped onto the carriage with a tall, straight posture. He sat squarely in the wide main seat, which was covered in soft divine skin. He rested his chin on one hand, watching the 5 massive, dejected coachmen ahead with a lazy gaze. A former god realm ancestor, and 4 demigod elders, who had once terrified the great wilderness, were now tethered by lightning chains, reduced to beasts of burden for a human youth. Start the carriage. We are going to your so-called Great Wilderness Alliance. Suwu's voice came calmly from the carriage. As you wish, master. Tears of humiliation slipped from the eyes of the 6-tailed ancestor. It gritted its teeth and erupted with powerful blood energy alongside the 4 elders. Boom. The 5 giant beasts pulled the dazzling divine carriage, soaring into the sky. They crushed through layers of clouds and galloped toward the depths of the great wilderness. Across the sky of the vast wilderness, sonic booms rolled like thunder. The 5 giant dogs, radiating suffocating blood energy, charged recklessly through the thick clouds. Wherever they passed, ancient beasts lurking in deep mountains or giant marshes, and flocks of raptors flying in groups, felt the 5 auras from above. They were terrified out of their wits, crouching in mudflats and forests, trembling and not daring to breathe. Inside the carriage, Suwu leaned against the soft beast hide, chin in hand. He peered down lazily at the vast land flashing by. The 6-tailed ancestor and the 4 elders felt profound humiliation, reduced from great wilderness overlords to beasts of burden. Yet, under the threat of the fatal lightning chains around their necks, they could only head obediently toward the headquarters of the Great Wilderness Alliance. The carriage sped for about an hour. Suddenly, intense energy fluctuations and deafening roars erupted in the void tens of thousands of miles ahead. Even from such a distance, the violent collision of laws shredded the sky, causing the atmosphere to flicker with light and shadow. Stop! Suwu's voice came slowly from the carriage. Upon hearing the command, the 6-tailed ancestor and the 4 elders braked immediately, as if they had heard an imperial decree. The 5 behemoths hovered obediently in midair. Suwu's divine sense swept out, piercing through layers of space, and instantly locked onto the source of the energy explosion. It was a desolate canyon that had been shattered. The peaks on either side had collapsed, and the earth was covered in bottomless cracks. In the center of the canyon, 2 figures transformed into beams of light, clashing wildly at a dizzying speed. Chapter 227. One figure stood entirely crafted from a silver-black unknown metal that shimmered with a cold luster. The body bristled with intricate, complex, deep blue energy circuits, and the eyes pulsed with red light. The arms evolved directly into 2 high-frequency plasma blades measuring several feet long, flashing with destructive light. As the blades whipped through the air, even the solid space barrier of this primitive land tore open, leaving trails of charred fissures. The mechanical being was a prodigy of its kind, and the aura from this mechanical prodigy reached the peak of the immortal realm. It possessed terrifying reaction times and analytical abilities that surpassed its peers. Its special internal structure, a nuclear fusion-level power core, provided a constant stream of violent energy. Locking in a frantic battle with this ruthless steel-killing machine was someone Suwu recognized. Luo Feng. Luo Feng was in a tragic state. His signature dark red battle armor bore multiple damages, and blood seeped from the jagged openings. His hair hung in disarray, and his face appeared deathly pale. Suwu's eyes flashed with surprise. Luo Feng, with his immortal realm 6th stage cultivation, had crossed 3 minor realms to trade blows with a mechanical clan monster at the peak of the immortal realm. Above the canyon, Luo Feng used the 3 laws of space, metal, and darkness with mastery. He vanished and reappeared, leaping and flickering through layers of space fractures, narrowly avoiding the fatal slashes from the mechanical prodigy. Even while stuck in a position of absolute disadvantage, Luo Feng's defense remained watertight. He occasionally seized small openings in the mechanical body, unleashing sharp blade auras that left deep white marks on the metallic armor. This Luo Feng certainly had something to show for himself. Suwu nodded inwardly. Among the 10 Imperial prodigies who descended in the same batch, excluding Suwu himself, the freak who cheated, Luo Feng was the only one who could survive the dangerous Great Wilderness with his command of spatial laws. Unable to secure a quick victory, red light flickered frantically in the mechanical prodigy's eyes. The steel-killing machine froze, abandoning close-quarters combat. The armor on its chest cracked open to both sides, revealing a main cannon several meters in diameter that flashed with a blinding, deep blue light. Loose energy from the surrounding world vanished instantly, forming a massive energy vortex that poured into the cannon. A terrifying, destructive aura capable of melting even the peak of the immortal realm locked onto Luo Feng. This blast offered no escape. Luo Feng's pupils contracted. He knew, in his current state, he could not withstand this attack. At this critical moment, a voice drifted down from the high sky, ringing out clearly in the ears of both combatants. I have always valued those who catch my eye. Before the mechanical prodigy could fire its main cannon, a purple-black lightning bolt, carrying the aura of the Thunder Authority, tore through the sky 10,000 feet high and struck down instantly. A deafening boom rang through the center of the canyon. The mechanical prodigy, preparing its finishing move a second ago, took a direct hit from the purple-black lightning. The lightning passed through its body, tearing the mechanical frame into pieces and vaporizing it on the spot. A peak immortal realm mechanical prodigy was utterly turned to ash by that understated strike. Luo Feng stood frozen, still maintaining his defensive stance with his sword held in both hands. He widened his bloodshot eyes, staring at the empty space ahead, and then at the charred ground, his mind blank. What happened? That peak mechanical monster, which had nearly suffocated him, had just been reduced to slag by a bolt of lightning from the sky. Was this a passing peerless expert helping him? Luo Feng snapped his head up, following the direction of the voice toward the 9 heavens. At this look, Luo Feng's mind, already reeling from the shock, suffered a blow of billions of tons of weight. His worldview shattered like glass shards on the ground. Clouds dispersed in the high sky. 5 giant, terrifying dogs that radiated an aura of despair, and trembling from the depths of his soul hovered silently in the air, pulling a bone carriage. The pressure emitted by any one of these giant dogs far exceeded that of the peak immortal realm mechanical prodigy. This was the peerless, fierce power of demigod realm demon beasts. Even more nerve-wracking for Luo Feng was the 6-tailed giant dog in the lead. Even though its aura seemed slightly withered, the dignity radiating from its bones made the hairs on Luo Feng's body stand on end. Yet, these 5 supreme demon beasts now had thick lightning chains tied around their necks, obediently pulling the carriage. Suwu rested one hand on the white bone armrest of the carriage, looking down at the stunned Luo Feng below. Brother Luo, are you well? You seem rather bedraggled. Upon hearing that familiar voice and seeing that young, cold face, Luo Feng gasped. His hand clutching the sword shook violently, nearly dropping the hilt. He possessed the rare spiritual heart body, and had sensed a great terror hiding in Suwu from their first meeting, knowing Suwu was absurdly strong, and not merely at the first stage of the immortal realm. But Luo Feng could never have dreamed that Suwu would be strong to such an outrageous degree. Killing a peak immortal realm expert with one strike was one thing. Making demigod demon beasts, even a god realm ancestor, serve as draft laborers. Was this something a prodigy under 100 years old could do? Luo Feng swallowed hard, remaining completely stunned, with 10,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Suwu, I know you are strong. But how did you get so strong that you found so many demigod demon beasts to pull your carriage? I am heading to the Great Wilderness Alliance to demand some holy artifacts. Would you like to join me? Chapter 228. Suwu waved a hand at Luo Feng's stunned face. He spoke with the casual tone of someone buying cabbage at a market. I just captured some transport tools. It is not worth mentioning. Get on. You are badly injured, and this is on my way. Luo Feng gulped. Capturing a demigod demon beast, or even a suspected god realm ancestor, as a ride, and calling it not worth mentioning. He looked at his own tattered armor, stained with blood. He looked up at the luxurious bone carriage. For the first time in his life, he felt like a bumpkin. Luo Feng was a peerless genius. He controlled his shock and flashed onto the carriage. Thank you, Brother Su. He bowed respectfully, his voice filled with awe. Previously, he only wanted to befriend Suwu. Now, Suwu's status in his mind rivaled their Luo family's god realm patriarch. Sit. Suwu pointed to the bone chair next to him. He barked an order at the 5 beasts. Why are you dazed? Keep moving. To the Great Wilderness Alliance headquarters. As you command, Master. The 6-tailed ancestor and the 4 elders trembled. They dared not complain and erupted with violent blood energy. The carriage turned into a streak of light, crushing the clouds and roaring toward the depths of the Great Wilderness. Sitting on the soft seat, Luo Feng looked at the 5 terrifying giant beasts pulling the carriage. It felt like a dream. He hesitated, but curiosity won out. Brother So, we are going to the Alliance headquarters. That is the heart of the Great Wilderness, home to the supreme experts of every original race. We are going alone. So what if we are alone? Suwu rested his chin on one hand. Did the Alliance not issue a joint extermination order to hunt down intruders like us? Instead of letting them buzz around like flies, I will visit their lair myself. Why? Are you really going to ask for holy artifacts? Luo Feng stuttered. Not ask. Rob. Suwu spoke as if it were obvious. I heard their treasury is piled high. I never like to return empty-handed. Luo Feng closed his mouth. Robbing an Alliance headquarters filled with god realm experts? Only this man would say such a wild thing so casually. Yet, watching Suwu's calm profile, Luo Feng felt miraculously settled. He even felt a flicker of irrepressible anticipation. Half a day later, Master, 10,000 miles ahead is the Great Wilderness Alliance headquarters, the 10,000 Beast Abyss. The elder pulling the cart turned its massive head to report. Siwu lifted his eyes. Even he felt a hint of surprise at the sight. The earth looked as if a giant axe had split it open, creating an abyss thousands of miles wide. Above and to the sides of the abyss, endless ancient mountain ranges coiled like sleeping giant dragons. Most shocking was the sight of countless rugged, magnificent structures carved directly into these mountains tens of thousands of feet tall. The architecture blended perfectly with the wild mountains. The headquarters was heavily guarded. Winged beasts patrolled the sky, and armored beast legions camped on the ground. Crash in directly. If anyone blocks us, ram them. Siwu leaned back in his chair. Yes, master. The six-tailed ancestor had an unnamed anger to vent. Since his new master commanded it, he would not be polite. Get out of the way. The six-tailed ancestor let out a roar that shattered the firmament. The giant dog erupted with terrifying pressure. The four demigod elders pushed their blood energy to the limit. The five giant beasts pulled the luxurious carriage. Ignoring the battle formations and patrol legions, they rammed straight inside. Enemy attack. A powerful enemy has invaded the 10,000 Beast Abyss. The outer perimeter of the headquarters fell into chaos. Patrol beasts and guards barely had time to issue a warning before the blood energy storm created by the carriage crushed them into a mist of blood. The carriage drove straight through, unhindered, and stopped right above the main peak of the 10,000 Beast Abyss. Insolent! What small fry dares to invade our Great Wilderness Alliance? Several roars filled with fury erupted from the temples deep within the main peak. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens changed color. For terrifying streams of blood energy shot into the sky. Each stream was as vast as the six-tailed ancestor at its peak. These were four true God Realm blood energy powerhouses. The void distorted, for towering figures appeared, blocking their path. Siwu focused his gaze. These four God Realm powerhouses belonged to four different powerful races. On the far left, a huge monkey made of gold. In the middle, a snake with 9 ferocious heads, and a bird with 4 wings surrounded by a black bloodstorm. On the far right, a woman with a human upper body, and a terrifying spider lower body. These were the golden ape, the 9 nether python, the sky-splitting falcon, and the demon spider queen. The ancestors of the 4 major races. They were discussing the foreign intruders in the temple, and were now enraged. I want to see who is so blind. The short-tempered golden ape ancestor roared. However, when those golden eyes saw the 5 beasts acting as draft animals, the golden ape ancestor froze. The 9 nether python, the sky-splitting falcon, and the demon spider queen also gasped in shock. Their expressions turned to pure bewilderment. What were they seeing? The 5 beasts shackled by lightning chains, huffing and puffing as draft animals. Were these not the 4 demigod elders of the 3-tailed dog clan, and the 6-tailed ancestor, who shared their god realm status? 6-tailed. The golden ape could not believe his eyes. What the hell are you doing? 6-tailed. The 9 nether python's 9 heads revealed horrified expressions. One head flicked a red tongue and shouted, "Old ghost, you are a god realm powerhouse, the leader of the 3-tailed clan. Why are you acting like livestock? Did you get kicked in the head?" Chapter 229. Facing his 4 former colleagues, the 6-tailed ancestor felt his dog face turn the color of liver. Shame and anger filled him. He dragged the heavy chains, breathing hard with the effort of pulling the carriage, desperate to crawl into a crack in the ground and disappear. The humiliation was absolute. Being seen in such a miserable state by his peers hurt more than death itself. Yet, the deadly lightning chain wrapped around his neck kept him silent. He hung his head low, unable to protest. Deep inside, however, a twisted sense of spite bubbled up. Laugh, he thought. Laugh all you want. The louder you laugh now, the harder you will cry later. Just wait. You will see. It is not just me pulling this carriage. Soon, all 4 of you will be shackled just like me. We will be colleagues in misery. No one can laugh at anyone else. While the 4 God Realm ancestors stared in confusion at the strange carriage, Siwu stood up slowly from his seat. The 4 God Realm ancestors locked their eyes onto him. Siwu stood at the edge of the carriage, completely unfazed by the overwhelming killing intent radiating from the 4 God Realm demon beasts. He lifted his right hand, pointing directly at the 4 figures. "You 4 are the leaders of this great wilderness alliance," he said. His voice was not loud, but imbued with energy. It carried clearly across the entire 10,000 Beast Abyss. "I have come to settle one thing today. I am giving you 10 breaths of time. Take every single ornament and holy artifact from your treasury, and bring them all out for me. If you hand over the artifacts, you can continue to be the overlords of the great wilderness. If you refuse, all 4 of you will crawl over here and pull my carriage. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are?" The massive Titan golden ape ancestor threw his head back. His giant fists hammered against his chest, sounding like war drums. His golden eyes overflowed with mockery. "You are merely a human demigod, yet you dare to threaten to make 4 God Realm experts pull your carriage. You have lost your mind." The 9 nether python whipped its 9 huge heads through the clouds. 18 sickly green eyes locked onto Siwu. "You ignorant ant," it hissed. The sky-splitting falcon and the abyss demon spider queen shared the same disdain. To them, this human youth had reached the demigod realm before 100 years of age, but in front of true God Realm experts, he was nothing more than a grasshopper with a slightly larger body. The 4 ancestors could not be bothered to acknowledge the threat. The vast, oceanic blood energy of the god realm erupted from their bodies, rushing straight toward the carriage. Inside the carriage, Suwu remained unsurprised. "It seems I must do this myself," he muttered. He raised his right hand again. His index finger pointed toward the four hulking, menacing figures. A thin, violet light bloomed quietly at the tip of his finger. The moment this light appeared, the violent god realm pressure surging above the 10,000 beast abyss vanished instantly. The laws of heaven trembled and retreated in fear. Beside the carriage, Luo Feng kept his nerves tight, while watching Suwu with astonishment. It was happening again. When Suwu instantly killed the peak immortal mechanical prodigy, he used this same power. Even watching from the sidelines, Luo Feng felt a shiver down to his soul. "Go," Suwu whispered. The hair-thin purple light vanished. A soft hiss cut the air. The purple light sliced effortlessly from the Titan Golden Ape's right shoulder. In a flash, it streaked across the 9 nether python, the sky-splitting falcon, and the abyss demon spider queen. A shrill, agonizing scream erupted from the 4 god realm experts simultaneously. The Titan Golden Ape's entire right arm, along with half its shoulder, turned into ash in midair. Of the 9 heads on the 9 nether python, 3 were sliced off at the root. Not a single drop of blood escaped, as the power of the authority had completely annihilated the wounds. One wing of the sky-splitting falcon collapsed on the spot. The lower body of the abyss demon spider queen lost 4 of its venomous limbs. For thuds echoed through the air. The 4 god realm ancestors fell from the sky, tens of thousands of feet up, and slammed into the main peak of the 10,000 beast abyss, leaving 4 massive craters. The power of the authority did more than injure them. It ruthlessly suppressed their blood energy. Luo Feng stared with wide eyes. He had seen Suwu kill the mechanical prodigy with those heaven-defying means, and he had raised his assessment of Suwu's power significantly. Yet, witnessing this miracle again, he realized his imagination was still too limited. Those were 4 real god realm experts, the supreme overlords standing at the pinnacle of the Great Wilderness Alliance. Yet, in front of this human youth, not one of them could withstand a single move. They had been collectively crippled by a single, inconspicuous streak of violet light. What kind of means is this? Luo Feng wondered. He swallowed hard, watching Suwu's comeback. He finally understood how ridiculous it was to try and guess the limits of this man. This man's strength had long since shattered all logic. The 10,000 beast abyss fell into a deathly silence. The millions of soldiers in the Alliance army below stood frozen like statues. They looked up at the pristine ancient carriage floating in midair, their eyes filled with deep, primal fear. At the bottom of the crater on the main peak, the 4 god realm ancestors dragged their bleeding, mangled bodies out. The arrogance and contempt in their eyes had vanished, replaced by endless, overwhelming terror. A faint, yet incredibly domineering purple lightning still raged within their wounds. Chapter 230. They finally understood deep in their souls why the 6-tailed ancestor had worn the chains to serve as a beast of burden. Confronted by a power capable of erasing their existence with a single thought, resistance was simply a path to the grave. The Titan Golden Ape clutched its remaining left hand tightly over its severed shoulder, dropping to its knees without a moment of hesitation. The other 3 ancestors shrieked in terror. They groveled on the ground. "We were blind. We failed to recognize a superior power. Our intrusion was a crime worthy of death. We will hand it over. We will give you everything. All the holy artifacts and ornaments in the Alliance treasury belong to you. We only beg for mercy. Please spare our lives." At the moment of life and death, the 4 giants of the Alliance abandoned their pride. Suwu sat motionless in the carriage, his voice cold. "Had you been this cooperative earlier, you would not have had to suffer such physical pain. You have 1 stick of incense worth of time. If a single artifact is missing, I will slaughter your entire clan. Yes, yes. We dare not hide anything." The 4 ancestors felt as if they had received a pardon from heaven. They scrambled to command their trusted generals. The Great Wilderness headquarters fell into chaos once more. Demon warriors transformed into laborers, hauling out the holy artifacts and ornaments accumulated over generations. Before long, 1,000 massive divine gold treasure chests lay piled like a mountain beneath the carriage. Suwu waved a hand, swallowing all 1,000 chests into his spatial ring. Watching Suwu take away every last holy artifact, the 4 god realm ancestors kneeling on the ground finally let out long sighs of relief. They thought, now that he has the artifacts, surely he will not make us pull the carriage. However, inside the carriage, Suwu cast his gaze down at the 4 crippled god realm ancestors. He extended a finger, pointing toward the shafts at the front of the carriage, his mouth curving into a smirk filled with malicious amusement. "Who told you that handing over your things would be enough?" The moment the words left his lips, the 4 ancestors froze. The relief on their faces solidified instantly. An ominous premonition surged to their foreheads. "We gave you a chance earlier, but you did not cherish it. There are exactly 4 spaces left on the shafts of this carriage. Rely on your own initiative. Put them on yourselves." The words struck the 4 ancestors, like a bolt of lightning hitting the crowns of their heads. Pull the carriage? The 4 of them were the giants who dominated the Great Wilderness. They were god realm masters of their own right. They never expected to face such humiliation. Suwu flicked his fingertip, and a faint violet light shimmered into existence. "What is it? Do I need to come down there and put them on for you myself?" "No, no, no. We dare not trouble you, exalted god. We will do it ourselves. We will do it ourselves." Confronted by that terrifying violet light, the 4 ancestors collapsed internally. They endured the agonizing pain of their severed limbs, dragging their mangled bodies into the air. With their pride shattered, they floated to the front of the carriage. Suwu formed seals with his hands at lightning speed. For thick lightning chains coalesced from thin air, wrapping with pinpoint precision around the necks of the 4 ancestors. They connected in a line with the chains of the 6-tailed ancestor. With that, the original team of 5 3-tailed dogs pulling the carriage received an epic upgrade. A full 5 God Realm demon beasts now stood in formation above the Great Wilderness Alliance headquarters, forming a God Realm carriage-pulling squad. Just as the 4 ancestors clicked the lightning chains into place, the 6-tailed ancestor on the adjacent shaft revealed a smile on its dog face. He. Go ahead and laugh. You 4 idiots were laughing so loudly just moments ago. The 6-tailed ancestor shouted in its heart, a sense of balance washing over it. Now, we are all dogs on the same chain. No one has the right to mock anyone else. Thunderous sonic booms echoed across the sky of the Great Wilderness for 5 consecutive days. In these 5 days, the Great Wilderness experienced the darkest and most humiliating moment of its existence since its birth. A single divine carriage, pulled by 5 God Realm demon beasts, plowed through the entire Great Wilderness again and again. Wherever the carriage passed, Suwu did not need to act. He did not even need to speak a word of threat. The 5 alliance giants pulling the carriage at the front, the 6-tailed ancestor, the Titan golden ape, the 9 nether python, the sky-splitting falcon, and the abyss demon spider queen only needed to release a trace of their God Realm pressure. The tribes, large and small, and the lofty demon sects below would instantly tremble with fear. Every member of the clan, from the young to the old, would collapse to the ground in unison. The leaders and chiefs of the major forces scrambled to break into their own treasuries. They brought out the flesh crystals and holy ornaments collected over countless generations, along with the very chests that held them, and offered them as tribute to the mysterious and terrifying master in the carriage. Resistance? That was a joke. The 5 strongest rulers of the Great Wilderness were wearing dog chains and working as beasts of burden. What were the descendants who had not even touched the threshold of the demigod realm going to do to resist? The only option was to lose their wealth to save their lives. Survival was the priority. In just 5 short days, the western region of the Great Wilderness had been scoured like a field swept by locusts. Not even a stone with a trace of holy light remained. All of their wealth and foundation fell into the pockets of Suwu. Inside the carriage, Suwu leaned lazily against the main seat. He toyed with a high-grade bone jade radiating a rich holy light. The collection of holy artifacts from the Great Wilderness is essentially complete. However, when the primitive land opens again, I will no longer fit the bone age requirements. It is best to collect more for future needs. Suwu calculated in his heart. His gaze fell upon the 5 God Realm demon beasts pulling the carriage with all their might. The territory of the Great Wilderness Alliance only has this much profit to offer? If that is the case, the few of you who call yourselves the overlords of the Great Wilderness live quite a pathetic life. Hearing the master's questioning, the 6-tailed ancestor at the very front shivered. It responded with flattery. Master, your insight is unmatched. While the Great Wilderness appears vast, when it comes down to it, the primitive land is just a universe in its own right. The Great Wilderness is actually just a tiny corner on the map of the western region of the primitive land. The Titan golden ape recalled something. Perhaps if Suwu died in the hands of those powerful experts, they would finally be free. Thinking of this, the Titan golden ape hurried to echo the sentiment. 6-tailed is absolutely correct. Beyond this Great Wilderness, in the western region, there lies an even more vast and boundless ancient territory. It is known as the primordial divine plains. True heaven-defying overlords live there. Their foundations are thousands of times deeper than our Great Wilderness. The holy artifacts are more numerous and of better quality. Primordial divine plains. Suwu repeated the name in his heart. Since this primitive land was a massive, untapped treasure vault, he could not spend his entire time stuck in a newbie village. Since the Great Wilderness had already been bled dry, it was time to change locations and continue the harvest. Set the direction for the primordial divine plains. Suwu glanced at the Titan golden ape and smiled slightly. Yes, master. The 5 God Realm carriage beasts answered in unison. The carriage crushed the clouds, transforming into a brilliant stream of light, and sped away. Chapter 231. Meanwhile, outside in the cosmos, in the Imperial capital of Kiashan, deep inside the Imperial palace, the atmosphere in the top-secret conference hall, completely shielded from external detection, felt heavy to the point of suffocation. The Emperor's figure on the throne remained shrouded in chaotic light, and his face remained obscured. But the terrifying aura rolling around his body signaled the rage of a hegemon. 7 or 8 elderly Imperial elders stood below the throne. Every one of these people possessed supreme power, having stirred up bloody storms across the Star Sea in the past. Their cultivation levels reached at least the peak of the God realm, if not the half-step authority realm. Yet, this group of elders, who held immense power in the Imperial court, hung their heads and trembled. A headless corpse lay on the cold ground in the center of the hall, stripped of all life. This corpse belonged to the elderly man who had presided over the primitive land teleportation array a few days ago, the one who had altered the coordinates at the very last moment. How is the investigation proceeding? The Kiashan Emperor's voice remained cold. The leading white-haired elder stepped forward. His voice sounded dry. Returning to the Emperor, the soul of this thief contained an extremely vicious annihilation death seal. The moment you suppressed and killed him, the death seal exploded completely. It blasted all his memory fragments and origin, along with his divine soul, into nothingness. There are no direct clues to follow. A good way to destroy the evidence. A deeply suppressed cold snort came from within the chaotic light. This snort caused the entire hall to shake violently. A traitor appeared among the Imperial elders right under my nose, and they could produce such a forbidden means as the Annihilation Death Seal to cover their tracks. Who else could do such a thing? The Kiashan Emperor's gaze seemed to pierce through the endless star sea, looking toward the other end of the universe. The elders in the hall looked at each other, understanding the implication. The Iranian Empire. The white-haired elder spat out the 4 words through gritted teeth. There is no one else. Another elder stood full of killing intent. The Great Reckoning has arrived. Every civilization in the universe fights with blood and tears for the holy artifacts of the primitive land. At this critical juncture, only the Iranian Empire would act this way. They have harbored a sea of blood and deep hatred with our Kiashan Empire for millions of years. This retaliation must be their doing. Those scum of the mechanical clan in Iranian always try to stab us in the back. They altered the teleportation coordinates. They clearly intended to send the 10 supreme prodigies we selected with such great effort directly into a desperate, fatal situation in the primitive land. They want to cut off our empire's lifeline by the hands of foreign natives. As long as we do not collect enough holy artifacts, the universe rules will erase the Kiashan Empire. The Kiashan Emperor remained silent for a moment as he listened to the elder's analysis. Of course, he knew all of this. Have the life-soul lamps of the 10 candidates all gone out? The Emperor asked slowly. This. The white-haired elder looked troubled. Returning to the Emperor, the alteration of the coordinates likely caused them to fall into an extremely dangerous location. Within half an hour after the teleportation, the life-soul lamps of 8 of the prodigies flickered out completely. Their bodies and spirits perished. Only. The elder paused, his tone filled with disbelief. Only the one you personally appointed as the 5th sequence, Suwu, and the one from the Luo family, Luo Feng, have not flickered out. Oh. Within the chaotic light, the Emperor's tense mood seemed to undergo a subtle fluctuation. 6 laws, and a bone age of less than 50 years. This little one has truly brought me a surprise. The Emperor muttered in a low voice. His tone turned cold and murderous once again. Issue my decree. The entire army must prepare for battle. Investigate the holy light situation immediately. Do not let them stir up trouble in the dark again. Since the Iranian Empire dares to play dirty at a time like this, one day, I will make them sacrifice to my Kiashan war banner. The border of the Kiashan Empire, the Milky Way. The vast star river flowed quietly. On the outermost edge of the Milky Way, a dark gold holy light barrier, condensed by the Kiashan Empire using a massive amount of holy artifacts and array formations, shrouded the entire Milky Way and the 12 surrounding star systems, like a giant transparent eggshell. This layer of holy light served as the outpost defense line against the great reckoning of the universe, insulating them from the chaotic rules outside that attempted to devour everything. Deep within the Su family ancestral grounds, the thunder god Suwu sat cross-legged in a dark secret chamber. Although he remained only a clone, his strength reached the 7th stage of the god realm under the blessing of the Thunder Authority, and he possessed the special power granted by the Thunder Authority. He closed his eyes. His divine sense acted like an invisible net, monitoring every corner of the Su family ancestral grounds at every moment. Everything appeared calm and peaceful. However, at the edge of the Milky Way, tens of thousands of light years away from the Holy Spirit star domain, that dark gold holy light barrier suddenly emitted a faint, teeth-grinding sound. A strange energy appeared without warning at a weak node in the holy light barrier. This energy felt extremely eerie. It did not trigger any violent explosion, but instead acted like aqua regia dripping onto plastic, madly corroding and interfering with the operation of the holy light. A hum resonated. Under the interference of that strange energy, the holy light barrier, in that area experienced a 1-second stagnation and failure. It lasted for only that split second. A small gap tore open in the barrier. A mass of distorted matter, which looked like it had been condensed from pure shadow, slipped silkily through the fleeting gap. It successfully snuck into the interior of the Milky Way. The gap closed instantly. The holy light barrier returned to perfect operation, as if everything that had just occurred had been nothing more than an illusion. In the dead, silent starry sky at the edge of the Milky Way, that distorted shadow matter stopped squirming. It gradually stretched and deformed, eventually turning into a blurry, humanoid silhouette. It possessed no facial features, only 2 light spots burning with eerie green ghost fire. The thing emitted an eerie laugh that chilled the soul. The shadow flickered slightly, like a drop of ink merging into the night, concealing all traces of its aura and movement. Chapter 232. Half a month later, in the Milky Way galaxy, within the Ao Land star domain, above a vibrant resource planet, the once prosperous giant metropolis found itself choked under a blanket of suffocating, dark green mist. On the streets and between the skyscrapers, countless martial artists and ordinary civilians looked up at the sky in terror. They stared in horror as their bodies dissolved upon contact with the mist, melting like snow under the scorching sun. Ah, my hand. What is this? Screams rose in a chorus of agony. A twisted shadow, dark as ink, drifted over the city. It did not need to manifest a physical form. The mere release of the green mist proved sufficient to strip away the essence and souls of even Star Lord or Star King level martial artists, leaving them no chance to resist before turning to ash. Ha ha ha. Such sweet souls, such pure blood. In less than a quarter of an hour, tens of millions of lives on the planet fell to the monster, turning the entire metropolis into a silent purgatory. On Earth, deep within the family ancestral grounds, the eyes of the thunder god Avatar, previously closed in meditation, snapped open. Boom. Within the secret chamber, 10 million streaks of violent, purple-black lightning erupted, cracking the void with the sheer intensity of the killing intent. Seeking death, coldness flashed in the thunder god's eyes. The main body had entrusted the base to him for protection, and now some ignorant scumbag had snuck inside to slaughter innocents right under his nose. The air hummed. Without a moment of hesitation, the thunder god took a single step. The law of space disregarded the vast interstellar distance, transporting him directly outside the atmosphere of the mist-shrouded planet. The shadow monster fed greedily on the blood chi in the air, until it suddenly sensed a change. Crack. The sky, previously masked by the dark green mist, tore open without warning, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. A bolt of purple-black destructive lightning slammed down, connecting the heavens to the earth. The lightning faded. The thunder god stood wreathed in purple-black electricity that danced like dragons, his eyes transformed into pools of pure lightning as he looked down at the twisted shadow. What is this thing? The thunder god studied the monster. The shadow monster stared at the human who had appeared from nowhere. The moment it sensed the oceanic, godlike aura radiating from Sawu, the shadow trembled violently. God realm. Why did I encounter a god realm expert so early? The shadow monster shrieked in disbelief, its voice filled with extreme terror. It drew power from the universe by harvesting living beings. It had chosen the remote Milky Way galaxy hoping to reap enough souls to bolster its strength. It had also sensed a person of great destiny within this galaxy, though it had yet to locate them. It never expected to run into a god realm expert in the very first galaxy it targeted. The thunder god raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and clenched them in the empty air. Boom. A network of purple-black lightning sealed off the space for 10,000 miles, creating an inescapable thunder prison. Violent thunder energy transformed into countless lightning dragons that lunged and clawed, tightening the noose around the shadow monster in the center. Roar. Faced with the killing strike of a god realm expert, the shadow monster let out a hysterical, maddened roar. At the brink of death, its twisted body collapsed inward, forming an absolute black singularity. An eerie, obscure sound rippled out from the singularity, piercing the holy light barrier of the Milky Way and communicating directly with the chaotic rules of the universe raging outside. Boom. Deep in the infinite starry sky beyond the Milky Way, a dark and evil primal force responded to the call. Ignoring the distance of time and space, it crossed the boundary like a black pillar of light, pouring directly into the shadow monster, drawing power from the universe. Crack, crack, crack. The thunder god narrowed his eyes as the shadow began to mutate. Its size ballooned countless times, transforming into a faceless humanoid demon shadow that scraped the heavens. Its aura climbed straight up. Demigod, God Realm Stage 1, God Realm Stage 3, and finally, it stabilized at a terrifying level comparable to a 5th stage God Realm expert. Ha 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 ha. The monster, empowered, laughed wildly. Its massive demon shadow pulsed, scattering the lightning dragons and forcing open the seal of the thunder prison Sawu had set. After accomplishing this, the monster looked down at Sawu with disdain. Boom. The monster raised a black hand that blotted out the sun, wrapping it in chaotic rules that devoured everything, and slammed it down toward the thunder god. If the palm landed, it would turn not only Sawu but the entire planet below into cosmic dust. Sawu clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and purple lightning rays, solid as steel, erupted from his eyes. Thunder god body, activate. Boom. The thunder god's human flesh disintegrated inch by inch. Innumerable lightning bolts burst forth from his body, and in an instant, he transformed into a 10,000-foot-tall thunder god composed of pure purple-black thunder origin. The moment the thunder god body activated, the colossal figure crushed the giant hand the monster had slammed down. The monster froze for a second. It stared at the 10,000-foot-tall figure radiating absolute destruction, like a lord of the universe, and a fear it had never known surged from the depths of its soul. The mere aura of the Thunder Authority caused the borrowed chaotic rules within it to wail. Die. Sawu, embodied as the 10,000-foot thunder god, raised his massive lightning arm. He pressed his 5 fingers together into a blade and sliced downward against the massive body of the nightmare demon. Hiss. Before the thunder god empowered by the Thunder Authority, the monster was as fragile as paper. The lightning hand blade sliced through the monster's head without obstruction, cutting all the way down and splitting the massive demon shadow in two instantly. The starry sky returned to dead silence. The dark green mist dissolved rapidly across the sky. The 10,000-foot thunder body shrank slowly, returning to Sawu's original form. What in the world is this thing? How could a small galaxy produce a monster with god realm strength? The thunder god looked around, searching for useful clues. Aside from the monster, the planet held nothing special. Chapter 233. The Primitive Land. The luxurious carriage sped through thick, heavy clouds, pulled by 5 god realm demon beasts. Sawu sat inside, eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, his peaceful expression hardened. A flicker of rare fear crossed his black eyes. He felt it. The feedback from his thunder god clone, crossing the universe barrier from the Milky Way, flooded his mind. What is that thing? Sawu's heart churned. His brows knit together. Through the perspective of the clone, the massacre over the Ao Land star domain played out in his mind. He saw the strange shadow, He saw the monster force its strength to the god realm level. How could such a terrifying existence descend on the Milky Way, an edge region where spiritual energy had long since withered? Cold sweat dampened his palms. The Ao Land Star Domain was his home. Xiao Yu, Wana, Yunxi, they all lived under that sky. If he had not remained vigilant, if he had not left that Thunder God clone behind, the one with God Realm 7th stage combat power, and a shred of the Thunder Authority, the consequences would be unthinkable. The monster would have turned the entire solar system, the entire Milky Way, into cold cosmic dust. He had been killing himself collecting holy artifacts in the primitive land, only to return home to bury his family. Who is responsible? Suwu took a deep breath, forcing down the surge of killing intent. God Realm experts did not appear in the Milky Way out of thin air. Someone stood behind this. Fortunately, the clone had obliterated the threat. Days later, the carriage exited the territory of the Great Wilderness, entering a transition zone. A vast, silent wasteland. The ground looked gray and sickly, as if drained of life. No clouds filled the sky. Only a depressing dark red glow shrouded everything. The carriage raced across the wasteland. Then, without warning, a hum vibrated through the air. Absolute silence. The world stripped away all sensory input. The 5 God Realm beasts, mid-stride, froze. The Titan golden ape's front leg hung in the air. The 9 nether python's red tongue remained stuck, stiff as iron. The remnants of the 6-tailed ancestors' hellfire stopped dancing. It was not just the beasts. Luo Feng froze too. The dust in the sky hung suspended. The wind stopped. The entire world hit a pause button. How is this possible? Suwu stood up. He looked around. Panic spiked. The space around him felt eerie. He pushed out his divine sense, but everything remained still, down to the molecular level. Time and space stood frozen. How could God Realm beasts be rendered helpless? What power is this? He tensed, ready to trigger the chaos transformation to face the unknown. Then, he noticed something. He looked down at his clenched fists. He stepped forward. Why can I still move? In this domain of absolute stillness, where even molecules ceased motion, he remained unaffected. He thought clearly. He moved freely. He was the only living thing jumping out of this frozen painting. Then, he found the answer. Deep within his soul sea, the mysterious purple power, the Thunder Authority, pulsed with a weak frequency. This faint purple light flowed beneath his skin. It acted as an invincible barrier, isolating him from the rules that tried to freeze him. This mysterious power protected me. Before he could explore the secrets of this wasteland, a terrifying pull erupted from deep within the void. It locked onto him, targeting his soul, not his body. Oh no. Suwu's face changed. He tried to resist. A flash. His body blurred, ripped from the static carriage. Weightlessness took over. The space around him flickered. Time passed. Maybe a second, maybe 10,000 years. The weightlessness vanished. Suwu landed. His boots hit the metal floor with a crisp, hollow echo. He gathered his energy, scanning the surroundings. His pupils contracted. The dark red sky had vanished. Before him stood a magnificent bronze temple. He looked up, but saw only chaos, no ceiling. Giant bronze pillars stood all around, covered in ancient verdigris, carved with dense, ancient totems. Nebulae, ancient gods with thousands of eyes, brutal battlefields of a myriad of races. The air smelled of a history older than the primitive land by billions of years. Time lost all meaning here. In the center, no statues, only a massive, dark, blood-colored bronze altar. Where am I? Suwu tightened his muscles. He pushed his divine sense out, trying to probe the temple. The opposite happened. His divine sense, barely 10 meters out, was swallowed, like a stone thrown into the ocean. The bronze material absorbed it all. His divine sense was suppressed, to create a field that froze God Realm experts and pull me into this space. Suwu stared at the altar. Did the master of this temple do this? If so, their strength defied comprehension. Chapter 234. Suwu took a deep breath, forcing down the discomfort. He turned toward the temple. He took a step, maintaining a guarded stance, and walked slowly toward the dark, blood-colored bronze altar in the center of the hall. Thud, thud, thud. The hollow echo of his boots against the metal floor rang out through the grand hall, adding a chilling sense of dread. The closer he drew to the altar, the more intense the ancient, weary pressure became. Just as Suwu reached the final 10 yards of the distance, a change occurred. A low hum resonated. Above the dark, blood-colored bronze altar in the center of the hall, the void rippled without warning. Suwu watched as a magnificent, blurry figure coalesced in the void above the altar. The figure lacked specific facial features and a physical body. Yet, as the faceless shadow stood there, an irresistible sense of suffocation surged forward. It felt as though he faced an unspeakable terror, rather than a living being. What is this thing? Suwu's heart raced. His skin prickled. Without a word, he pushed off the ground with his legs, and his figure retreated hundreds of yards. Just as he prepared to attack, anticipating a deadly threat, a hearty, magnificent laugh echoed through the hall. It possessed endless age and a touch of carefree ease. The laughter did not travel through the air as sound waves. Instead, it ignored all physical and mental barriers, resonating directly in the depths of Suwu's soul. Little one, there is no need for such tension. The magnificent, faceless shadow lowered its head. Although it lacked facial features, Suwu perceived a gentle gaze fixed upon him. Relax. You and I are not in the same time and space. The voice of the giant shadow crossed hundreds of millions of years, carrying a sense of detachment from the world. What you see now is merely a remnant of my will, left behind in a past or perhaps a future era. Even if I harbored malicious intent, I would have to pay a painful, unbearable price in causality to kill you in this dimension of distorted time and space. Not in the same time and space. Suwu's heart jolted at these words. His vigilance intensified. The information contained in that statement carried immense weight. How could a being not in the same time and space easily pull him from reality into this bronze temple? Such means exceeded his current understanding. What kind of unspeakable, terrifying existence was this? Before Suwu could continue to think or prepare, the figure cut him off. However, since you have entered, let me see what you truly rely upon. The magnificent figure above the altar lifted a non-physical arm and waved it casually toward Suwu. How is this possible? Suwu's eyes widened. He let out a gasp of disbelief. The mysterious purple power in his soul sea, under the casual wave of the opponent, was stripped from his body, without the slightest resistance. A faint, slender streak of purple light drifted from the center of Suwu's brow. It ignored his frantic resistance and mental tugging, flying straight toward the faceless giant shadow above the altar. It settled quietly in the palm of the giant shadow. Cold sweat soaked Suwu's back. He realized the truth. That purple light served as his foundation for killing enemies stronger than himself. With this power, he could challenge God Realm experts. Yet, the opponent had not even touched him. They had taken his foundation as easily as removing a handkerchief from a pocket. Faced with such unfathomable power, his pride in his demigod cultivation and God Realm combat strength seemed like a joke. Defenses were futile. Suwu offered a bitter smile. His tense muscles finally relaxed. If he could not resist, he would listen. He wanted to see what this terrifying existence, capable of crossing time and space to drag him into the bronze temple, truly wanted. Above the altar, the magnificent, faceless shadow watched the purple light dancing in its palm, falling into a brief silence. A moment later, the shadow let out a sigh filled with emotion. Its voice carried a hint of relief and a flash of deep insight. So that is how it is. Fortunately, in this locked primitive land, I could still encounter a living being carrying the power of authority. Otherwise, in the vast river of time, a mere remnant of my soul would never have been able to anchor reality, let alone drag you into this temple. The figure tilted its head, and the gaze fixed upon Suwu held a hint of appreciation and scrutiny. Little one, your luck is excessive. The magnificent voice reverberated through the hall. The laws of this world are numerous. Living beings cultivate without end. They pursue immortality, the demigod realm, or the seemingly supreme god realm. Yet, they remain ignorant of the truth. The god realm represents merely the threshold of the surface rules of the universe. True power, the ability to modify the underlying logic of the universe, speak the law into existence, and create the birth and death of worlds, is called authority. The giant shadow extended a finger and tapped the purple light in its palm. The purple light erupted with a brilliance millions of times brighter than the sun. The ancient bronze temple glowed with clarity. The mysterious power you have been using is called the Thunder Authority. Suwu stood frozen, his heart churning with unstoppable waves of shock. Thunder Authority. The power of the authority realm. Only now, as if struck by lightning, did Suwu understand the heaven-defying fortune he had hidden within himself. No wonder. In this primitive land, where the heavenly Tao suppresses outsiders, and their strength drops significantly, every time he used this purple light, the suppression of this world failed completely. Even the surrounding space was forced to retreat. No wonder his battles against God Realm demon ancestors felt as effortless as cutting vegetables. This was authority. Power at the level of rules. Before authority, even the laws held dear by God Realm experts were nothing more than poorly made toys. However, the magnificent voice sounded again, carrying deep meaning. This shred of thunder authority is strange. The giant shadow examined the purple light in its palm. The underlying logic of the universe imprinted upon this is completely different from the universe we currently inhabit. Its primal aura is more ancient and more domineering. I see. This authority was not conceived by our universe. This is a thread of thunder authority from another universe. Authority from another universe. Suwu looked at the figure in astonishment. It could even tell that. Little one, I believe you understand the principle that an innocent man commits no crime, but his wealth makes him a target. The giant shadow waved its hand casually. The dazzling purple light streaked through the void and sank back into the center of Suwu's brow. His body jolted, and the familiar sense of power returned. He touched his brow, his heart settling. Although the presence before him was unfathomable, the other party clearly harbored no covetousness for his power of authority, or they would never have returned it so readily. Thank you for the clarification, senior. Since the other party held no hostility, Suwu bowed respectfully, acting as a junior should. Although arrogant by nature, he knew when to show proper manners before such a powerful being. Suwu looked up at the faceless giant shadow above the altar and asked in a low voice. Your methods are heaven-defying. You crossed time and space to drag me here, and you saw through my greatest secret at a glance. Since you have no intention of taking this power of authority, why go to such lengths to meet me? The hall fell back into silence. Above the altar, the magnificent, faceless shadow watched Suwu. Though it wore no expression, Suwu sensed that the being felt satisfied with his sharpness and composure. Why? The giant shadow tilted its head, appearing to gaze at the chaotic ceiling of the bronze temple. Its voice contained an eternal loneliness and sorrow. I need you to help me. Chapter 235. I have been suppressed within this bronze temple since time immemorial. In your era, I have already been suppressed and fallen. I have traveled across time and space, solely to cultivate a genius possessing immense time power, to assist me in my escape. The faceless giant shadow turned its gaze upon Suwu. Help! How can I help? Suwu did not choose to refuse immediately, despite the vast disparity in their power. He remained calm. Since the opponent had gone to such lengths, crossing time and space to bring him here, seen through his trump cards, and proposed a request for help, a motive clearly existed. The faceless shadow laughed, clearly appreciative of Suwu's courage in the face of impossible odds. Certainly, not now. The giant shadow raised an incorporeal arm. A translucent white light instantly crossed the void, bypassing all of Suwu's defenses, and shot directly into his soul sea. Boom! A brand new law condensed and took shape within his body. It went beyond a simple law. Suwu noticed a subtle detail. Deep within this newborn law, it contained a shred of supreme authority aura, one that transcended the heavenly Tao of the universe. This is... Suwu paused. Before he could sense the new power, his consciousness blurred. The bronze temple collapsed and rotated, shattering into countless bizarre fragments. He opened his eyes again. Wah! A piercing cry of an infant filled the air. Suwu stared in shock. He had transformed into a starving infant left at the gate of a dilapidated orphanage. The cold wind bit into his skin. The visceral sensation of hunger and cold pierced his nerves. He could not resist. He surrendered to the flow of events. Time flew like a white horse passing a crack in a wall. He endured the hardships of childhood within the orphanage. In his teenage years, he displayed astonishing martial arts talent, and was discovered by the high-ranking officials of the Federation. He joined the Federation, rising rapidly through the blood and fire of life and death trials. Later, he met Lin Weiner. They fell in love and married. Lin Weiner gave birth to 2 sons. The gears of silent fate began to turn wildly. He awakened the father depends on son system. Relying on the heaven-defying feedback from his son's cultivation, his strength erupted. He suppressed the arrogant Lin family, cleared away all obstacles, killed decisively, broke out of Earth, and walked toward the starry sky. He relived the magnificent scenes of those several decades in their entirety. Scene after scene replayed like a fast-forwarded film, but every emotion and every epiphany in battle remained etched in his heart. Until now, his consciousness returned with a jolt. Suwu opened his eyes abruptly, gasping for breath, sweat beading on his forehead. He glanced around. The silent bronze temple remained. Was that a life review? Suwu muttered, his heart still racing. The sensation of reliving a lifetime felt too authentic. He struggled to distinguish reality from the dream. No, that was a shred of the time authority I left behind. The faceless shadow spoke calmly. Time authority. Suwu felt a genuine shock. No matter how calm his nature, he could not hide the astonishment in his eyes. Time ranked among the most mysterious and elusive supreme powers in the universe. He had obtained a shred of time authority just like that. This opportunity surpassed picking up 100 million coins on the street by 10 million times. Once you are strong enough, I hope you will return to the primitive land to help me. That will suffice. The giant shadow continued. Suwu clenched his fists. He felt the terrifying, brand new power within him, the kind that could manipulate the flow of time. His eyes grew complicated. Could it truly be that simple? He felt the weight of receiving such a gift. Since he had accepted this heaven-defying opportunity, he naturally had to repay the debt of karma. I understand. If I become strong enough, I will naturally return to help you. Suwu nodded. Correct. However, you must pay attention to one thing. The giant shadow's voice carried a solemn warning. Once you reach the authority realm, you will connect to the underlying logic of the universe. At that time, other living beings possessing the same authority will be able to vaguely sense your position. Naturally, the same applies to you. You will also be able to sense them. The shadow paused, its tone reflecting the cruel rules of the cosmic jungle. Go and collect authority. Only by devouring other authority possessors can you become stronger. Only then will you have the strength to help me. I do not want to die yet. After all, I still have deep hatreds to repay. I look forward to seeing you again. Suwu's heart tightened upon hearing these words. The struggle for authority turned out to be such a naked game of chess. Stepping into that realm meant becoming the enemy of the strongest beings in the universe. It meant mutual hunting, fighting to the death. It was a dark forest. Thank you, Senior, for the guidance. This junior will keep it in mind. Suwu bowed respectfully to the altar. The outline of the faceless giant shadow began to fluctuate violently, becoming increasingly blurred, as if it would dissipate in the river of time at any moment. At the final moment, the giant shadow's voice came drifting over, leaving a sentence in Suwu's ear. By the way, the native creatures in the primitive land cultivate pure blood chi throughout the generations. Therefore, most of the authority bred in this world has not been collected by any living being. The words faded. The magnificent giant shadow dissipated completely, leaving no trace, as if it had never appeared. Then, a blur crossed Suwu's vision. An irresistible power of teleportation enveloped him. The bronze temple around him shattered like bubbles. Space twisted. The next second, Suwu returned to the main seat of the carriage. Everything seemed unchanged. The dark red sky outside remained depressing, with the gale howling. In the front, the 5 god realm demon beasts, including the 6-tailed ancestor and the titan golden ape, continued to pull the carriage with great effort, speeding through the wilderness. Time resumed its flow at this moment. Inside the carriage, Luo Feng sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to adjust his breathing, unaware of what had just happened. Suwu leaned back against the bone chair and slowly opened his right hand. In the center of his palm, besides the faint purple thunder authority, a new strand of extremely transparent white light seemingly constantly flowing and recombining, appeared. Time authority. Sharp light erupted in Sowu's eyes. The words from before the giant shadow dissipated echoed in his mind. The creatures of the primitive land only cultivated blood chi, not the path of laws, and could not touch authority. What did this imply? This meant that the vast, boundless primitive land was not just a treasury of holy artifacts, but a peerless vault scattered with masterless authority. Chapter 236. The borderland between the great wilderness and the primordial divine plains lay silent and oppressive. In this heavy stillness, the bone carriage, dragged by 5 god realm demon beasts, sliced through the dark like a blade, moving forward with unstoppable momentum. Inside the carriage, Sowu sat on the main throne. Deep within his soul sea, the translucent time authority floated beside the purple thunder authority. He exhaled slowly. Sharp light flickered in his eyes. He possessed 2 authorities now. Although his own cultivation remained at the demigod realm, having not yet truly stepped into the god realm, he possessed top-tier combat power in this unique universe of the primitive land. Space ahead vibrated with a deafening roar. Luo Feng, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, snapped them open. He looked out and gasped. The scenery ahead had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The flat, silent wasteland shattered instantly. In its place stood a vast, boundless, and seemingly endless ancient land. The mountains here stood 100,000 feet tall, like giant ancient swords thrust directly into the earth. The ancient trees grew so thick that even dozens of giant beasts could not circle them. Above the dome of the sky, the oppressive dark red glow had vanished, replaced by 5 massive suns hanging in the air. Master, we have passed the border and formally entered the territory of the primordial divine plains. The 6-tailed ancestor at the front let out a trembling thought message. Even though it had once been a god realm master, the moment it stepped onto this land, it felt a terrifying suppression radiating from the depths of its bloodline. The primordial divine plains served as the gathering place for the true core overlords of the western region of the primitive land. A pure-blood divine beast running wild here would reign supreme in the great wilderness. The spatial gravity here is at least 1,000 times greater than the outside universe. Luo Feng felt the horrific pressure outside the carriage, his face turning pale. Interesting. Sowu curled his lips into a smile. Perhaps this primordial divine plains held a large amount of authority not yet controlled by living beings. He was about to strike it rich. Deep within a mountain range countless kilometers away, a giant beast shaped like an ancient Kylan, spanning several thousand feet, lay quietly on the ground. Suddenly, it sensed something. Essence, such intense essence and blood chi. Is it an outsider star space giant beast? It never imagined the star space giant beast race would act so arrogantly, daring to enter the territory of the Thunder Beast clan to hunt for holy artifacts. This was pure suicide. The carriage had not been traveling through the airspace of the primordial divine plains for long before space ahead tore open. A terrifying thundercloud, covering tens of thousands of miles, fell like a pitch-black curtain, blocking the only path for the carriage. Within that thundercloud, it was not ordinary lightning that roiled, but blinding silver-white destructive thunder pulp. Violent thunder energy wove into an inescapable net in the void, warping the sturdy space of the primordial divine plains. Who dares to trespass in the airspace of my Thunder Beast clan? A roar, like 10,000 thunders sounding at once, came from the depths of the thundercloud. The 5 god realm ancestors pulling the carriage groaned in unison. Their massive bodies halted mid-air, struggling to maintain their balance. The thundercloud tore apart as a pair of giant claws wrapped in silver lightning ripped through it. A giant beast, several thousand feet long, and shaped like an ancient Kylan, but covered in silver scales that shimmered like divine gold, stepped out from the thundercloud, carrying the might of the heavens. Its eyes looked like 2 small, stellar thunderstars, looking down at the carriage below. The blood chi fluctuation radiating from its body surged like a reversed galaxy, collapsing the earth below into countless deep ravines. A peak god realm blood chi demon beast. This aura surpassed the 6-tailed ancestor at its peak in the great wilderness by 10,000 times. It stood only half a step away from the legendary authority realm. The silver thunder beast swept its cold eyes over the 5 beasts pulling the carriage, a flicker of shock and disdain crossing its face. 5 god realm demon beasts, actually pulling a carriage? The thunder beast let out a scoff of contempt, the sound resembling muffled thunder. Even more ridiculous, you dignified god realm masters are wearing chains like lowly livestock. What kind of thing is sitting inside? Come out and die. Faced with the humiliation from the peak god realm thunder beast, the 5 demon beasts, including the 6-tailed ancestor, trembled with rage. Yet, in the face of such absolute strength, they dared not utter a single word of protest, and could only lower their heads in terror. Master, this is the great elder of the Thunder Beast clan, one of the overlord forces on the periphery of the primordial divine plains. The 6-tailed ancestor transmitted the message to Sowu, trembling. It has reached the peak of the god realm, and its flesh is invincible. We cannot withstand its thunder might. Inside the carriage, the curtain shielding them from detection lifted. Sowu stood up slowly. He walked out of the carriage, hands in his coat pockets, stepping through the void. He looked up at the imposing, arrogant, peak god realm thunder beast. His dark eyes remained calm, flashing with excitement instead of fear. Peak god realm? Perfect. I will use you to test the power of my new authority. Sowu did not bother with small talk. Arrogant ant. A human dares to provoke me? Turn to ashes. Seeing a human youth walk out, the thunder beast elder flew into a rage. It opened its bloody maw, and a silver destructive thunder pillar, over 100 feet in diameter, blasted down toward Suwu and the entire carriage with the power to annihilate everything. This strike could flatten the entire region for 10,000 miles. Luo Feng watched from inside the carriage, his scalp tingling and his breathing stopped. Yet, faced with this peak god realm thunderous killing blow, Suwu merely withdrew his left hand from his pocket. He lifted his index finger. Stop. A quiet syllable slipped from his lips. The half-translucent white light of the Time Authority, within the depths of his soul seat, flashed instantly. A supreme power, overriding the rules of time, centered on Suwu and shrouded the entire world. A scene of extreme strangeness unfolded. The silver destructive thunder pillar, just 10 yards from Suwu's head, halted in mid-air. It was not just the thunder pillar. The roiling thunderclouds in the sky stopped moving, and the raging spatial storm ceased its howl. Every tiny arc of electricity dancing on the massive body of the peak god realm thunder beast elder became frozen in that moment. The entire world felt as if someone had pressed the pause button. All things stood still. Only he remained supreme. Chapter 237. This is the tyranny of the Time Authority. Even the attacks and the body of a peak god realm master can be frozen instantly, leaving them without any power to resist. Suwu looked at the thunder beast elder frozen in midair, and caught his breath. This sense of absolute control felt intoxicating. Suwu understood clearly that with his current cultivation, forcibly activating the Time Authority to freeze a peak god realm master consumed a massive amount of origin energy. This frozen state could last for 3 seconds at most. Yet, for a powerhouse of his level, 3 seconds provided enough time to kill the opponent 10,000 times over. It is time to send you on your way. Suwu slowly raised his right hand. At his fingertip, the delicate purple glow of the Thunder Authority bloomed quietly. When it comes to playing with lightning, you are not even my grandson. Die. The purple light flashed. A faint hiss cut through the air. Within the absolute domain of frozen time, the Thunder Beast Elder could not even summon the thought of defense. The purple thunder of authority pierced through its silver divine gold scales, which boasted invincibility, at the peak of the god realm. The light passed straight through the center of its brow. Time resumed its flow. A deafening explosion echoed through the wilderness as the silver thunder pillar, previously frozen, lost all control and slammed into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. High in the air, the Thunder Beast Elder let out an incomparably shrill, miserable shriek. The purple thunder of authority erupted inside its body, instantly shredding the source of its peak god realm blood chi, which it had spent hundreds of thousands of years cultivating. Most of its body exploded into a mist of blood as the silver scales peeled away, piece by piece. A single strike. In one encounter, a peak god realm demon beast capable of walking sideways through the primordial divine planes became a cripple. Suwu pulled the beast forward, dragging it to the front of the carriage. As the frozen state vanished, the 5 god realm demon beasts suddenly noticed the Thunder Beast Elder hanging by a thread in front of them. The 6-tailed ancestor and the other 4 beasts pulling the carriage gulped in unison, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This was a peak god realm master. It had been defeated in a single move. Their gaze toward Suwu shifted from awe to a fear typically reserved for gods. Suwu shifted his body, landing in front of the massive head of the Thunder Beast Elder. The Elder rolled its eyes, its body twitching uncontrollably. Let me see what the situation is in this primordial divine planes. Suwu shot his right hand out like an iron pincer, locking his 5 fingers directly onto the bloodied crown of the Thunder Beast Elder. Soul search. The Thunder Beast Elder had been beaten so severely that its consciousness hovered on the brink of collapse. Suwu pierced through the defense of the Thunder Beast mind with ease, frantically browsing through its memory fragments. The landscape of the primordial divine planes and the distribution of major overlord forces poured into Suwu's mind like a tidal wave. He realized the Thunder Beast clan occupied a top-tier blessed land called the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond, located on the periphery of the primordial divine planes, which allowed them to breed such terrifying strength. Just as Suwu digested this information and prepared to end the soul search by erasing the beast, his body jolted. A hum vibrated through his bones. He discovered with shock that the purple thunder authority deep within his soul sea, which had remained quiet until now, erupted with an unprecedented, violent fluctuation. This fluctuation did not come from an attack, but rather from an intense resonance of longing. The purple light flowed through his arm, following the connection of the soul search, and created a visible synchronization with a subtle, hidden aura lingering inside the Thunder Beast Elder. What is going on? Suwu retracted his hand, shock flashing in his eyes. The faceless giant shadow that had bestowed the Time Authority upon him had stated clearly that only when Suwu stepped into the true authority realm and connected with the underlying logic of the universe would he be able to vaguely sense the location of other authorities. He had not reached that realm yet, so he should have been unable to sense authority across space. However, Suwu stared at the Thunder Beast on the ground with its unique bloodline. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he understood the source of the resonance. While he could not sense other authorities from a distance without reaching the authority realm, the Thunder Authority within his own body shared the same origin as something inside this Thunder Beast. The faceless shadow had said the natives of the primitive land only cultivated blood chi, and did not know how to collect authority. This meant the unknown authorities lay exposed to the world. Could it be that the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond where the Thunder Beast clan lived was not a naturally formed blessed land? Could it be related to the Thunder Authority? It is possible. Suwu nodded to himself. If these beasts had lived for years near a fragment of unowned Thunder Authority, their bloodlines would have been subtly altered and mutated by the dissipated aura of the authority over countless years. That explained why their bloodlines carried the scent of authority. Suwu did not need to connect to the universe to sense it. He only needed to touch this thunder beast, seasoned by the aura of authority, and the origin of his own thunder authority would naturally resonate with it. He had not expected to obtain a precise clue regarding an unknown authority on his very first step into the primordial divine planes. Suwu kicked the thunder beast elder, now stripped of its utility, turning it into a pile of meat. He took its peak god realm, high-grade meat crystal, and tucked it away. Suwu turned around, strode back to the carriage, and flicked the lightning chains in his hand. Change the route. Go to the nest of the Thunder Beast clan, the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond. Chapter 238. Thunder rolled across the sky. Above the primordial divine planes, 5 god realm demon beasts dragged the bone carriage. They ripped through layers of clouds without concealment, speeding toward the overlord territory on the periphery of the divine planes. Inside the carriage, Suwu closed his eyes. The closer he drew to his destination, the more violently the purple thunder authority deep within his soul pulsated. That longing and resonance of the same origin caused strands of destructive purple lightning to overflow from Suwu's body involuntarily. It must be it, the thunder authority. Half a day passed. Master, we have arrived at the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond. The six-tailed ancestor leading the carriage transmitted the thought. Suwu lifted the curtain and looked out. At the end of his line of sight, the end of the earth seemed split open by a giant axe, creating a super basin with a radius of 100,000 miles. Circles of massive architecture surrounded the basin. Within the basin, it was not water that roiled, but pure thunder pulp appearing in blinding silver white, purple black, crimson, and many other colors. Countless thunder columns as thick as mountains shot from the bottom of the pool toward the firmament. They turned that heaven and earth into a forbidden zone that even those at the demigod realm would not dare to enter easily. The thunder origin blood chi was intense. It was no wonder it could breed thunder beasts at the peak of the god realm. Suwu gazed with heat. He saw through it at a glance. This vast 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond was not a wonder generated naturally by heaven and earth. Those rolling thunder pulps were clearly the residual energy spilling out from something deep within the pond. Suwu felt the aura was very similar to that of the Thunder Authority. Could it really be the Thunder Authority? It was that simple. He did not know, but he would find out soon. Just then, a voice boomed. Those who approach, stop. The moment the carriage neared the edge of the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond, the sea of rolling thunder pulp below surged with monstrous waves. A deafening roar followed. Tens of thousands of thunder beasts rushed into the sky from the heavenly pond. They hovered densely in midair like an invincible ancient thunder army, blocking the path of the carriage instantly. A roar echoed. At the front of the thunder beast army, the thunder pulp gathered frantically. It turned into 3 massive silver figures exuding terrifying blood chi fluctuations. These 3 thunder beasts were genuine peak god realm masters. In the center, a thunder beast king with the most massive body, and a purple gold horn on its head rose slowly while treading the sea of thunder. Its aura was as deep as an abyss. It had clearly reached the extreme of the peak god realm. It was even a fraction stronger than the great elder Suwu had killed in seconds before. It seemed only a thin layer of paper separated it from the authority realm. This was the patriarch of the Thunder Beast race, the Thunder King. The Thunder King stared at the carriage high in the sky with eyes as dazzling as thunder. When it saw the 5 demon beasts pulling the carriage, the same expression of astonishment that had crossed the great elder it had killed earlier flashed in the depths of its eyes. We have disgraced the demons of our primitive land completely. Regardless of who is sitting in the carriage, how dare you intrude upon the forbidden ground of my Thunder Beast race? Are you looking for death? Faced with the rebuke of the Thunder King, the 5 demon beasts, including the 6-tailed ancestor, kept their heads low and remained silent. They did not refute the claim. A flicker of schadenfreude even flashed in the depths of their eyes. Looking for death? You will find out when you try. The Titan golden ape sneered in its heart. A slender, powerful hand lifted the curtain of the carriage slowly. Suwu stepped out into the void. He looked at the tens of thousands of thunder beasts ahead. His gaze finally landed on the Thunder King. It is still the peak of the god realm. Can the blood chi path not reach the authority realm? Suwu felt doubtful inside. He transmitted his thought to the front. I will say this only once. Submit as a clan, or die. The entire 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond fell into dead silence upon those words. Then, a roar that shook heaven and earth erupted. A mere demigod. Although we do not know what trump card you used to behead our great elder, it is not your turn to speak wildly before my Thunder Beast race. Tear him apart. Strike him into ashes with 10,000 thunders. The Thunder King laughed from extreme rage. The purple gold horn on its head erupted with blinding destructive light. Arrogant. Since you seek your own death, this king will grant your wish. Thunder rumbled. At the order of the Thunder King, tens of thousands of thunder beasts below roared toward the sky simultaneously. The thunder bloodlines within their bodies resonated frantically. The thunder pulp of the entire 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond was drawn up by force. In the sky, a terrifying thunder array covering 10,000 miles took shape instantly. Endless silver and purple thunder compressed frantically within the array. It finally turned into a destruction thunder penalty spear that was tens of thousands of feet long and exuded an aura capable of destroying heaven and earth. This power gathered the bloodline of the entire Thunder Beast race and the foundation of the Heavenly Pond. Even if 106 tailed ancestors were tied together, they would be blasted into slag in an instant. Go! The Thunder King roared. It manipulated the destruction thunder spear, that was tens of thousands of feet long, and threw it fiercely toward Sowu. The thunder spear tore through the sky. Wherever it passed, space collapsed layer by layer like fragile glass. The terrifying pressure made Luo Feng behind him feel suffocated. Yet, faced with this strike that gathered the power of the entire clan, Sowu lifted his right hand. He spread his 5 fingers. A hum vibrated. Deep within his soul sea, the Purple Thunder Authority erupted without reservation. An absolute will representing the highest right of interpretation, for thunder swept through the entire 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond, centered on Sowu. An incredible scene appeared. That destruction thunder spear, which was tens of thousands of feet long, and carried the might to destroy heaven and earth, disintegrated without warning at a distance of less than 10 yards from Sowu's palm. The violent thunder that was sufficient to kill a peak god realm master in seconds lost all aggression the moment it touched the aura of authority. They were like commoners meeting a king. They turned into countless electric snakes intertwined with purple and silver compliantly. They wandered and jumped happily around Sowu's body. Finally, they merged into the center of his palm. That is impossible. The Thunder King widened its eyes. It let out a shrill scream as if it had seen a ghost. It was not just the thunder spear that disintegrated. The tens of thousands of thunder beasts below discovered with terror that the thunder bloodlines within their bodies had lost control completely at that moment. The thunder power they were so proud of was no longer under their control. Instead, it bowed frantically toward the human youth in the sky. You have borrowed the power of others to pose as powerful for so many years. Do you really think this thunder belongs to you? Sowu had cold eyes. He saw at a glance that this group of thunder beasts had only mutated the ability to control lightning, because they had been contaminated by the aura of the unknown authority at the bottom of the heavenly pond. Playing with thunder before the true master of authority was truly a joke on heaven and earth. Now, let me show you what real suppression is. Sowu did not give the thunder beast race any chance to catch their breath. He lifted his left hand slightly. Stop. The translucent time authority triggered instantly. The flow of time in the entire 10,000 thunder heavenly pond was locked by force in an instant. The roar of the Thunder King, the expressions of terror on the tens of thousands of thunder beasts, and the rolling giant waves of thunder pulp all stood still at this moment. Sowu turned his right hand fiercely downward again. He pressed his 5 fingers into the void. Go. Thunder rolled. The thunder pulp of the 10,000 thunder heavenly pond, which had been drawn up by the thunder beast race, turned against them instantly under the control of Sowu's thunder authority. Billions of thunder strikes turned into a terrifying thunder giant hand with a radius of 10,000 miles. It carried the supreme heavenly might that could crush everything. It slapped fiercely onto the tens of thousands of thunder beast armies frozen below. Time resumed its flow. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of continuous body explosions resonated through heaven and earth. One palm. All the thunder beasts turned into ashes. Chapter 239. With a single palm strike, the thunder beast army turned into dust. The 10,000 thunder heavenly pond, which had been violently rolling with destructive thunder pulp, fell into deathly silence under the suppression of Sowu's thunder authority. High above, Luo Feng sat within the bone carriage. He stared at the empty edge of the thunder pool below and swallowed hard. Ruthless. He had witnessed Sowu's methods many times. Yet, every single action still filled him with astonishment. Those were tens of thousands of pure-blooded thunder beasts, plus a thunder beast king at the extreme peak of the god realm. They had all been flattened into dust by Sowu with a casual slap. Sowu flickered, landing on the edge of the 10,000 thunder heavenly pond. Let me see if the thunder authority is truly hidden down there. His eyes narrowed as he walked into the depths of the pool. A bizarre sight unfolded. As Sowu approached, the multicolored thunder pulp, capable of melting any material instantly, parted automatically. It was as if it had encountered a true king. The pulp retreated obediently to both sides, carving out a path that led straight to the bottom of the pool. Sowu descended the steps. Towering walls of thunder pulp surrounded him, radiating blinding light and terrifying heat. Yet, they could not harm him in the slightest. The passage was incredibly deep. After descending tens of thousands of feet, Sowu finally reached the absolute bottom of the 10,000 thunder heavenly pond. The thunder energy here had condensed into solid crystals. The surroundings were covered in thunder crystals and divine thunder metals of various shapes. Right in the center of the pool bottom, a diamond-shaped crystal about the size of a fist hovered silently. Its body shimmered with an interweaving of deep purple and silver. No formation protected the crystal. However, the weak fluctuations it emitted affected the thunder laws surrounding the entire pond every moment. The thunder authority deep within Sowu's soul sea reached its peak frequency upon seeing the crystal. It resonated intensely. This is it. Fire flashed in Sowu's eyes. He reached out with his right hand and drew the diamond-shaped crystal into his palm. Upon contact, an extremely violent yet pure thunder origin surged into his body through his arm. However, after sensing it carefully for a moment, Sowu's brow furrowed. Something is wrong. His eyes narrowed. This aura is extremely similar to the thunder authority. It can even trigger resonance with the authority inside me. Yet, its essence is lacking. Sowu controlled the true thunder authority. He understood clearly that authority possessed a supreme, absolute nature, where one's words became law and all rules were ignored. The crystal in his hand contained thunder origin power so vast it was unbelievable. However, it resembled highly compressed energy more than anything else. It lacked the sense of authority required to dictate the underlying logic of the universe. In short, it possessed the form and power of authority, but lacked its soul. This is not the true thunder authority, Suwu concluded, a trace of disappointment inevitably flashing through his heart. Suwu strode back to the carriage and stepped onto the axle. He opened his palm, displaying the diamond-shaped crystal to the 5 God Realm beasts pulling the carriage. Take a look. Do you recognize this? Suwu spoke calmly. The 6-tailed ancestor, the Titan Golden Ape, and the others lifted their heads cautiously. When they sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from the crystal, their massive beast pupils constricted in unison. This is... The Titan Golden Ape gasped. Its massive mouth split open, full of shock. Master, this item is incredible. Speak. Suwu's gaze remained calm. The 6-tailed ancestor rushed to answer, fearing it would fall behind. Answering the master, in our primitive land, this is known as a thunder attribute world fragment. World fragment? Suwu raised an eyebrow. Yes, master. A head of the Jiyu Deming python flicked its tongue and explained. Master, you know that because our primitive land has incomplete heavenly Tao, living beings can only specialize in pure blood chi cultivation. We cannot comprehend the laws of the universe. Since we cannot comprehend the laws, we cannot naturally reach the exalted authority realm. However, in the ancient era, the supreme powerhouses of our universe found another path. They created a highly tyrannical method of ascension. The abyssal spider queen took over, looking at the crystal with reverence. Those supreme beings who have already surpassed the God realm force the extraction of single attribute world origins from this world. They compress and condense it continuously. Finally, they artificially manufacture these world fragments. Suwu felt a flash of realization. If supreme beings beyond the God realm were involved, could it mean that a powerful entity above the God realm stood behind the Thunder Beast clan? The Titan Golden Ape summarized the situation. Exactly. This artificially condensed world fragment possesses an aura and partial power similar to true authority to a certain extent. As long as we blood chi beasts can swallow it completely and fuse it into our bloodlines, we can use brute force to break through the shackles of the God realm. We can forge a fake appearance of having mastered that attribute's authority, thereby ascending to the authority realm. I see. Suwu gripped the crystal. He understood now. This was the artificial authority of the indigenous creatures of the primitive land. The Thunder Beast clan had entrenched themselves here for generations, so that their Thunder King could slowly refine its bloodline, using the aura radiated by this fragment, attempting to eventually swallow it. That Thunder King had been separated from the authority realm by only a thin layer of paper, likely because it had guarded this fragment for years. No wonder it could cause resonance with the Thunder authority in my body. An artificially synthesized, defective product ultimately only imitates the genuine article. Suwu mused. It seemed the collection of authority in this primitive land was not as simple as he had previously thought. One could not simply pick up ownerless, true authority everywhere. In this vast universe, the number of true authorities was absolutely scarce. It could not be as common as cheap vegetables. Although it is not true thunder authority, this should count as a priceless treasure. Suwu did not hesitate. He stored the Thunder Attribute World Fragment into his spatial ring. The origin power contained in this thing was extremely vast. Whether he left it for his Thunder God clone to absorb, or took it back for Suwu to temper his physical body in the future, it would be useful. After storing the World Fragment, Suwu scanned the vast territory of the Thunder Beast clan. As an overlord-level force on the periphery of the primordial divine planes, the Thunder Beast clan had been entrenched here for countless years. The endless palaces and caves must be piled with unimaginable wealth. If such a backwater as the Great Wilderness could be scraped for so many holy artifacts, the lair of this Thunder Beast clan would only be even richer. Chapter 240. Suwu stood on the bone carriage and cleared his throat. Below him, the 5 great God Realm demon beasts, and the 4 demigod elders, who were tethered to the thunder chains with their heads hanging low, perked their ears at the sound of their master. Suwu waved his hand. The thunder chains wrapped around the necks of the 5 ancestors, and 4 elders slackened instantly, dissolving into flickers of dissipating light. Master, this. The 6-tailed ancestor touched its neck, finally free, and lifted its head in disbelief. The other great demons were equally bewildered, unable to grasp what Suwu was planning. Do not just stand there. Suwu pointed toward the massive ruins of the Thunder Beast settlement, his tone brooking no argument. The Thunder Beast clan is destroyed. Go to their treasure vaults, and bring me all their holy artifacts, and all of their meat crystals. The 5 God Realm demon beasts and 4 elders froze for a second. Then, a roar of ecstatic joy shook the sky, resounding throughout the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond. They felt no humiliation at being treated like common laborers for looting. Instead, their eyes turned bloodshot with excitement, and the blood energy in their bodies surged. Freedom. Even if it was only for a short time, to creatures chained up like livestock for so many days, it sounded like music. Moreover, raiding the home of a rival overlord force was a task they would never have dreamed of in their daily lives. The Thunder Beast clan had relied on this blessed land to act with extreme arrogance on the outskirts of the primordial divine planes. The ancestors, who had been confined to the great wilderness, had long despised them. Now that the entire clan was wiped out, the thrill of revenge was intoxicating. Chaos erupted in the Thunder Beast settlement as dust filled the air. To perform well during this fleeting window of freedom, and to vent the humiliation of pulling the carriage, the 9 great demons proved more professional than any thief. They left nothing behind in their wake. On the carriage, Luo Feng watched the 9 terrifying demons, who seemed to be conducting a demolition operation. His eyes twitched. So brother, you really have no psychological burden when ordering these great wilderness overlords around. Luo Feng swallowed. So Wu settled back onto the beast fur, his tone lazy. Why would I have any burden? Vicious dogs must be kept on a leash. Give them a sweet treat occasionally, and let them bite people, and they will become more obedient. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Under the deterrence of So Wu's absolute power, not a single one of these great demons dared to abscond with the loot. The 9 great demons returned fully loaded. Like offering treasures, they stacked thousands of massive treasure chests neatly in front of the carriage. So Wu nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. His spatial ring swallowed all the spoils. A flash of lightning sparked at So Wu's fingertips, and the thunder chains coalesced from thin air. You did well. Now, be conscious. Put the chains back on and continue the journey. The 9 great demons, having just tasted freedom for half an hour, saw their excitement collapse instantly. They could only stretch their necks into the thunder chains obediently, fighting back tears. How humiliating. This was truly degrading. As dignified overlords, they had fallen to the point of consciously placing their own necks into dog chains. But who could they blame? They could only blame their lack of strength. They could only blame the human youth before them, who appeared to be only a demigod, yet possessed the power to kill God Realm masters instantly. Click, click, click. The thunder chains closed. The God Realm carriage-pulling team was forced back into service after a half-hour hiatus. Lift the carriage. So Wu pulled at his robes lazily and sat back on the carriage, issuing the order to the demons. Yes, master. The 6-tailed ancestor and the other demons suppressed their humiliation and resentment. They forced the God Realm blood energy within their bodies to churn, preparing to pull the carriage away from this painful place. However, just as the carriage left the ground and prepared to rush toward the sky, a thunderous boom, 1,000 times more terrifying than the gathering of tens of thousands of thunder beasts, exploded without warning directly above the 10,000 thunder heavenly pond. This sound did not just shatter the clouds. It made the sturdy spatial barriers of the primordial divine planes collapse and tear open like paper. An absolute will, representing the destructive power of thunder, poured down from the depths of the torn space. Before this will, the 10,000 thunder heavenly pond below seemed to regain vitality. The thunder pulp rolled frantically, as if welcoming its true king. Luo Feng sat within the carriage, his breathing nearly coming to a halt the moment this pressure descended. He looked at the sky in horror. The space there had collapsed completely into a massive, pitch-black hole. Deep within that black hole, a roar emerged. A dragon roar filled with rage and violence bellowed out. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a terrifying dragon head, unimaginable in size and covered in silver-white scales that looked as if they were cast from divine gold, poked out from the depths of the black hole. The head was so enormous that just a corner of it blocked half the sky of the 10,000 thunder heavenly pond. Every scale on the dragon head was branded with countless ancient and mysterious thunder runes, emitting a holy radiance that made souls tremble. The pair of vertical pupils locked onto the bone carriage below. They locked onto So Wu, an authority realm powerhouse. So Wu had wiped out the Thunder Beast clan with one palm, but now he had provoked the supreme existence of the primordial divine planes, an authority realm titan, who stood above the god realm. The 9 great demons and Luo Feng were pressed to bow their heads. Only So Wu stood on the carriage, looking coldly at the colossal silver-white dragon head in the sky. The thunder aura emanating from the dragon head caused even the purple lightning lingering on So Wu's skin to recoil. Such a status truly transcended the god realm, and reached the authority realm. Although So Wu had guessed that a stronger existence might stand behind the Thunder Beast clan, he had not expected this entity to arrive so quickly. Human. In the sky, the colossal thunder dragon looked down at So Wu. Its voice sounded like 10,000 thunders ringing together, shattering several mountains below. You have not only beheaded the Thunder Beast clan that I cultivated, you have also forcibly seized that Thunder Attribute World Fragment. The voice of the Thunder Dragon carried a sense of judgment. Little fellow, you should be very clear about what that world fragment means to the creatures of my primitive land. The massive head moved forward. Hand over that Thunder Attribute World Fragment and submit to me. Perhaps I will consider giving you a decent death. The goal of the Thunder Dragon was clear. It was precisely the artificial authority fragment in So Wu's hand. Chapter 241. The 6-tailed ancestor and the other demon beasts fixed their gazes on So Wu. Expectation weighed heavy in their stares. They needed So Wu to execute the Thunder Dragon. If he fell to this great power, they would perish too. They truly wanted him to strike down the creature before them. So Wu sat on the throne of the god carriage. A slight frown creased his brow. He considered whether he could actually defeat an authority realm master. He did not care about handing over the Thunder Attribute World Fragment. That was out of the question. He had climbed from a lowly failure to a Lord of the Stars over the past few decades. The secret lay in his stubborn refusal to bend. The fragment contained massive origin power. Whether he left it for his Thunder God clone, gave it to So Yu, or refined it himself, it held great value. He had gathered this treasure in the primitive land with immense difficulty. He would not hand it over now. Meat that reached his mouth would not be spat out. So Wu tilted his head. He stared into the giant dragon eyes and curved his lips. I choose the second option. I will execute you. The words were plain, yet they exploded like thunder beside the ears of the Thunder Dragon. The 10,000 thunder heavenly pond fell into absolute silence. High above the pool, the Thunder Dragon Emperor heard the refusal. A pair of dragon pupils filled with extreme violence and killing intent. You seek death. A roar filled with rage and disdain erupted from the dragon mouth. The sheer force of the howl pressed down on Luo Feng and the others, pinning them to the ground. They could not even stand. You do not want to hand it over. Then I will retrieve it myself. The Thunder Dragon Emperor unleashed a roar. Countless silver scales on the colossal dragon head branded themselves with billions of ancient, destructive thunder runes. A silver thunder dragon phantom, vast enough to cover half the sky, condensed above the 10,000 thunder heavenly pond. This was not the true body of the Thunder Dragon Emperor. It was a projection condensed by the absolute will of the fake authority within its body. The space above the pond trembled violently as the phantom charged downward. The 5 God Realm ancestors pulling the carriage could not even summon the thought of struggling. They closed their eyes in despair. Pseudo-authority realm. So Wu breathed in the air thick with lightning energy. The true thunder authority within his body thrummed with excitement. He had expected a world-shattering trump card. Instead, he faced a defective product. A creature that relied on mimicking authority to force a breakthrough. So Wu replaced his dark eyes with a flash of purple light. Since you are not a true owner of the Thunder Authority, you should know that a massive chasm exists between true authority and a fake product made through imitation. So Wu instinctively wanted to dissolve the lightning with a thought, just as he had done with the Thunder Beast King. An intense resistance surged back through his consciousness. His usually infallible Thunder Authority failed to shatter the attack. The Silver Thunder Dragon Phantom contained a stubborn, self-contained system of rules. I see. So Wu narrowed his eyes. He understood the reason. The Thunder Dragon Emperor was not a half-baked creature, like the Thunder Beast King that had only touched a wisp of aura. It had truly devoured and refined the Thunder Attribute World Fragment. It touched the threshold of universal logic and possessed its own right to interpret thunder. Even if the opponent was a fraud, they still operated on the level of authority. So Wu could no longer strip away the attack as easily as he did with ordinary God Realm Masters. Since I cannot make it disappear with a word, I will shatter it. So Wu looked at the giant silver dragon mouth remaining a mere 10,000 meters away. A fanatical fighting spirit ignited in his dark eyes. Come out. So Wu whispered. The mysterious purple power that had slumbered in the depths of his soul sea escaped his body completely, and without reservation. This was the first time So Wu had released the Thunder Authority in its entirety since obtaining it. The moment the purple light emerged, it forcibly dyed the sky, previously shrouded in silver lightning, a tyrannical shade of purple and black. That is, the thunder dragon deep in the firmament only revealed its massive head. The moment it saw the purple light, its dragon pupils contracted. A tremor from the depths of its origin swept through its entire body. So Wu ignored the shock of the dragon. Gather. So Wu thrust his hands outward. The purple light of the Thunder Authority acted like living liquid. It surged back into his body, fusing with his martial path and laws. Rumble. The earth shook. A terrifying purple and black phantom, too massive for words, rose from the ground, centered on So Wu. 100,000 zhong. 300,000 zhong. 500,000 zhong. The phantom swelled until it reached 1 million zhong in height. 1 million zhong. The Thunder God Avatar, fused perfectly with So Wu's law energy and thunder authority, touched the sky of the primordial divine plains. Its feet cracked the mantle 10,000 miles deep. It was composed entirely of pure purple and black authority lightning. It wore ancient thunder armor that looked like solid matter. Its eyes resembled 2 purple suns, emitting a supreme divine might that forced all things to kneel. Even the massive dragon head of the Thunder Dragon Emperor, protruding from the black hole, lost all advantage in size before this million zhong Thunder God Avatar. Inside the carriage, Luo Feng looked up at the towering Thunder God Avatar. His mind went numb. Is this an avatar a demigod can manifest? I would believe it if someone told me this was a living creator of the world. Tum. So Wu roared from the forward of the million zhong Thunder God Avatar. The avatar raised its head. It clenched its massive purple and black right arm into a fist. It struck out against the silver-white Thunder Dragon Phantom diving down from the sky. You seek death. My authority power is not something you ants can contest. The Thunder Dragon Emperor roared. It controlled the silver-white Thunder Dragon Phantom. It opened its giant mouth and bit fiercely at the fist of the Thunder God Avatar. Chapter 242. The next second, a purple and silver surge of lightning collided in midair. A deafening boom echoed. At the center of the impact, an absolute vacuum formed, swallowing everything in its path. A visible shockwave of destruction rippled outward across the primordial divine plains. Within a radius of 1 million miles, every mountain reaching 100,000 zhong, and every ancient divine tree disintegrated into fine powder within half a second. Had So Wu not shielded the bone carriage beneath him, the 6-tailed ancestor and the others, including Luo Feng, would have been reduced to dust. The stalemate lasted less than 1 second. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The silver Thunder Dragon Phantom, formed by the dragon's pseudo-authority, had its fangs shattered by the purple and black lightning the moment it bit down on the Thunder God Avatar's fist. Purple and black lightning coursed through the dragon's mouth, spreading into its body. Fear flooded the dragon's eyes. It tried to pull the phantom back, but the connection was being forcibly severed. Trying to run? It is too late. So Wu's eyes turned icy. He willed his power forward. Tear it apart. Obeying his command, the 1 million zhong Thunder God Avatar shifted. It turned its fist into a claw, locking onto the jaws of the silver dragon phantom like an iron vice. The avatar roared, muscles bulging as purple and black lightning flared to its peak. With a sickening screech, the silver dragon phantom was ripped in half. The million-jong thunder god avatar stood still in the heavens. Suwu looked down at the massive dragon head protruding from the black hole. The arrogance had vanished from the dragon, replaced by shock. It stared at Suwu, eyes wide. The power inside you is not from a world fragment. You possess the true thunder authority. The dragon finally understood. Yet, given the dragon's age of under 100 years within the primitive land, it never imagined a human could wield true authority. Run. That was the only thought left in the dragon's mind. It knew the terror of true authority better than anyone. If it stayed, this human might actually defeat it. The dragon's head recoiled, attempting to dive back into the black void. You want to leave after fighting? Suwu curled his lip in a cold, murderous smile. He lifted his right hand. Deep within his soul sea, the translucent white light of the time authority ignited. Time stood still. The silver dragon head, mid-retreat, froze in midair. The collapsing turbulence, the lightning, even the terror in the dragon's eyes, halted. The world paused. But the dragon was an authority realm powerhouse. The moment time froze, it unleashed a desperate counterattack. Cracks appeared as it shattered the time shackles. In less than a second, it broke free, though its silver scales exploded and dragon blood poured out like a waterfall. It ignored the pain, scrambling to retreat. A blink of an eye for others, but enough for Suwu. Since you arrived, you are not leaving without leaving something behind. The thunder god avatar stomped the ground, soaring upward. Massive purple and black arms reached into the black void. It locked its hands onto the dragon's horns. Get away. The dragon thrashed within the void, locked in a struggle. The void shattered like a broken mirror. Suwu poured his energy into the avatar. The thunder god avatar pulled downward. A sickening tear of flesh echoed across the heavens. The dragon let out a blood-curdling howl as its horns were ripped from its skull. Agonized, the dragon retreated into the void. Human, I will remember this dead of the broken horns. The dragon disappeared into the deep void, and the black hole closed. The heavens calmed. Chapter 243. The 1 million jong tall thunder god avatar slowly retracted its arms. In its massive palms, it clutched two horns, each 10,000 jong long. They shimmered with blinding silver lightning, and dripped with scalding gold and silver dragon blood. At the base of the horns, within the flesh, Suwu sensed an incredibly potent aura of the thunder attribute world fragment. The thunder dragon emperor had escaped, but the torn flesh still held unimaginable fortune. Suwu snorted. Count yourself lucky. Although he failed to execute the beast on the spot, tearing off two horns from a pseudo-authority realm powerhouse during its desperate counterattack was a decent achievement. He was only a demigod realm warrior, after all. Suwu flicked his mind, and the towering 1 million jong thunder god avatar dissolved into purple light, returning to his brow. His figure drifted downward, landing back on the bone carriage. In front of the carriage, the six-tailed ancestor, the titan golden ape, and the other 5 god realm demon beasts, along with the 4 demigod elders, slumped in terror. They stared blankly at Suwu. This was an authority realm creature. Their own master had forcibly ripped off its dragon horns and beaten it into a panicked retreat. The world had gone mad. Luo Feng's face turned pale, but the shock in his eyes burned brighter than ever. Suwu tossed the 2 broken dragon horns, still tens of jong in size after being compressed, beside the carriage. He flicked his finger. A few drops of dragon blood, radiating terrifying blood energy, landed precisely in front of the carriage-pulling beasts. Stop playing dead. Suwu leaned back on his main seat, his voice flat. Swallow it, and get up to pull the carriage. The demon beasts snapped to attention. When they saw the drops of blood containing authority origin, the shock in their eyes turned to ecstasy. This was the essential blood of an authority realm creature. Swallowing a single drop equaled thousands of years of bitter cultivation, and could induce a qualitative change in their god realm blood energy. Thank you for the gift, Master. Your divine power is unrivaled in the world. The six-tailed ancestor lunged first, gulping the blood down. The titan golden ape and the other beasts did not lag behind. They devoured the blood, acting as if pumped full of adrenaline. They recovered their vitality instantly, appearing even more formidable than in their peak state. The 4 three-tailed dog elders even elevated their cultivation by 1 or 2 small stages. After consuming the essential blood, they moved proactively, even impatiently, to slip the thunder chains around their necks and tighten them against the carriage shafts. Master, where are we heading next? The titan golden ape asked, its face flushed with excitement. Suwu looked out at the vast and endless primordial divine plains. Let us continue to wander. Yes, Master. Deep within the primordial divine plains lay an absolute forbidden zone. Countless black pillars stood tall, piercing the sky alongside rows of divine mountains. In the center lay a terrifying, bottomless abyss. This place served as the supreme holy land of the primordial divine plains, the Myriad Dragon Nest. Rumble. Suddenly, the spatial barrier above the Myriad Dragon Nest tore open under a burst of violent force. A massive black hole appeared from thin air, under the gaze of countless pure-blooded dragons in the Myriad Dragon Nest, who watched in sheer terror. A piercing cry of sorrow rang out. A massive dragon, its body covered in silver-white scales, plummeted directly from the black hole. Bang! The silver-white dragon crashed heavily against a black divine mountain at the edge of the Myriad Dragon Nest, smashing the 100,000 jong mountain into fragments. Dust and scalding dragon blood filled the air. Is that Lord Thunder Dragon Emperor? Heavens! Lord Thunder Dragon Emperor's horns, they are broken. Countless powerful dragons within the Myriad Dragon Nest let out cries of disbelief. In their minds, the Thunder Dragon Emperor was a supreme ruler who had stepped into the authority realm across the entire primordial divine planes. Who could injure him to such a miserable state? Roar. At that moment, several terrifying dragon roars erupted from deep within the Myriad Dragon Nest, shaking the earth. The void twisted. 4 dragon phantoms, each no less immense than the Thunder Dragon Emperor, and radiating distinct yet equally terrifying authority realm pressure, descended upon the shattered divine mountain. They were the Flame Dragon Emperor, who controlled the Fire Attribute World Fragment, the Wind Dragon Emperor, who controlled the Wind Attribute World Fragment, the Rock Dragon Emperor, who controlled the Earth Attribute World Fragment, and the Ice Dragon Emperor, who controlled the Ice Attribute World Fragment. 4 authority realm titans had gathered. Thunder Dragon, who did you provoke to end up in such a wretched state? You are so battered that your origin world fragment almost collapsed. The Flame Dragon Emperor, possessing the hottest temper, glared with eyes like 2 red suns, his voice laced with shock. Amidst the ruins, the Thunder Dragon Emperor struggled to lift its battered head, eyes filled with malice. It was a human youth whose bone age is less than 100 years. The voice of the Thunder Dragon Emperor trembled violently as dragon blood gushed from the broken horn stumps. He killed the Thunder Beast clan I raised and stole a Thunder Attribute World Fragment. A mere human? Even if he stole the fragment, how could he injure you like this? The Ice Dragon Emperor questioned coldly. Because his strength is immense. The Thunder Dragon Emperor let out a hysterical roar, tinged with a despair it refused to admit. He mastered true authority. The true Thunder Authority. My fake authority could not defeat him. The 4 authority realm dragon emperors froze upon hearing this. True authority. This required attention. The outsider was far stronger than they had imagined. Issue my decree. The Flame Dragon Emperor shouted downward. From this moment, the Myriad Dragon Nest issues a kill order. Hunt down that human youth across the entire plains. Anyone who provides his location will be rewarded with 10,000 top-grade God Realm meat crystals. Whoever brings his head back to the Myriad Dragon Nest will be granted a drop of authority dragon blood by me. Time passed, and the winds of the primordial divine plains churned over the kill order from the Myriad Dragon Nest. Countless ancient beasts and reclusive demons hidden in the deep forests swarmed out to frantically search for the human youth. Yet, Sawu, the center of this storm, seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Half a month later, in a vast, boundless desert of the primordial divine plains, the sand appeared a strange, dark red, resembling the color of dried blood. Rumble. At the edge of the horizon, a bone carriage pulled by 9 demon beasts swept across the sky. Inside the carriage, Sawu leaned lazily against the beast fur. For the past half-month, he had not attempted to hide his tracks. Instead, he had traveled swaggeringly. Any demon clan that dared to block his path was slapped into a pulp, and he ransacked their holy artifacts and meat crystals as he passed. Now, the holy artifacts in his spatial ring were piled like mountains. Suddenly, Sawu sensed something and looked down. Mechanical bugs. Mechanical bugs? Luo Feng blinked. Chapter 244. Deep beneath the divine chariot, 10,000 zhang down within the red sand dunes, a 6-person squad, crafted from cold, dark silver metal, lurked deep within the sand layers. These were not indigenous creatures of the primordial divine plains. They belonged to the mechanical race from the outer universe. The leader of the squad possessed a cultivation aura that reached the first tier of the demigod realm. Within the captain's optical sensors, a red warning flashed. Beep. Warning. Warning. An extremely dangerous target has appeared above. The energy detector indicates that the 5 creatures pulling the chariot are all high-level energy entities at the god realm level. The captain's body, forged from special alloys, trembled uncontrollably. Even with their synthetic intelligence, the mechanical race understood the concept of fear. Captain, should we ambush them? A peak immortal realm member of the squad asked. Fool, do you want to kill us all? The demigod captain turned to his subordinate. Those are 5 god realm great demons pulling the chariot. The occupant must be an apex old monster of the primordial divine plains. Set concealment to maximum. Do not attract the attention of that existence. The 6 members of the mechanical race went still, attempting to blend into the vast sea of sand. Their concealment skills, which they prided themselves on, meant nothing to Sawu. His divine sense scanned the scene 10,000 zhang below. He lifted his hand, and the chariot stopped in midair. Luo Feng, look at those iron lumps. Do you recognize them? Sawu waved his hand, activated the laws of space, and plucked one of the mechanical members to the front of the chariot. Luo Feng stared at the mechanical creature. Mechanical race. Lanyan Empire. The Qiushan Empire and the Lanyan Empire share a blood feud. Is that so? A cold curve touched Sawu's lips. He originally thought it was abrupt for outer mechanical life to appear in this wasteland. Since they were the sworn enemies of the Qiushan Empire, the situation became simple. Since they are enemies, just crush them. Sawu crushed the mechanical member with spatial laws, then extended his right hand again. He grabbed at the vast dark red sand sea below. Beep. Extreme lethal threat locked. Concealment system failed. 10,000 zhang underground. The quantum brain of the mechanical captain flooded with crimson alerts. Escape. Escape immediately. The captain issued the order, but it was too late. A giant hand, spanning tens of thousands of zhang, and formed from violent purple and black lightning, descended without warning. It ignored the hard dark red sand layer, and pierced through 10,000 zhang of earth, as if grabbing an object from a pocket. 4 crisp bangs rang out. The force crushed the 4 immortal realm mechanical members. The first-tier demigod captain was pulled from the underground like a helpless tin duck, suspended outside the gauze curtains of the chariot. Click, click. The captain's sturdy alloy body cracked under the pressure of the lightning. The red light in its sensors flickered wildly. Its internal power systems operated at maximum capacity, yet the machine found that in front of this human youth, it could not even mobilize its own energy. This was absolute strength. Spare me. The captain began to beg. We were just passing by. No offense intended. Suwu had no interest in the nonsense of this iron lump. Since he caught it alive, he intended to extract information. His fingers tightened, pulling the mechanical captain's head toward his own hand. He drove his divine sense directly into the quantum brain. Zzzzzzzzz. The red light in the captain's eyes scrambled into chaotic code. Countless streams of disorganized data and memory fragments surged into Suwu's mind. He closed his eyes, searching through the ocean of information for anything useful. Suddenly, Suwu frowned. He opened his eyes, and a terrifying, killing intent shot from his pupils. So that is it. Suwu stared at the captain he held in his grip. So it was you who played these tricks, sending us into a dead end. Through the soul search, Suwu saw the memory of the mechanical captain. The Lanyan Empire's plan involved having that old man forcibly tamper with the coordinates at the final moment of the teleportation array activation. They intended to borrow a knife to kill, ensuring that the top talents of the Qiushan Empire would be wiped out. Luo Feng stood beside him, his eyes wide and bloodshot, trembling with fury. Those despicable iron-skinned animals. If I live to return, I will exterminate the Lanyan dogs. Suwu's anger, however, went far beyond that. As the soul search deepened, his complexion turned terrifying. An aura of slaughter, enough to suffocate the 5 God Realm demons pulling the chariot, exploded outward. Good. Very good. Suwu laughed in anger. The weird monster that had sneaked into the galaxy and slaughtered gods was no accident. It was the Lanyan Empire. They used secret methods to forcibly break the weakest holy light barrier nodes on the periphery of the Qiushan Empire. They had guided the universal liquidation power to interfere with and corrode Qiushan territory. The galaxy was his hometown. It was where his family lived. This action touched the forbidden scale of Suwu's heart. You really think your lives are too long? Suwu looked at the mechanical captain as if looking at a dead thing. Bang! Suwu squeezed his right hand. The head of the first-tier demigod mechanical captain exploded. The coordinates were changed, the talents had perished, and even his home in the galaxy had been schemed against. The debt was too large to pay. Chapter 245. Time flowed like a shuttle through the primordial divine plains. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye since the battle at the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond. The western region of the primitive land suffered an unprecedented catastrophe. Everywhere the bone chariot traveled, the ancient remnants lurking in the region, and the hidden clans with countless years of heritage, shivered in fear and fled at the sight. Initially, the Myriad Dragon Nest deep within the primordial, divine plains attempted to defend its dignity as the overlord. 2 months after Suwu left the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond, the Wind Dragon Emperor, who controlled the Wind Attribute World Fragment, and the Flame Dragon Emperor, who controlled the Fire Attribute World Fragment, attacked together. The 2 high and mighty pseudo-authority realm giants swore to smash Suwu into 10,000 pieces. That battle shattered the heavens and the earth, obscuring the stars and the moon. The result silenced the entire primordial divine plains. Facing the encirclement of the 2 dragon emperors, Suwu did not retreat even slightly. His left hand activated the time authority to freeze the void. His right hand erupted with the Million-Jong Thunder God avatar. With extreme violence, he pinned the 2 pseudo-authority realm giants against the void and ground them down. Suwu tore the Wind Dragon Emperor into pieces. The Wind Attribute World Fragment within its body, used to fake authority, was ripped away. The dragon died on the spot. The Flame Dragon Emperor felt its liver and gallbladder crack in terror. It paid the painful price of half a dragon body to escape back to the Myriad Dragon Nest. After that battle, the dragon roars in the Myriad Dragon Nest fell silent. The entire dragon clan humiliatingly activated their ancestor protection array and declared a total lockdown. Since the Authority Realm Dragon Emperors were either killed or crippled on the spot, the other overlords on the primordial divine plains dared not make a move. From then on, Suwu became an unspeakable, absolute taboo in this world. Anyone who saw the holy Lightbone chariot light up the horizon abandoned their lair and fled for their lives without hesitation. Deep within the divine plains, the bone chariot hovered steadily above a range of spiritual mountains extending 10,000 miles. Master, below is the ancestral land of the Swallowing Heaven Sparrow clan. These mongrel birds have scavenged many good things over the years. The great elder, responsible for pulling the chariot, reported in a loud, excited voice with his dog head held high. Go. Suwu's lazy voice drifted from inside the chariot. Understood. The thunder chain unlocked. The 9-tailed ancestor, the Titan golden ape, the 9 nether earth python, and the other 9 great demon beasts rushed toward the magnificent Swallowing Heaven Sparrow ancestral land like wild dogs off the leash, their eyes glowing with greed. Get out of the way. Lower your heads and squat down. No one is allowed to hide meat crystals. Make it quick. Tear down the dome of the main hall. Dig out all the embedded holy light jewels. These 9 god realm and demigod level powers, who once dominated the great wilderness, acted as professional, ruthless robbers. They divided the labor clearly and moved with skill. Some broke through combat formations with violence, others searched the treasury, and they even pried up the holy items embedded in the floor. Over the past 3 years, so Wu led them to sweep through countless top-tier forces. At first, these demon beasts felt humiliated by the chains and the forced labor. But as the number of raids increased, their mentality underwent a twisted transformation. Who cares who they serve as a lackey for? Following Wu, the peerless powerhouse, who could tear dragon emperors apart, no one dared to provoke them. They could even rob those formerly high and mighty supreme masters without any restraint. Every time a raid finished, Wu only kept the holy items and top-grade meat crystals. He generously rewarded them with all the remaining high-level blood food and spiritual herbs. Gradually, the 9 demon beasts lost themselves in the process of constant raiding. Dignity, backbone, what use were those things? They now believed pulling the chariot was a sacred and promising profession. They became addicted to the joy of raiding and looting treasures. They even secretly competed to see who could raid faster and who could scrape the place cleaner. In less time than it takes to burn a stick of incense, the entire swallowing heaven sparrow ancestral land was looted. Not even a valuable bird feather remained. Master, it is a great harvest. A huge harvest. The Titan golden ape flew back to the front of the chariot with excitement, carrying a treasure chest as large as a small mountain. Wu waved his hand and swallowed all the spoils into his spatial ring. The 9 demon beasts stretched their necks back into the thunder chains with practiced skill and even a hint of flattery, waiting eagerly for the next instruction from their master. Let us go to the next place. Inside the chariot, Wu casually counted the holy items he just obtained. Over the past 3 years, he walked through every corner of the primordial divine plains. The number of holy items and ornaments embedded with holy light he collected reached an astronomical number that would make one's scalp tingle. Besides the holy items, his biggest gain was the wind attribute world fragment he pulled out from the wind dragon emperor's body. Counting the thunder attribute world fragment of the thunder beast clan from before, he already grasped 2 artificial authority origins from this primitive land. Yet, during this period, Wu could not find a single strand of ownerless authority. Just as Wu gathered his thoughts, a mechanical prompt rang out deep within his mind. Ding. Detection of offspring. You successfully stepping into the level 9 domain lord realm. The rule of father relies on the child to become noble takes effect synchronously. Congratulations to the host for the true realm jumping to the level 9 demigod realm. Congratulations to the host for the water, fire, thunder, and space 4 element laws breakthrough to the 7th level. Little Yu has broken through to the level 9 domain lord realm. Wu felt great joy in his heart. Normally, the higher the realm, the more time required for cultivation. However, this situation seemed non-existent for Yu. He continued to improve rapidly. Of course, the resources Wu left behind played a role, but it was still too absurd. Wu felt confused, but the faster Yu improved, the happier he felt, so he ignored the details. Although Wu's realm had been improving over the past 3 years due to Yu's progress, he intentionally hid it, so Luo Feng and the 9 great demon beasts did not notice anything unusual. Chapter 246. Wu remained lost in the surprise of Yu's rising cultivation level. Ding. A system chime echoed in his mind. The system detected that offspring Yu had improved his combat skills. Congratulations to the host. Your combat skills have reached the Suan level. A grand stream of information, seemingly containing the very laws of the universe, poured into Wu's consciousness. Wu shut his eyes tight, his brain racing to digest the sudden influx of combat insight. Suan level combat skills. He opened his eyes moments later. A shock of brilliance flashed in his pupils. Reaching the Suan level meant crossing the low-level stage of merely using one's own power. It was the supreme state of harmony between heaven and man. The core of this power was the ability to borrow the strength of the universe to amplify his own divine abilities. He did not need to consume massive amounts of his own energy. He did not need to use authority to alter the rules. The insight gained from his combat skills made the power of the universe work for him. Mastering the Suan level combat skills brought a strange sensation of control, as if the entire universe were dancing at his fingertips. A powerful urge to test this technique took hold of him. Since Suan-level skills could borrow universal power to enhance divine abilities, Wu felt intrigued. He slowly raised his right hand. I will test the waters with the suppress character divine ability. Golden light flowed out from Wu's body, sketching the character suppress in front of him. The air hummed. The moment the suppress character took shape, an anomaly occurred. A profound, mysterious force of the universe emerged from nowhere, rushing toward the suppress character. An indescribable, invisible pressure descended, bearing down on the souls and bodies of every living creature within 1 million miles. Within 1 million miles, ancient beasts fighting in deep mountains and vast marshes were instantly crushed to the ground. Regardless of their cultivation levels, their skeletons groaned under the immense weight. Not a single hair could move. Raptors flying in the sky tumbled to the ground like falling dumplings. The wind stilled. The clouds shattered. 1 million miles of territory were suppressed by Wu, who had borrowed the power of the universe to execute this single suppress character ability. The most direct victims of this terrifying suppression were the 9 great demon beasts pulling the chariot. The 6-tailed ancestor let out a miserable shriek. Its mountain-sized dog body stumbled in midair, its limbs bones nearly snapping under the pressure. What is happening? The Titan golden ape, the 9 nether earth python, and the other 4 god realm demon beasts, along with the 4 demigod elders, all suffered the same indiscriminate suppression. The 9 demon beasts panicked. They instinctively tried to unleash their god realm blood energy to resist the crushing weight, and keep the chariot steady. But something even more terrifying occurred. Under the power of this suppressed character, which borrowed the momentum of the universe, their vast god realm blood energy was forcibly suppressed. God realm. Half-step god realm. It finally fell to the demigod realm. The 9 demon beasts could no longer maintain their flight. Along with the luxurious bone chariot behind them, they plummeted toward the ground. Luo Feng was tossed about inside the chariot by the vibrations. He stared with wide eyes at the 5 god realm demon beasts that had their levels dropped, his brain completely unresponsive. God realm suppressed to demigod. What kind of hellish method was this? As the chariot was about to slam into the ground of the primordial divine planes, Suwu's mouth twitched. The effect of the Suan-level combat skill borrowing universal power is a bit exaggerated. Astonishment gripped Suwu. He had only used the suppressed character casually. The result was entirely unexpected. With the blessing of the universe's power, this one character had suppressed 5 god realm demon beasts and forced them to drop a level. The chariot was less than 1,000 jong from the ground. Suwu gently clenched his right hand. Disperse. The air hummed again. The terrifying pressure that had covered 1 million miles receded like a tide. The heavens cleared once more. Countless beasts in the 1 million mile territory finally gasped for air, lying on the ground, shivering, too exhausted to even run. The 9 demon beasts were in free fall. As the suppression dissipated, the god realm blood energy sealed within them erupted. Their cultivation levels instantly returned. The Titan golden ape, having regained its strength, was the quickest to react. It roared, dragging the chariot to a halt in midair. The violent air currents instantly leveled the forest below. The remaining 8 demon beasts hovered in the air, breathless and shaken. Where did that power come from just now? It was too terrifying. I almost thought I would turn into a mortal dog. The 6-tailed ancestor clutched its chest, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Just as the 9 demon beasts were on high alert, the gauze curtains inside the chariot were slowly pulled back. Suwu rested his chin on one hand, looking at the group of beasts frightened by the mere sound of a bowstring. His tone carried a hint of imperceptible guilt. Enough, stop looking around. There is no enemy attack. Hearing Suwu's voice, the 9 demon beasts turned their heads in unison, their massive beast eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Master, what was that terrifying power? The Titan golden ape asked, stuttering. Suwu rubbed his nose, his expression calm as he spat out 4 words. I was just playing around. Chapter 247. Playing around? You almost played us to death. The Titan golden ape cursed inwardly. The pressure still made its legs tremble. It dared not say a word of complaint in front of Suwu. Change direction. We are going to the Myriad Dragon Nest. Suwu's lazy, authoritative voice echoed from inside the carriage. The 9 demon beasts remained unnervingly calm. No one expressed surprise. Over the past 3 years of following Suwu across the primordial divine planes, they knew this day would come. They just did not expect it so soon. Understood. The master is going to beat up those 2 remaining dragon emperors. The 6-tailed ancestor nodded its dog head, turning the carriage while guessing aloud in its mind. In reality, it guessed only half the truth. A beating? The Myriad Dragon Nest served as the headquarters for the entire dragon clan. It held countless holy artifacts and meat crystal reserves. The resources amounted to an unimaginable astronomical figure. Suwu went there to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He intended to destroy the entire clan. Half a day later, the bone carriage crushed the void and descended outside the Myriad Dragon Nest, deep within the primordial divine planes. In the sky ahead, a massive defensive array emitted heavy black light. It resembled an ancient giant bull overturned, protecting the vast Myriad Dragon Nest. Billions of dragon-shaped runes crawled across the surface of the formation. They radiated a terrifying pressure that isolated everything from the outside. The chariot halted. The gauze curtains lifted. Suwu stepped out into the void. In the carriage behind him, Luo Feng watched in silence. Over 3 years, he witnessed this man dismantle logic through one massacre after another. His nerves grew accustomed to these exaggerated scenes. Suwu stepped out of the chariot. Inside the Myriad Dragon Nest, several arrogant divine senses belonging to pseudo-authority realm entities pierced through the array. They locked onto Suwu. A grand, earth-shaking voice exploded over the Myriad Dragon Nest. You are truly bold. Do not think you can do whatever you want just because you possess authority realm strength. The Rock Dragon Emperor spoke. It controlled the Earth Attribute World Fragment. Its massive body coiled inside the array. Its voice sounded majestic. This is the Myriad Dragon Nest. Leave now, and it is not too late. The Rock Dragon Emperor acted imposing, but terror gripped its heart. It never fought Suwu directly, but it feared him deep in its bones after witnessing the fall of the Wind Dragon Emperor, and the miserable states of the Flame and Thunder Dragon Emperors. If Suwu left now, it would be the best result they could hope for. Leave now, and we will let the past go. A voice filled with bone-chilling coldness added. The Ice Dragon Emperor stood behind the offer. Suwu stood in the void, facing the hollow threats of the 2 pseudo-authority realm dragon emperors. A cold sneer curled his lips. You will let the past go? Suwu raised his head slowly. His deep gaze locked onto the black flowing defensive array. Murderous intent bled into his voice. However, I refuse to let it go. The moment the words fell, the pure purple light between Suwu's brows, the Thunder Authority, erupted. The heavens changed color. A purple-black thunder god avatar, 1 million jong tall, instantly condensed above the dome of the Myriad Dragon Nest. Suwu's base cultivation had soared to the 9th tier of the demigod realm. The terrifying aura radiating from the thunder god avatar was 100 times stronger than when he fought the dragon emperors previously. The violent purple-black authority lightning occupied the entire world. Suwu had no intention of talking to them. Break. The 1 million jong tall thunder god avatar raised its massive right hand. It carried the supreme power to crush all rules. It slammed a fist into the unbreakable defensive array of the Myriad Dragon Nest below. The fist of the thunder god avatar smashed into the protective array. There was no resistance. The black light screen shattered into pieces. The massive formation shield exploded, turning into black light rain that dissipated in the void. The array broke. Violent thunder shockwaves swept through the entire Myriad Dragon Nest. Countless dragons hiding below could not even scream before the terrifying pressure crushed them into blood mist. Deep in the Myriad Dragon Nest, for massive figures could no longer hide. They were forced to rise into the sky, suspended in midair. They were the 4 remaining pseudo-authority realm giants of the Myriad Dragon Nest. They held no dignity of the ancient overlords now. The Thunder Dragon Emperor's massive dragon head looked bald, missing the 2 horns Suwu had ripped off 3 years ago. The Flame Dragon Emperor beside it also lost 1 dragon horn. One half of its body still bore charred marks from the Thunder God Avatar's strikes 3 years ago. The Ice Dragon Emperor and the Rock Dragon Emperor remained relatively intact, but they trembled uncontrollably. They faced the 1 million Jong Thunder God Avatar in the sky, whose aura was 100 times more terrifying than 3 years ago. This power made the 4 pseudo-authority realm dragon emperors unable to even raise a thought of resistance. Stop. Stop. The Thunder Dragon Emperor lost the arrogance it had while overlooking all living things above the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond. Its massive body lowered humbly in the void. Its voice cracked from fear. Let this matter end. How about it? We can provide compensation. Yes. We surrender. We beg for peace. The Flame Dragon Emperor lowered its proud head quickly. As long as you are willing to spare my dragon clan, we will offer up all the holy artifacts and meat crystals within the Myriad Dragon Nest. The Ice Dragon Emperor and the Rock Dragon Emperor remained silent, seemingly accepting the proposal from the Thunder and Flame Dragon Emperors. Facing Suwu's unreasonable strength, these 4 once invincible dragon clan overlords who dominated the primordial divine planes abandoned all dignity and pride. Suwu stood on the brow of the 1 million Jong Thunder God Avatar. He paused. Offer everything up? If I kill all of you, these things will be mine regardless. The 4 dragon emperors trembled violently upon hearing this. The last glimmer of luck in their eyes shattered completely. Suwu could not be bothered to deal with these idiots. To him, a dead enemy was the best enemy. Since they were destined to be enemies, there was no reason to keep them alive. Die. Suwu thought the command. The 1 million Jong tall purple-black thunder god avatar roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. Its massive right arm raised high, 5 fingers clenched into a fist. It carried the power to destroy all things. It smashed down toward the 4 dragon emperors. The space below shattered in layers before the violent fist pressure even arrived. Chapter 248. Seeing there was no way back, and their hope for peace crushed under Suwu's boot, the humble pleading in the 4 dragon emperors' eyes vanished. In its place rose the mad, violent desperation of cornered beasts. Do you really think we fear you? The Ice Dragon Emperor, having the coldest temper, tilted its head toward the heavens and let out a roar that shattered the clouds. Since death was inevitable either way, the dragon chose to drag this arrogant human down into the grave with them. The massive, deep blue dragon body spiraled madly through the void. Without hesitation, the Ice Dragon Emperor triggered the power within the Ice Attribute World Fragment. Solidify. With the Ice Dragon Emperor's hiss, the temperature within 100,000 miles plummeted to absolute zero. A massive blade of ice, nearly cleaving the heavens in 2, took shape in the void. This giant blade was forged from a breath of cold air the Ice Dragon Emperor had refined for 1 million years. Upon the edge, threads of visible freezing law chains coiled, radiating a terrifying chill capable of freezing the very soul. The ice blade met the purple-black thunder god fist crashing down from the heavens, striking upward without fear of death. Bang! 2 terrifying attacks representing the ultimate powers collided above the Myriad Dragon Nest. The purple-black destructive thunder and the deep blue extreme cold laws wrestled madly, erupting into a blinding light that momentarily robbed every living thing in the Myriad Dragon Nest of its sight. Crack! Crack! The stalemate lasted only a heartbeat. Dense cracks webbed across the surface of the blade cast from a million years of ice. It shattered into a sky full of ice shards. Yet, at the cost of the blade, the Thunder God Avatar's strike was halted in midair by this extreme force of cold, unable to advance even an inch. Blocked. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in the Ice Dragon Emperor's pupils. It seized this fleeting chance to catch its breath. All dragons, hear my command. The Ice Dragon Emperor's voice traveled through the unique bloodline resonance of the dragon clan, instantly reaching every corner of the Myriad Dragon Nest. Help me slaughter the enemy and protect our dragon clan lineage. The words had barely landed when the Flame Dragon Emperor, the Rock Dragon Emperor, and the 2-horned Thunder Dragon Emperor, who had been waiting in formation below, all let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens. Their massive dragon bodies retreated instantly, flying up behind the Ice Dragon Emperor to form a triangle. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins and under the abyss, hundreds of thousands of pure-blooded dragons raised their proud heads and let out roars of defiance, ready to face death. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of thousands of massive dragon blood energies, like pillars of blood shooting toward the heavens, instantly pierced the clouds. These pure-blooded dragons did not hesitate to burn their life essence, pouring all their power into a vast blood-colored galaxy that surged into the three dragon emperors ahead. The Flame Dragon Emperor, the Rock Dragon Emperor, and the Thunder Dragon Emperor became three massive energy relay stations. They poured this terrifying power, gathered from the foundation of the entire dragon clan, along with their own fake authority powers, into the Ice Dragon Emperor at the front without reservation. Fueled by the mad infusion of blood energy from three pseudo-authority peers and hundreds of thousands of dragons, the aura on the Ice Dragon Emperor began to surge like a volcanic eruption, reaching an almost perverse level. Its originally deep blue scales transformed into an almost transparent crystal color under the pressure of the extreme energy. The void around its body could no longer withstand this power, and collapsed into its most primitive chaotic state. Influenced by the Ice Dragon Emperor's terrifying aura, the laws of heaven and earth within the Myriad Dragon Nest were forcibly twisted. Whew! Goose feather-sized, eerie ice crystals began to fall from the sky without warning. These were not ordinary snowflakes, but condensed from extreme cold laws. The bone-piercing chill swept outward instantly. Clouds, wild winds, and even spatial turbulence within several thousand miles were frozen solid in that moment, turning into an absolute ice domain flashing with the luster of death. ZZZ. Facing this extreme cold gathered from the strength of the entire clan, even the purple-black authority lightning wrapped around the Million-Jong Thunder God avatar emitted a sluggish sound. The speed at which it flowed slowed visibly. Human, go to your death. Feeling the terrifying power surging within, the Ice Dragon Emperor's confidence swelled to the extreme. It did not hold back. Its massive crystal dragon body folded in the void like an ice divine spear piercing the heavens, lunging madly at the Thunder God avatar. Boom! The Ice Dragon Emperor and the 1,000,000 tall purple-black Thunder God avatar collided at the peak of the heavens. Purple-black destructive authority thunder, deep blue absolute extreme cold domain. The two terrifying powers shredded the void within 10,000 miles into pieces the moment they touched. Space shattered, then repaired, then shattered, then repaired. Click, click, click. A teeth-aching freezing sound rang out on the Thunder God avatar's giant arm. Suwu stood on the brow of the avatar, his eyes narrowing slightly. He sensed clearly that the destructive thunder unleashed by the Thunder God avatar, after shattering the Ice Dragon Emperor's exterior, was being cancelled out by the endless, surging dragon energy flowing in from behind. The Ice Dragon Emperor, a pseudo-authority realm entity, had fused the origins of the other three dragon emperors, and received the assistance of hundreds of thousands of pure-blooded dragons. The sum of the energy erupting within its body had reached an unbelievable level. This vast power forcibly compensated for the gap in quality between fake authority and true authority, allowing the Ice Dragon Emperor to possess the terrifying combat power to go toe-to-toe with Suwu for a short time. Kill. Madness filled the Ice Dragon Emperor's dragon pupils. Its massive body coiled tightly around the Thunder God avatar's arm. Every swipe of its sharp dragon claws tore open large swaths of purple-black lightning, leaving bottomless frost cracks on the avatar's body. Let me see how long you can hold on. Suwu snorted coldly, pouring his vitality into the Thunder God avatar. Roar. The Thunder God avatar let out a heaven-shaking roar. Its other giant fist clenched tight, smashing madly toward the Ice Dragon Emperor's head. Bang, 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 bang. Above the Myriad Dragon Nest, a man and a dragon engaged in the most primitive close-quarters combat. Every collision sent out terrifying shockwaves. One punch from the Thunder God avatar shattered half of the Ice Dragon Emperor's scales, with the purple-black authority thunder madly eroding its flesh. Yet, in the next second, the blood energy of hundreds of thousands of dragons behind it surged like a tsunami, forcibly restoring the Ice Dragon Emperor's injuries while it countered with a breath of extreme cold, freezing half of the Thunder God avatar's shoulder into an ice sculpture. Lightning shattered ice. Ice froze lightning. The two behemoths rolled, bit, and struck in the void, shaking the heavens and the earth. The land outside the entire Myriad Dragon Nest was leveled to the ground in this fierce battle. Chapter 249. Time passed second by second. After a few rounds of bombardment, the purple-black thunder on the Thunder God avatar dimmed. The Ice Dragon Emperor's massive body was covered in cracks that refused to heal. The two had battled for a long time, and both had exhausted their hidden cards, yet neither could shake the other. Ha, human, today is either you die, or I die. The Ice Dragon Emperor coughed up dragon blood mixed with ice crystals, and let out a frantic, shrill laugh. The foundation accumulated by my dragon clan over tens of millions of years is not something you can easily pierce with your own strength. Behind, the Flame Dragon Emperor, the Rock Dragon Emperor, the Thunder Dragon Emperor, and the hundreds of thousands of pure-blooded dragons were all staring with blood-red eyes. Even though their bodies were cracking from overexhausting their blood energy, they were still frantically channeling power to the Ice Dragon Emperor. They saw hope. As long as they could drag this nightmare down, even if they exhausted the entire clan's blood energy, as long as the Ice Dragon Emperor remained, and as long as this human was slaughtered, the Dragon Clan would have a future. Is that so? Inside the Thunder God avatar, Suwu watched the maddened Ice Dragon Emperor and thought. He admitted that this bunch of mud loaches fighting for their lives were indeed like hedgehogs, impossible to bite into. A simple thunder authority was indeed slower in the face of such a desperate, all-out defense from an entire race. But that did not mean Suwu was out of options against this turtle shell. Giving you a glimmer of hope, you mudloaches, do you really think I have no way to deal with you? Suwu closed his eyes and moved his thoughts. The Suan-level combat skills were activated. The universal power drifting through the primordial divine planes was borrowed once more. Suwu opened his eyes abruptly. Within his pitch-black pupils, a gray, hazy airflow churned. Annihilation. This was the new divine ability Suwu had invented. It was now strengthened by the Time Authority, the Thunder Authority, and the power of the universe. The 1,000,000 Zhang Thunder God Avatar, which had been stalemated with the Ice Dragon Emperor, suddenly ceased its attack. Its massive hands closed in front of its chest. A gray, hazy current, possessing no elemental fluctuations, but vibrating with a power that made all things in the universe tremble, converged frantically in its palms. The moment annihilation appeared, the extreme cold laws that froze everything, along with the violent, rampant purple-black thunder, collapsed and dissolved as if they had encountered their natural enemy. Even the light was absorbed. What is that? The Ice Dragon Emperor stared at the gray sphere of light in the Thunder God Avatar's palms. A shadow of death, originating from the depths of its soul, and 1,000 times more intense than facing the 1,000,000 Zhang Thunder God Avatar, enveloped it. Since you like to gather your power together, Suwu hooked his lips into a cruel smile, and waved his right sword finger forward. Then, be reduced to nothingness together. Go. The gray sphere of annihilation in the Thunder God Avatar's palms moved like a gray meteor tearing across the universe. It ignored all spatial distance, and even the 10,000 Zhang thick extreme cold defensive layer on the Ice Dragon Emperor's body. It collided, light and unimpeded, against the Ice Dragon Emperor's chest. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The scene seemed to fall into a silent, mute film. The moment the sphere touched the Ice Dragon Emperor, it bloomed and spread. A bone-chilling dissolving sound rang out. The ice armor on the Ice Dragon Emperor's body was forcibly dissolved by the corrosion of the sphere. The Ice Dragon Emperor let out a wail. Annihilation acted like a parasite, drilling directly into its body. This power obeyed no rules, forcibly erasing large swathes of the Ice Dragon Emperor's flesh. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the Ice Dragon Emperor, the massive blood energy transported by hundreds of thousands of dragons was forcibly cut off and annihilated the moment it touched the annihilation. The energy transmission channels collapsed instantly. The Flame Dragon Emperor, the Rock Dragon Emperor, and the Thunder Dragon Emperor, who acted as energy transfer stations in the rear, vomited blood in unison. The hundreds of thousands of pure-blooded dragons below suffered a backlash, exploding one after another into a rain of blood. My power. Having lost the support of the entire clan, the Ice Dragon Emperor's aura plummeted like a deflated balloon. The flesh on its chest was devoured by the annihilation, leaving a massive gray hole. The extreme cold domain collapsed instantly. The opportunity is here. Killing intent flashed in Suwu's eyes. He would not give his enemy any chance to breathe. Die. The Thunder God Avatar stepped forward, grabbing the Ice Dragon Emperor's rapidly collapsing body with one hand. Its other hand raised high, transformed into a thunderous celestial blade burning with purple-black destructive light, and slashed down ruthlessly at the Ice Dragon Emperor's broken head. A harsh sound of tearing flesh rang out. The purple-black destructive thunder light sliced through like a hot knife through butter. Bang! The Ice Dragon Emperor's massive body stiffened in the void, and its head and body separated. Immediately after, the violent authority thunder exploded within its body, blasting its hundreds of thousands of Zhanglong dragon torso into a sky full of azure ice powder. A generation of pseudo-authority realm giants, one of the supreme rulers of the Myriad Dragon Nest, had fallen. Suwu's gaze was sharp as lightning. His right hand grasped at the air. A deep blue diamond-shaped crystal emitting extreme cold shot out from the sky of ice shards, and landed firmly in his palm. It was the Ice Attribute World Fragment, the third one. Suwu tossed it into his spatial ring and scanned the inside of the Myriad Dragon Nest. There, the Flame Dragon Emperor, the Rock Dragon Emperor, and the Thunder Dragon Emperor were staring blankly at the scene of the Ice Dragon Emperor's fall, their bodies trembling like chaff. The strongest Ice Dragon Emperor was dead. The trump card that gathered the foundation of the entire clan had been easily crushed. Run. Run quickly. The Flame Dragon Emperor was the first to burn its remaining origin blood essence, transforming into a fire meteor and fleeing wildly into the distance. The Rock Dragon and Thunder Dragon Emperors followed, wishing only that they had been born with more wings. You think of running only now. It is too late. The 1,000,000 Zhang Thunder God Avatar standing in the void spread its arms wide. Thunder rumbled as Suwu's will manifested. The Thunder God Avatar disintegrated, transforming into countless purple-black authority thunderbolts as thick as mountains. The sky above the entire Myriad Dragon Nest instantly turned into an inverted ocean of thunder. Fall. The thunder, like a rain of apocalypse, locked down all space above and below, pouring down madly toward the ground. The Flame Dragon Emperor in the lead was struck by thousands of thunderbolts simultaneously. Its massive dragon body was cleaved into several sections, wailing as it plunged into the abyss. The Rock Dragon Emperor tried to summon the Earth's power to defend itself, but under the bombardment of the thunder, its dragon scales, as hard as divine gold, crumbled piece by piece, and its physical body was blasted into pulp. As for the Thunder Dragon Emperor, already heavily injured and dying, it did not even make a sound during this dimension-reducing thunder strike, being vaporized directly without leaving any residue. Following the fall of the 3 dragon emperors, Suwu beckoned with one hand, collecting the thunder, fire, and rock attribute world fragments into his possession. Below, the surviving pure-blooded dragons watched the thunderous apocalypse above their heads in terror, emitting cries of despair. Suwu's eyes were indifferent, devoid of pity. Wildfires do not consume the roots. The spring breeze brings them back to life. If you want to kill them all. Boom, 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 boom. The authority thunder mercilessly cleansed every inch of the Myriad Dragon Nest. Wherever the thunder light touched, living things perished. The once glorious Myriad Dragon Nest was leveled to the ground after this devastating thunderstorm, with its very topography shaved down by several hundred zhong. The dragon clan was annihilated. Not a single one remained. The smoke cleared. Suwu descended back onto the carriage of the bone chariot. Gulp. In front of the chariot, the 9-tailed ancestor, the Titan golden ape, and the other 9 great demon beasts looked at the ruins, which resembled a Shura hell, and swallowed in unison, feeling their hands and feet go cold. It was too ruthless. The true overlords of the primordial divine planes had been wiped out by a single human, their lineage completely severed. But after this extreme shock, a sense of frenzy and excitement welled up in the eyes of these 9 demon beasts. The dragon clan was wiped out, so the treasury accumulated by the Myriad Dragon Nest. Cough. Suwu gave a light cough. The 9 demon beasts became spirited instantly, staring straight at Suwu. Suwu looked at his followers and curled the corners of his lips. Clatter. The thunder chains unlocked instantly. Do not just stand there and watch. Suwu waved his large hand, pointing to the vast dragon ruins ahead. The foundation of the Myriad Dragon Nest should be fatter than all the previous forces combined. Go, empty it all out. Suwu's words had barely finished when the 9 demon beasts acted as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Awu. I am going to strip the Dragon Emperor's treasury. The 6-tailed ancestor let out a dog howl that did not fit the status of an ancestor, using all 4 limbs to charge into the ruins as a blur. Get lost. This area is my territory. Anyone who competes with me, I will fight to the death. The Titan golden ape beat its chest and leaped. The entire ruins of the Myriad Dragon Nest turned into a carnival for these 9 demolition experts. Chapter 250. The 9 great demon beasts had been scavenging for only a short time when a resonant hum echoed through the air. Suwu's pupils constricted. He felt the thunder authority deep within his soul sea vibrate with unprecedented intensity. This vibration was more violent than when he had encountered the Thunder Beast clan at the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Pond. The thunder authority leapt frantically within Suwu's soul sea, as if drawn by a source of the same origin, emitting a hum of extreme longing. A stray arc of destructive purple-black electricity spilled from his body. Suwu's breath hitched. The energy surging through his soul sea was pure and domineering. It was undoubtedly the true thunder authority. Moreover, the source of this energy lay within the ruins of the Myriad Dragon Nest, which now lay leveled before him. A smile curled Suwu's lips. This was a pleasant surprise. He had expected the resources of the Myriad Dragon Nest to consist only of holy artifacts, meat crystals, and common resources. He had not expected such a treasure to lie beneath the ruins. Suwu vanished from the chariot. In the next second, he appeared at the northern edge of the dragon ruins. This area had served as the core territory of the Thunder Dragon Emperor, the one whose horns he had ripped off. The area now lay unrecognizable, scarred by bottomless craters and molten lava from the lightning punishment he had unleashed earlier. A scratching sound drifted through the air. The 6-tailed ancestor stuck its large rear end into the air, frantically digging through the scorched earth beside a massive magma river, searching for any overlooked meat crystals. Suwu's voice sounded from behind the beast. What are you doing here? The 6-tailed ancestor jumped, shuddered, and scrambled to turn around. It wagged its tail obsequiously. Master, I was just checking for any missed opportunities, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything. Suwu interrupted without hesitation. Return to the chariot and wait for orders. Yes, yes. This little dog will leave at once. The 6-tailed ancestor tucked its tail between its legs and vanished into a blur, clearly relieved. Suwu walked forward, guided by the increasingly intense resonance within his soul sea. He crossed several rivers of magma and halted before a peculiar black divine mountain. The mountain stood 10,000 zhang high, colored in a strange dark purple gold. During the violent lightning destruction that had razed the dragon clan, every other mountain had turned to dust. This one alone remained, standing stubbornly above the ruins despite being pitted with holes. Surviving such power meant the mountain was no ordinary object. The aura came from within the mountain. Suwu narrowed his eyes. He summoned the 6th-tier ancient martial arts saber, the one he had seized from the Lin family ancestor. Although, after collecting so many spoils, he had already obtained several 7th-tier blades, making the 6th-tier one seem somewhat inadequate. He slashed the hard mountain wall with the saber. The blade left only a faint white mark. This material was incredibly hard. Suwu prioritized the Thunder Authority. He found an entrance on the other side of the mountain and walked inside without hesitation. Following the passage, he was surprised to find that the interior of the massive mountain was hollow. In the center of the mountain, a colossal cave spanning several thousand zhang awaited him. The walls of the cave were covered with lightning strike patterns formed at an unknown time. The air hummed with dense thunder power. In the very center of the cave, a ceiling array existed. The array consisted of hundreds of thick pillars. Each pillar was engraved with dense dragon runes, forming an absolute closed barrier that locked the aura in the center. Suwu looked at the ceiling array with sudden realization. No wonder he had not immediately detected this true authority aura. The array had shielded it. The foolish Thunder Dragon Emperor must have stored it here, but because the natives of the primal land only cultivated blood energy, they could not comprehend or absorb the true laws and authority. It had settled for devouring the artificially condensed Thunder Attribute World Fragment, and then used this array to lock away the true authority, intending to study it slowly later. Too bad, it had died without ever touching the true authority, instead paving the way for Suwu. Suwu stepped forward. He gathered violent purple-black thunder light in his right fist and struck the barrier. The ceiling array failed to hold for even a single breath. It shattered instantly. As the seal broke, a pressure that overshadowed heaven and earth erupted from the center of the array like an ancient beast breaking free from its cage. On the ancient stone platform in the center of the formation, two extremely thin purple-black rays of light floated quietly, intertwining and shuttling back and forth like swimming dragons. They possessed no physical form, yet their mere presence caused the surrounding space to twist violently, as if all surrounding laws were bowing in submission. These were two wisps of the true thunder authority. The purple light within Suwu's soul sea became extremely excited, threatening to break out of his body to embrace its own kind. It was indeed the thunder authority. Suwu looked at the two jumping purple-black thunder rays with burning eyes. He was already powerful enough, possessing one wisp of the thunder authority. Now he had two more. He had struck it rich. Suwu strode onto the stone platform. He opened his soul sea without hesitation and released the original wisp of thunder authority from within his body. He thrust his hands forward and grabbed the two floating purple-black thunder rays. The two wisps of thunder authority followed his arms and dove deep into his soul sea. These two wisps of authority energy, having just broken free from the seal, initially carried a rebellious destructive instinct and attempted to resist his grasp. However, upon sensing the authority energy of the same origin within Suwu's soul sea, they dropped all defenses. They joyfully merged into Suwu's soul like swallows returning to their nests. A series of dense popping sounds, like roasting beans, erupted within Suwu's body. The three wisps of thunder authority source fully merged within his soul sea, transforming into a thunder authority mark that was several times thicker and deeper purple than before, branded above his soul sea. At this moment, Suwu felt an unprecedented close connection with the thunder. Moreover, as the authority grew, this supreme power performed a thunder tempering on Suwu's physical body, which had just reached the 9th tier of the demigod realm. The bones throughout his body emitted a sacred purple-gold luster, and his meridians became wider and tougher. A full minute passed. Suwu exhaled slowly. The fusion of three wisps of thunder authority. He clenched his fist in satisfaction, feeling the supreme power within his body. The smile on his lips grew wider. This trip to the primal land had been incredibly profitable. If Suyu could reach the world master level before he left this primal land, he would be able to reach the authority realm by using the chaos transformation. Once he had the strength and could sense the location of the authority, life would be grand. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.